you're already in Web3, so you're technically in tech, but I guess you're trying to get into more of the more of the tech side.
Correct.
Yes, and that's the whole reason why I got into Web3, just because of the opportunities and connections that I just seen within this space. It was more than just maybe like NFTs, digital art, crypto, but more so just the people behind it, those full stack developers and stuff. I guess, okay, my last question for the day would be, so in college, I'm currently learning Java and C++. I want to get started like with this website, like deploy a whole website, right? And possibly, because I've never hosted one, possibly on GitHub, and then take the constructive feedback that you guys all gave kind of after maybe getting familiarized with GitHub. I feel like I'm just learning so many different languages at like once. Like, I mean, HTML, C++ would be like probably like the main languages that I'd be deploying this website, right? But in college, I'm trying to focus on just Java, Python, and C++. It just feels like I'm learning so much at just one time. Would you guys recommend me just wait or just jump on that as soon as possible?
I'm jumping in. A few things. One, that is way too many things at a time. I mean, if you can do that, that's sick, but that's crazy. Don't do that. Don't do so many things. That's impossible. Like, I don't know Python. I kind of used to know Java. Like, stick to a few things. It's fine. The thing is, the language is it's a tool for a purpose, right? Like you use a hammer with a nail, but you use a screwdriver with a screw, right? So you got to think about what it is you're focused on and what it is you're trying to achieve. So, like, what is it that you need, right? Like I heard you say earlier, I think you said Java, not JavaScript. And if you're writing some kind of web app, something that does something, then it's going to be it needs a backend, right? A backend is what does the thing, and that backend could be Java. But if it is, this is no longer a static website, and no, it cannot be hosted on GitHub Pages because that's the wrong tool for the job. It literally you can't have a backend on GitHub Pages. If you're gonna have a backend, we have to talk about hosting a totally different way. But if you want a static website, and the best way for me to describe what a static website is, oversimplifying by a lot, is it's just like a digital poster, right? You go there, you can look at it, but you can't do anything, right? It doesn't, you can click and maybe it'll link to other websites, but you can't buy something. You can't upload something. It's non-interactive. And if you're doing a non-interactive website that needs no backend, then you can, in fact, use GitHub Pages, and you can use just HTML and just CSS and even JavaScript if you want to.
Yes, and I guess that's why I was kind of just very like hesitant because I've been wanting to do a website for like a little bit, but I kind of really
Wait,
want to just focus.
before you go into that, I think we have a few more speakers who want to probably ask questions, requesting. So let's actually rotate the speakers. Collect, thanks for coming over here. Hope you got your answers. And Sean, Graham, do you want to do your thing and start rotating the speakers?
I'm on it. I've just added someone. Give them a second to connect. And while they are connecting, I would just very quickly circle back to the sort of point of doing too many things at once. I think advice that works when you're a brand new developer, whether you've been at it 20 years, is to be T-shaped. So that is, have one thing that you are very, very, very strong at and you're focused on, and you can call yourself an expert, or at least very strong in that area, and then have a broad knowledge of everything else. So I've played with it and what have you. And that translates through to like your CV. Like, don't put down that you know 25 technologies, especially if you're like 18 years old. I'm going to laugh at you. There's no way you know those technologies to a level where you're useful. Pick 3 or 4 strong ones, and I'd say the same in your learning as well. Pick 2, 3 things, focus on them. So I just wanted to add that to fill some time. Felix, welcome to the stage. Do you have a question for us? Felix?
It's all right. We can add a few more people.
It's all right, I'm on it. I've got it, YK. Don't worry. You forget I used to host your space for like 6 hours, and you'd go off and work your day. You'd just go about your life, leave me doing all the heavy lifting. It's fine. Don't worry. I got this. I got your new system. I get it. Don't worry. Felix, we'll circle back to you in a little bit. We're going to let Cedar go next, and hopefully you sort yourself out and you're able to connect and talk to us in a second. Cedar, welcome. Happy New Year.
I appreciate it, Sam. Thanks for the stage. I think this is the first space I've attended that YK is hosting like throughout this year and end of last year. I just want to give like a quick tip. I don't know. I think one of the things that is ignored very well is when new developers are looking like after they are done with the basics of coding. I think that's what this whole learning code, what you should prioritize next is. I think one of the things they do is like the projects they kind of work on is more of these generic projects, and I think that when it comes to this, it doesn't help a lot. So I think that when you want to work on a project that you're going to use for your resume, you should look more into what kind of problem can I solve as I'm looking around, as I'm working on things, what problem have I seen that, okay, my mind is like, okay, I can actually write a code for this. I think that will help a lot. When companies, I think I've had this a lot on Spaces, when companies are trying to hire someone, they're looking into this problem project. When they're looking at your project, they're looking, how can you problem solve? Are you a problem solver, or are you just a code writer? You understand? So when you're working on a project, even if it's going to take months, I think someone contacted me yesterday in my DM and asked me how to go about creating a project. And I told them, if you're creating a project, even if it's going to be one project, let it be a project that actually solves a real world problem. And what I mean by solving a real world problem is something that someone else is going to face and something that someone else can potentially use to do something. And even if it's going to take you more than a month to complete that project, yes, put in that time, because I think it will help a lot. And I think sometimes we're bothered. Most people just want to get the gets paid as early as possible. I've been in this game for a long time, and I wouldn't tell you like that it was not even my first 2 years that I get my first job, and it is different for many people. But the thing is that just appreciate the process and enjoy the journey. Don't bother too much about the destination, because sometimes it's more of how you can impact and how you'll be impacted towards the journey that actually matters than what you get after you have reached your destination. Yeah, that's just my quick tip. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity though.
And thanks for coming up and sharing your tip. I'm going to give Felix another go, and in the meantime, I'm going to add somebody else to the stage. Felix, are you with us now? Otherwise, I'm going to move you back down to the listeners. And if I've not seen you in a space before, so just in case you don't know what you need to do, bottom left, you'll see the button that you press to request is now your actual microphone button. So if that's the bit you were struggling with, click that button and then say hello to us.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Hi, we can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me. Do you have a question?
And I just want to listen to what people say. So thank you for the privilege to comment. Thank you.
No problem. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm going to move you back down to the listener section then, but thank you for coming up and saying hello.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
What's good, Shah? We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate. Actually, I'm, pursuing masters, and I was deciding in bachelor's that I will go for like PhD, and I'm going to apply for the assistant professor job. But I'm currently doing masters now. My goal has changed. I want to become a full stack web developer. So right now I'm just working on JavaScript. So when I'm going to apply for a company, are they going to ask me questions related data structure? Should I have to prepare data structure as well in order to get the job as a full stack web developer?
I love that question. I think Lawrence got it.
Yes, in some companies you will, and some companies you won't. My question is, why?
And so that's why I chose the masters, sir.
Okay. What country are you in?
Yeah.
And more importantly, what country do you plan to be employed in?
Yes, sir. I'm from India, sir, and I live in Kashmir. Kashmir is the state of India. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Is that kind of a standard practice you've seen in the community? And I'm asking these questions for a reason. I am going to make a statement. I'm not going to just keep bugging you, I promise.
Okay, sir.
Is that kind of a standard practice to pursue a master's for web development career where
Yeah,
you live?
yes, sir. Actually, through master's degree, actually, I thought I have two opportunities. One opportunity is that I will go for PhD after the, like master's degree. We have to qualify the exam. It's called the NET exam. It's a national eligibility test. Once anyone is going to pass that test, and he or she is going to apply for, like PhD. And another thing, I thought, there are a lot of web development subjects. So if I'm going to take this opportunity, maybe I will get the job as a web developer as well.
Gotcha. Thank you for sharing those details. I will readily admit I do not understand and know intimately the career and college process and pipeline in India. So I can't speak to that. So if you're doing what makes sense there, absolutely do that. What I can share is that I'm in the US, and it would be exceptionally seldom that a person would go for a master's in computer science, specifically to be a web developer. They might use that to go into data science, to ML, into game, into some of the more intense and rigorous. Not that I'm trying to shame web development at all. I started as a web developer, still pretty much a web developer. But it's the type of thing that we have learned over the years. You can learn somewhat efficiently on your own without an advanced degree, and in many cases without even a bachelor's degree. But that's in the US. That's in the US. So that's a huge caveat. So if that's what is needed, absolutely go for it. What was your original question? I talked my way right out of your question. I'm
My
sorry.
question was, sir, should I have to study the data structure while I am, learning the web
Oh, yeah.
development,
Oh, yeah,
sir?
yeah.
Yes,
I
sir.
remember.
That
Sorry
was
about
my
that.
question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep. Totally company dependent. I don't know what kind of lists and aggregate lists you have available for companies in your country. I know here there's an entire list of companies. There's a repo on GitHub of companies that do not do data structure and algorithm interviews. You do have to have domain knowledge, and you do need to know your stuff, whether it's front, back, database, whatever. But it won't be the specific leak code style, medium hard questions. There's a whole list of them. And there's many that exist that are not on the list. At the same time, there's a ton of other companies that absolutely, very first one, you're going to be hit with the
Yes,
lead code medium right off the bat. So you have to research the company. It's more about the company. It's not just a set thing. And that's my mom. So I'm talking to y'all later. Have a great day.
yeah.
Love it. Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you so much, sir. Question. And another question was, sir, like, what is the general roadmap for me? What kind of technologies I should have to pick in order to become a full stack web developer? Because there are a lot of technologies, sir. Can you give me a brief description of what kind of technology I should have to pick for front end development and back end development, like that?
I love it. I'm gonna let Graham speak that, but y'all, it's crazy out here in these streets that you could get a master's and then still have to struggle to get this job. I really feel for y'all. Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, so I'm going to give a bit of a... Sorry, will you just mute your mic, please, Shell? We got a little bit of feedback going on. Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to give some non-advice here, which is we can't really tell you what... You're unmuted again, bud. Mute yourself. There we go. Right, so I'm going to give some non-advice here as such, which is we can't really tell you what technologies you should look at because you need to have a look at what's going on in the local job market, remote jobs, whatever else you're looking at, whatever role you want to look at, and see what technology stacks they are using. If you want to be a full stack developer, then look for roles that are full stack related, and then have a look. Are they using Jamstack, or are they stuck in the dark ages and still using PHP on the back end? Who knows? I don't know what the local job market looks like to you. So I would say look at some local jobs, see what's in the job description, see what technologies they use, and choose those. And, look at 20, 30, 40 of them and see where the patterns are. And you'll find that you find. The other thing I'll say on that is it doesn't really matter as such, because the things that are all popular and all shiny that everybody follows, that means loads of people are going for the same jobs as you. So although there's more jobs in that area, there's also more competition. The technologies that are a little less popular, there's still companies stuck on them, still companies that have to use them. So, you've got less competition there, even though there are less job opportunities. So I would say don't try and get that answer from anybody else. Do some research in your local area, find out what's hot, what isn't, what skills are required, and then just pick a path. Because I think the thing that a lot of young devs make the mistake on is they follow the new and shiny. They keep going, oh, this has just come out, I better learn that. Oh, this has just come out, I better learn that. No. Just learn something and learn it to a decent level and then start applying. You can always pick up new technologies and new stacks later. If you've got one stack you can work with, you're useful to somebody. And that's all you need to be, is useful to somebody.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, because I was confused because I watched some YouTube videos like they were trying to, JavaScript like React and Node.js. Those are popular technologies. PHP is outdated language. You should not have to pick that kind of technologies. So, sir, that's why I was so curious what kind of technology I am going to, take. But, I really appreciate your advice that you told me you should have to look your like local needs, what are the local companies, what kind of technologies they are going to use, so you have to choose accordingly to their needs. And sir, last
sorry, I'm going to go to some other people. Feel free to hang around and we'll come back to you once we've answered some. There's loads of people wanting to ask questions, so if you don't mind hanging about, I might drop you off because there seems to be a problem where your mic doesn't mute itself every time, but I'll bring you back up. Just request to come back up in a bit. There's one thing I would say is as well that's important here before we move on from it, which is if you go and watch videos online, bear in mind that person is biased. Like if you went to YK and said, hey, what technology should I use? And YK wasn't YK, who's very careful with his advice. He'd say, use Python, because, he's known for knowing a lot about Python. So you'd then be like, oh, I should learn Python. Well, probably not if you want to be a web developer. That's more if you want to be a data scientist. PHP might be the best language for you, because at the end of the day, WordPress still powers 75% of the websites out there. So that's why I said do your research. Don't be swayed by someone who's in a position of influence, because we all have our own biases. If you ask me, I'd be telling you that you just focus on the front end, learn accessibility, because nobody knows that stuff. Like I'd be biased as well. So I just wanted to add that in. So thank you for coming on.
Can I give you a quick advice?
Right, 1 second. Everybody quiet a second. So first of all, Char, I'm going to just drop you off. Like I said, there's a little issue where your mic keeps unmuting itself. But like I said, request and I'll bring you back up in a bit. Right, job done. Second one, Cedar. If you want to add to that conversation, great. If it's a separate question, I'm going to let iMade go first. So which is it, bud?
No, I want to actually answer a question you asked. That's why my hand was up.
Fire away then.
Okay, I think the first question you kind of asked was he to learn data structures and algorithms? And I was like, why not? I think I keep hearing this question often and often. I think what makes a good programmer is being able to write optimized code. Like, okay, I want to build a Chrome, what's it called? I want to build something like Chrome, right? And I want to know how the history works, and I might be more it might work better with a linked list than using this other thing, maybe an array. So I think learn and data structures and algorithm, get the knowledge. It helps you to know how these things work. I don't see why a developer that wants to work on a big enterprise application won't want to learn data structures and algorithms, because obviously, for big companies, you need to write optimized code, and to write optimized code, you need to know which data structures to use when and what algorithms to use to make it work and function better. So I don't see why people won't want to learn data structures and algorithms. So that's what I just want to say.
Thanks for adding that, bud. It was a very valid point. And for once, I'm not going to play devil's advocate. I'm just going to let that point stand because I want to go over to iMade. Sorry, your actual name, I'm guessing, is Winifred. Is that correct? Welcome.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is actually my first time in speaking in a space like this. Okay, so I'm a legal practitioner that is like transitioning into tech. So everything is like a little bit fuzzy for me at the moment. But trying to like learn stuff, I keep hearing like there's a particular point that keep iterating that you need to like build projects, you need to build stuff to get jobs. And for you to do that, okay, I think I don't know if it was Danny, one of his space that spoke about building stores for your friends, your family, or anybody. So my question is, when you want to build like a full-blown website for somebody, you have to like have a back end. And right now I'm currently like in front end track. So I don't know how to go about the back end side. I don't know if maybe there's a place where you can get stock codes for the back end. I don't know. I need to learn the front end and the back end before I can build a full project. So any advice on that?
Great question, Cedar. Is this you jumping on to answer this one?
Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Go.
Okay. I'll just say I just rebuilt my portfolio, right? And I didn't want to write the back end. There are many alternatives. There are content management systems out there. I used Sanity for my back end. It's just easy to integrate these things. You can learn Sanity in like how many minutes? 30 minutes. Like just get a video from YouTube and learn Sanity, the basics of Sanity, and you figure out how to create a content management system for your front-end application. And if you don't want to go that route and you don't have the time to do that, look for someone to collaborate with, look for a back-end engineer to collaborate with. Try to know how you guys will go about it. Create create a repository and go about the whole process of getting the person on that repository. I think the third option is, okay, I'm also working on a different site for the Hemophilia Foundation of Nigeria currently. And one thing I was considering is, since this is a health a non-profit organization, I could make it open source. So another thing you can go for is making your project open source if it actually fits into that category. So you can make it open source and get other people to work on the backend for you. I think that will also help as well. So you can choose any of these three options. I'm sure there are other options out there that will help you and that will help you out and make things easier for you.
Thanks, Cedar. I'm going to revert to my similar advice I gave earlier, which is I don't think it matters too much. I mean, some back-end technologies are far more complex than others, but it's definitely one where I would say look at what's popular in your area, in the job market, in the area that you want to work in, and I would choose based on that, not based on what's easiest to get something up and running. Lawrence, ages ago, you probably went in the space lane because it was like 2.5 hours ago, was saying, don't just pick the easy path, pick the path to greatness. And I'd say pick the path to greatness plus be deliberate. Like, pick the back end technology that's likely to also be useful in any job. Even if you apply for a front end job, it's useful if you have a decent understanding of how to throw the back end together. You might be average at it or even poor at it, but at least you have that skill set, you have that understanding, which is very, very useful on the front end as well. So don't pick the easy route. Pick the one that's going to be best for you long term. If it takes a bit more effort, then so be it. And as for finding tutorials and stuff for it, yet again, recommendations that any of us make up here will be probably a bit biased because they're what works for us. Unfortunately, all I can say is you've got to take the hard path. You're going to have to read a few tutorials, see who teaches in a way that resonates with you, and then follow that person's teachings. And hopefully they will then set you on the right path and you won't learn too many bad habits, because that's the worst part of anything. One of us up here teaches you something. We've got loads of bad habits we've developed over the years. We are going to pass them on to you. Final thing, learn how to read documentation. Like that, that gets rid of that problem entirely sometimes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem. And really good luck on your journey. Right. I'm going to bring somebody else up in a second. In the meantime, does anyone have anything to add to that before I do?
I would just like to add that Grant is doing an amazing job at hosting. If y'all are liking the value up here, give him a like, give him a follow. Check out YK for hosting the space and giving us these opportunities. Check out the wonderful Discord if y'all haven't already. And then I think we got victory. Or not.
Welcome, Victory. Victory, are you with us? You know, it's fair enough. Victory's been waiting for about 2 hours to come up on stage. That's how long people are waiting. So thank you, everyone, for your patience. Oh, hello. Welcome. Hello. No, never mind. Right. Victory, we'll circle back to you. Don't worry. You just stay right there. I think you're having a little issue. What I'd recommend is leave the space, come back and re-request. I think you've got a bit of a Twitter bug going on, unless I can't hear her and she's talking. Can anyone hear her?
No. I can't.
So, Victory, if you can hear me, drop off the space, come back, re-request, we'll bring you back up. It's probably just a Twitter bug. In the meantime, I'll start researching someone else. And Sean, you're going to have to vamp because I'd only had Victory lined up. I need to go and check everyone else out.
Boom, you know I don't have my vamping music, but still, we're gonna do it. Y'all, they're not. I need you to retweet. I need you to put some comments, ask your questions, because there's lots of people in the back who have questions, and you're just waiting for somebody to ask a question so that you can write it down, and you could have gotten your question answered. Can I stop vamping? I think Victory's back. Victory, you back? Steven? Nobody. But yeah, these opportunities just go by, y'all. Don't let your opportunities just go by. Like, that is so sad for me. Like, to feel like, go ahead, Steven. Deal their opportunity.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My question is, does all this thing you guys talked about, does it apply to those who are looking for international job in the US? I'm currently in Nigeria. And also I want to answer that guy's question in PHP that asks a question before, because I'm a PHP and a React developer. So I wanted to answer that guy's question. But my own personal question is, all these suggestions, all this advice, does it apply to us who are like in Nigeria trying to look for international jobs? All this advice. That's all.
Great question. Lawrence, fire away.
Yeah, great question, Stephen. One thing I learned for sure over the course of the last year or two is that geography is everything in regards to pursuing tech careers, particularly self-taught routes, but really from any route. Within the United States, geographies are different and tech expectations are different, whether you're talking East Coast, Southern, Midwest, whether you're talking tech-first companies, logistics companies, companies who have nothing to do with tech, just happen to employ tons of programmers. Very geographic specific. So absolutely, once you leave the US, every country has different expectations. Now, quote unquote, end of the day, the tech is the tech, the code is the code. We're all making the same stuff. But the way the career process works is absolutely different in every country. And I know for sure from a number of Sean's spaces alone that there are a number of particulars in Nigeria that the average programmer or programmer in training in the US never will face. So what you're hearing now is primarily, I know Graham's in the UK, but and might be one person from Canada, but primarily advice given from people from the US with experience in the US. And we're not addressing many of the particulars on problems that other people in your community have already solved. I love the fact that you're here. That is awesome. We love you here. But the majority of the people who are speaking here are not Nigerian, nor have never been there. So we don't know what you face outside of you telling us. Things that I learned, like some of the employment companies that are complete ripoffs in your area, places that dramatically underpay software engineers in Nigeria, where people almost feel like, what's the even point in going into it? We don't face that here. And so take the parts that's good, take the parts that make sense, that are more tech specific, and we'll go anywhere. But definitely connect with local people to learn your market, learn the pipeline process, learn the reliable companies versus the scams and shams, and hopefully that'll take you a long way.
Boom, and I wanted to jump on what Lawrence just said. All of these advice are specific location specific. If you have questions specifically for your location, I suggest asking it. Even though I'm not in Nigeria, Lawrence is not in Nigeria, I know there are people in the room who are in Nigeria that if you asked a specific Nigeria-specific question, there may or may not be someone who's right to answer that question. So if you need like a specific, hey, I don't know if this works in my locality, ask, does this work in my locality? How would I figure that out? Because there's lots of places where that does work in your locality. There's lots of people who have been getting jobs in the Nigeria area straight from these spaces. So please ask those specific questions. Don't just assume that, you know what, this advice doesn't work for me. They're from wherever they're from. A lot of this advice is just general advice that works for generally everybody, but it might not work for your specific situation. So please ask. Go ahead, Graham, and then whoever's next.
Yeah, sorry, I'm literally jumping in for 2 seconds. I'm going to cycle a couple of people off the speaker panel. Don't worry, if you have more questions, just request to come back up until YK says this space is ending, or if Sean and I need to go, you've got plenty of time to ask the questions, don't worry. So just didn't want you to be surprised. And also for the people who are waiting to come up, most of you will get your chance. But if you've not got any tweets on your timeline, so I can't get a feel for like who you are as a person, don't be upset if I don't bring you up on stage. Obviously, there's a lot of people in this room. We've had it in the past where we've had obnoxious people up. It's no reflection on you. What I would probably say is come to one of YK's smaller spaces in the future, get known so that we know you, and then we can bring you up, because there's a couple of you. I can't bring you up because I have no idea what sort of person you are, I'm afraid. So just bear that in mind. If you've got no tweets on your timeline, that might be why you're not coming up. So sorry for the little interlude. Cedar, did you want to answer Stephen's question?
Yeah, I am Nigerian, so I think I am in a good place to answer the question. I'll just say that most of these things is that most of this advice that's given here applies to us Nigerians, and the ones that don't apply, I think Lawrence actually and Graham kept hitting on the fact that if you are trying to get jobs in your local area, that you should check for the tech that is used in your local area. So stuff like that, I think you heard that pretty much. I'll just say that one of the things that worked for me, okay, ending of last year, I think I was about to get a job outside. A hiring manager just reached out to me on LinkedIn and connected me with this person that this company that needed a web developer, and I think just my laptop kind of had issues, so I couldn't go ahead with that. But the thing is that I think reaching out to recruiters and hiring managers is like one of the best things you should do. I think those people help a lot with knowing like how to go about those kind of things. So yeah, it can help a lot. Hiring managers and recruiters, and also growing your connection. No matter where you are, if you have a good connection, it will help a lot. I think one of the biggest setbacks for Nigerians is the whole what is it called, work permit and stuff like that. And with the US what is it called, that happened, the economy that went down, most companies didn't want to like sponsor that. I got a specific email on my when I was applying on LinkedIn that said that they couldn't get me through the process because of, at that point, they couldn't like sponsor my work permit and all those kind of things. So I'll just say keep applying. LinkedIn is a good place. Grow your network, and hiring managers would help a lot as well.
This is because can I speak, or should I just?
No, feel free to have a quick follow up on it.
Okay, this is because I have been applying on my LinkedIn since, because I'm planning to study my master's in the UK. Currently, I'm working in a Nigerian firm that is in the UK. I asked my boss if I can work for him in the UK. He said no, he can't. There is no vacancy for me over there. And I'll be applying for jobs in the UK, but I've not gotten anyone still. So that's why I said, okay, alternatively, if it's possible, I can get one in the US. At least it can pay me the same salary they pay me in the UK. Then I can continue working, because at the end of the day, there is no point getting masters in cybersecurity and not still knowing how to code. It's just like mathematics. If you don't code, you forget easily. So that's why I'm looking for a job at the same time.
So I'm going to quickly just jump in and say UK is going to be far less of a problem than the US. So I was going to pick this up until you made that point, that, you know, you have to consider that if you are working internationally, there's a lot of extra things that go into sorting out tax and everything else. So that's why you will find it more difficult working remotely from one country to another, unless the company is set up for it. So bear that in mind. you have to be probably 5-10% better than local employees in order to get the same role. So do bear that in mind. With the UK, I would imagine, especially if you're moving over here, as long as you interview well and everything else, you will be fine. Obviously, part of the Commonwealth. It's one of the few benefits of being part of the Commonwealth. So I would imagine you won't have the same struggles, especially if you're in the country finding a role here. So I hope that helps, Stephen. Cedar, you had your hand up, and then Carol, we're going to quickly come to you if this is a continuation of this question. If it's a fresh one, I'm going to give Victory a try. So Cedar first, and then we'll see what's happening.
I kind of like, I just wanted to say that from what I got, you are trying to relocate, right? So what I would just say, I think what you said was that you were working in a company already, and that I don't know how you said it, but it seems the person is like the people you're working for is outside. So if you can get yourself out. Okay, if you can get yourself out, I think it would help you a lot. Maybe you can maybe save up and get outside the country. I know, I think I had a meeting with a guy, that wanted to, when I was still working on Flip, he really wanted to work on the startup, and he's outside there. He's a Nigerian, so he said it's easier when you have gotten out. So I'm thinking maybe you can save up and get yourself out and look into that other ways. Maybe you might put off the time you're going to apply for your masters and maybe get a job and save up some money, then apply for masters or something like that.
Cool, thanks for that. I'm going to stop that there anyway, but because now we're getting into very individualistic, specific advice, and obviously there's 200 people in this space, so I want to try and keep general advice, but thank you so much for that. Carol, did you want to add to Stephen's question, or have you got a fresh question?
I have a fresh question, so if you want to, Victoria, yeah?
Yeah, sorry. If you leave your hand up for a few more minutes, I know your arm will be getting tired, but don't worry, I will come to you. We're going to give Victory another try and hope that this time they are with us. Victory, welcome. Oh, dear. Rugged again. Victory, one last try. We're going to try again. If not, do you want to DM me your question, and at least then we can answer it? Because it seems that we're having technical difficulties with you. One last try. Go on, Victory.
Just wanted to say, make sure you're unmuting yourself. Make sure you're unmuting your mic when you're trying to speak, because that might be the problem.
Yeah, they were doing it earlier, Cedar, but thank you for that. Right, Victory. Sorry, DM me. I'll drop you off the speaker panel. Twitter bugs, nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid. Carol, do you want to ask a fresh question? And welcome. Loving the new profile pic, by the way.
Thanks, Johan, thanks. I was trying my best. Probably I've done like 100 pictures to make one that is decent. So yeah, I have a fresh question. Because I see general advice is to learn coding, build projects, and then start applying. My question would be, do you think there is a chance that I could learn coding, build projects that would impress someone, and then I will be contacted by a recruiter if I'm not in the industry yet? Is there a chance that I can get a job just by creating good projects and being discovered by someone? Because let's say I don't want to study all that interviewing processes too much.
Go on, Lawrence, I'll let you take this one first.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a quick answer and leave a lot of space for others. So step one, you learn the skill. Step two, yes, build things to demonstrate the skill. I think the idea of being discovered is too passive, generally speaking, but definitely too passive in the current market. So step three needs to be, and this could actually be step zero, how do I integrate myself in spaces, not Twitter spaces, just spaces, period, and tech communities where my value is being demonstrated. Now, this might be groups, this can be your own social media, this could be your LinkedIn posts, but somewhere or another, you have to figure out, how do I market myself to the world? I am the product software engineer, Carol. I want some business out there to buy my product, buy me, literally. you have to market. That is a requirement. And we can call it networking, we can call it personal relationship management, we can call it all kinds of things, and there's tons of ways to do it. Figure out what makes sense to you. But you have to put yourself out in the world. That's my premise. Now there'll be other people that said, no, I didn't do any of that. I hate networking. I didn't meet anybody, and I'm making a gazillion dollars a year. Fantastic. My presupposition is that is anecdotal and a minimal number of cases that's happening these days, because there's so many people who are jumping in the hackathons and jumping in the tech spaces and just posting on LinkedIn or Twitter or wherever else. Here's my project. Here's my technology I learned. Here's the last course I finished. Here's the last cert that I got. They're putting themselves out there in the way to be discovered, not leaving it to chance. Not saying that necessarily you were saying leaving it to chance. I'm sure you weren't saying that, but I want to be just really, really explicit. Step 3 is putting yourself out there in ways that make sense to you and that you have time for. We talked about this like months ago. Like, does every brand new developer need to become some social media influencer? Not by any means. The point is not about being an influencer and likes and follows and all that. The point is, how do I take my profile, Carol, and let somebody know about it that might hire me, right? And that can be local groups, hackathons, online groups, places like this, just social media. There's tons. Find 1 or 2 that you feel comfortable with and just rock those. Putting yourself out there. The good old-fashioned 100 days of code, I still love it. Absolutely love it. An easy hashtag to follow, an easy way to follow a person's progress. And if I'm the hiring manager and I just happen to go into your socials, because we know they go into your socials before they call you for the interview, you know that. And I see that you started your 100 days of code maybe in March, and I see the progress you had. I can kind of get an assessment of how you learn. And every now and then you posted a code snippet. I can see a little bit about your code. And then you finish one of your projects and I hit the link. And because you actually deployed the darn thing, I can see your whole project before I even call you for the interview. So now, yes, you can be discovered, back to your original question, but it's because you put yourself in a discoverable place. When I was in the attic or in the upper, what do you call it? Not the attic, the loft in my last house. And I was just coding away for upwards of 2 years. No one knew who I was. And I'm sending out all these applications, hundreds of applications, minimal amount of feedback, minimal amount of callbacks, absolutely minimal, with so much effort, which really began to cause questions in my brain about effort versus results. But my effort was missing a critical piece. I wasn't putting myself out there in the community prior to the apps. I was just sending out apps. I joined a little community called Code Connector that I run today here in the local area. Joined them in March. Within 3 months, I had my first job. From a post that they had, of all things, it was on their Slack, but it was reposted from Craigslist, somewhere I would never look for a job, but that's just where this particular place happened to be. And the people there knew of the group and knew of me through the group. And the next thing you know, I had my first job in tech because I took the step to put myself out there, not just stay upstairs in the loft coding away thinking I'm doing such a great job, but no one knows who the heck I am. And I am, in a very real sense, in competition with collegiate students, watch this, who those companies are going for purposefully. See, for XYZ tech company to go to a university and set up a booth at the career fair, they want those students. They are going to them. Ain't nobody coming to my attic or my basement, they're not coming to me. And if you're a self-taught developer, Wide Awakening, they're not coming to you either. So you have to come to them, but you do it in a way that's not just the ask. You're not just finding people to say, hey, are y'all hiring? Hey, are y'all hiring? You're finding communities and you're finding individuals to share your value over time, which is why the first time I answered this question, what to prioritize after learning to code, I didn't say networking. Like after you code, then meet people. I think that needs to be at the very beginning. Just the concept of touching and reaching other technologists, that needs to be paramount to the very beginning of a coder's journey, and getting comfortable and learning the difference between how like a Stack Overflow works versus maybe a Reddit works versus, right, some of the social media. Like all these different spaces are different and they operate differently. There's different places you can answer questions here and here. You better ask questions in a certain way. But you can do all those things from the very beginning of the journey so that when you reach that point where you say, hey, I think it's time to apply for jobs, you already know people. More importantly, people already know you. They've seen you around, like you've been hanging out. You didn't just pop in the bar and ask somebody to buy you a drink. You've been coming to the bar for 9 months, the tech bar, or the past 12 months. You've been showing up in Twitter spaces, and I see your posts on LinkedIn, and I've liked a couple of them. I'm like, that Carroll guy is pretty smart. When you put yourself out there to be discovered, that is how you maximize the possibility to be discovered.
I love that. I also love the fact you said, I'm only going to give a little tip, and then like blew everything out of the water and dropped about 20 gems all in one go.
You know, my communication, man, I tell you, Graham, you're absolutely right. I have been on a space like a month. I had one point to make, but for some reason I couldn't get to the conclusion. So I just kept talking till I felt like the conclusion came out. It's weird. Communication is an interesting thing, and it's a skill. You have to keep it up. I really didn't want to talk that long. I didn't. I had one point, but it didn't feel finished. Like it was a half-baked cake. So I just kept that sucker in the oven until it was done.
I love the analogy, but also it was all very valuable. So don't worry, you didn't waffle. That's the main thing. It was beautifully said. There's one point in there that was the point I was going to make, so I'm just going to bring some extra emphasis on it, which is creating content to get discovered. So you'll skip some of the interview process. No chance. Like you might get discovered, but you're not going to get any like benefit of like, you know, an easier interview process or anything from that particular skill set. What Lawrence was mentioning about getting into a community, your content can certainly help demonstrate your skill set to a wide community. And as long as you are involved in that community and making strong connections, that's where you can get the inside track on things. And I can demonstrate this because I got a job last year where I had no CV, I had no references, but somebody was advocating for me and said that I'd be good for the role. And that was literally got me through. Like, I didn't need the CV at the point because I've been self-employed for 15 years prior to that. If people are wondering how the hell I'd managed to not have a CV for that long. And literally that one person advocating for me did 50% of the work. So that's how your content can help. It can help you build those connections more quickly, demonstrate your authority, in inverted commas, on a particular subject. And then it's all down to who you know, not what you know, is an old adage that I think still rings true today. You can get an inside track by making friends with the right people in a company and having them advocate for you. Sean, do you want to add to that?
Boom. I was like, yeah, Lawrence was feeling generous today, y'all, giving out the value. Because listen, couple months ago, he was trying to keep it to 30 seconds or less. And it was
you
like,
remember. You remember.
So yeah, y'all got too much value this time. We was feeling
y'all
generous.
Are so generous. Y'all are so generous. I hate when people just babble on forever. And I felt like I started to do that. I was like, crap, end it, land the damn plane, end it. So thank you. Thank you for bolstering my ego.
No, that's cool. Listen, you already know when I don't see hands, I'd rather you talk than us just listening to me talk. Oh my, us listening to Graham talk. Oh my God. Listen, as long as somebody is up here giving out the value, that's all that matters. All right, Carol, did you want to continue?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that thank you very much. I think your answer, Lawrence, and the Graham addition was really, really comprehensive. That's what I needed. Literally, you created the roadmap for me. So probably, yes, I was thinking that would like to skip some of this interviewing stuff because at least from what I'm seeing, what people are saying, what people are writing, it's not really thing that you could enjoy so much. But yeah, probably I'm not going to be able to avoid it, but I will build a network and I will try to make it easier, let's say. Thank you for your answer.
Awesome, and thank you for the great question. And I got so confused because you disappeared off from, I don't know if you were still down in the audience and heard all of that or what, but couldn't find you. Sorry, Carol.
I was here, my app just crashed, and I was pressing wait for the app to start responding, but I was hearing what you're saying, and it was so valuable. I didn't want to restart because I was afraid that I will lose something.
Love it. And just so that everyone knows, and I might point out, this space is recorded. So even if you do have an unfortunate crash on the app and you don't want to miss anything, you can always listen to it after and pick up on the bits you missed, or the first 3 hours if you've only just joined us, 4 hours. Gosh knows how long we've been here. Honestly, my hair's grown even longer in this amount of time. It's now down to my knees. It's amazing. So yeah, we have been going hard at it for a while. So I'm going to do a quick reset, and I'm going to say, if you haven't already done it, click on the faces of the people up here on stage. They have given a lot of their time and knowledge for free. The least you can do is see if they're adding something valuable to your life on their timeline. And if they are, click that damn follow button. It takes 10 seconds, doesn't cost you a thing, but it does mean a lot. It means that, the effort that people put in to add value, it's nice to see that someone's following you to show that they've actually resonated with them. And we're all just, selfish people who like the follow account. No, I'm joking. That last bit's a lie. Secondly, while you're here, you might as well have a look in the audience and click on some of those profiles as well. I mean, we're only talking, so if you're just staring at your phone screen, doing nothing other than staring at loads of profile pictures, click on them. See if you can leave here with some friends. See if you can make some connections of people who are interested in the same things, because one of the things we've said several times in this space is it's all about your network. That's the strongest thing that you should be prioritizing, that you should be learning how to do effectively once you've learned how to code. To bring us finally back to the original question, because we've not touched on that point for nearly an hour directly. So yes, that's the reset. I see all the people requesting to come up. Don't worry, most of you will come up. Just bear with us. And on that note, I want to welcome to the stage Curtis Dev, or Kurt is Dev. I'm not sure which. Is it Kurt or Curtis? Welcome either way.
Thank you, Graham. Curtis. Yeah, you're right. Can you hear me?
100% loud and clear. Fire away. What's your question?
Yeah, so I just want to ask and give a little bit of contribution also. When it comes to prioritizing what you need to do in order to get a job after learning how to code, I think one of the major things is letting the world know you exist. As a developer or as an engineer, you need to let them know you actually exist. You are from, let's say, remote areas like somewhere around the eastern parts of the world, or from Africa and things like that. We tend to have like less opportunities for people who seems to look for international roles and things like that. So you get a lot of replies and response in your job applications like, we're not hiring from this region, because you are in this country, we are not hiring, and things like that. And most times I've gotten a lot of replies like that from applications, and I usually feel down, and I feel like, what can I do to make my application go up against that bias system, like we're not hiring from this region and things like that. So that's my question. And probably if that is answered, I can add some few contributions to the topic also.
Can I just quickly clarify and specify the question a bit closer to check I've understood it properly? You're asking, how can you make your application stand out, and how can you make sure you get as many calls to interview you at that stage? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, despite you being in a region they are not hiring from. Let's say someone from Nigeria, for example, you are applying to countries like Canada or the United States or even in the UK, and you get a response, a rejection that because you are in this country, we are not hiring from this country.
Awesome. That got you loud and clear. This time I'm going to go to Cedar first, because you mentioned you're from Nigeria, and then we'll go to Lawrence.
Okay. You know that quote that says dare to be different, right? Just strive to be as different as possible. Make yourself place yourself in such a way that when you apply for a particular position, you are maybe 20% more different than every other person in that's applying for that process. When you're building projects, build something that's is out that goes outside the box, like you understand. That's why sometimes it's advisable that even as a budding developer, you try to build a startup. You understand? Because when you're trying to build a startup, you push yourself to the limit. You push yourself to find different ways to do different things. You push yourself to get come up with an idea that is different, that is not existent, even though it's quite hard to find something that's not existent, but you push yourself to that extent that you want to find a way to differentiate yourself from other people in that particular that particular field you're trying to build a startup on. So try to be different, try to build projects that differentiate you from every other person. And I think it will help you a lot. Also networking. Networking is like one of the best. I think one of the people that helped me a lot is I forgot his name. God, that is weird. But I reached out to him on LinkedIn and told him, okay, I want to get this kind of role. He told me that okay, his company's not currently hiring for that particular role, but when something comes up, he will tell me and stuff like that. You understand? And because of that, the company, I looked into his profile and I found out that the company he works for is more of an ASP.NET company, and I learned ASP.NET. Also, I needed a different backend than JavaScript because I use JavaScript to develop my application, but that's not the case. So what I'm trying to say in essence is grow your network and try to stand out as much as possible. Build projects that are different. Don't build like the movie. I can't actually build a movie application. If you go to my portfolio correctly, you find out that. Sorry.
Just gonna jump in, bud, because
Yeah.
you landed that plane beautifully. Then I love the points, but now I feel like you're gonna go on a tangent a little bit.
No.
So I'm just gonna steer you back.
Okay. So I just want to say, projects that are different. You understand? Build something that is different and grow your network. I think those are the two main points I have currently. Let me just allow Lawrence to go before I go out of tangent.
Amazing. And honestly, they were a fantastic points, Cedar. Like I said, I thought those were two really, really strong points. Sorry, Lawrence, fire away.
Yeah, no issue at all. So I guess this will be my first kind of contrarian point of view of the day, hopefully my last. The unfortunate thing that I've learned recently, last year too, is that there are countries that have designated some countries as more amiable to work with in terms of employees, getting employees for their companies, and some that are not. And the very unfortunate reality is there is very little that an individual can do from an applicant standpoint to supersede a decision that's been made on a country level. You can look at the CIA docs and their views on every country, and you can kind of follow along how often different people from countries get hired in the US. Just looking at the CIA report, and I'm sure every country has their own report. So from an applicant level, there's very little you're going to do to affect that decision-making process has been making at a country level. So the positive spin is, and what I advocate for is what I said earlier, maximize your efforts towards the numbers. And the numbers say success repeats itself. Success leaves clues. So when the other person earlier from Nigeria stated their point, my advice was, you're really maximizing their time in the local community. Deal more with people from your area. Find out what's worked for them. That wasn't a cop-out on the answer. I can give you an answer. I can just make up something, give you an answer. But I want your efforts to be maximized. I don't want to send you down a list of 100 things to do. Hey, do these 100 things and you get hired in the UK and you do it. And the UK is not looking at you because they don't want to. I don't want to send you down a path of just doing wasted work. So let's maximize the probability. Find out where are Nigerians getting hired right now, both locally, meaning within the country, and internationally. What are the reliable companies that are reliable employment companies that a Nigerian software engineer can associate themselves with that have a good probability of getting hired for an international opportunity? Those data points exist. I don't know what they are. I live right outside of Memphis, Tennessee, in the United States. I don't have any clue, but I've heard enough from these spaces and I've observed to know that they exist. And so you as an individual developer and any other African-based developer here, I'm strongly urging you, don't go at this thing solo. I'm just going to apply. I'm just going to figure it out. I'm just going to do this. I'm good at that. No, what you're going to do is find some fellow Africans, some fellow Nigerians who have made it. Find the success stories, because success in all areas of life leaves clues. And what they have done would be the most likely smart thing for you to do to get the same results. If you say do step 1, step 2, step 3, and you will have good fried chicken at the end. The thing I'm going to try to do is step 1, step 2, step 3 that you've already done. I want to test what you're saying you've already done, right? None of us, well, not me. Let me stop saying us. I have not successfully landed an international opportunity anywhere, but definitely not from Nigeria looking out towards the quote unquote Western world. But many people have. Many people have. You've got to find them, my brother. You've got to find them. Wherever they're hanging out, find them and associate and find out what has been working for you all. What is the roadmap that's worked for you all? Let me at least try that. That should have a decent percentage of probability of success because it's already worked before, as opposed to be just going out here and just sending applications to random companies with a background understanding that these companies are in countries that may not be looking favorably towards me. I don't want you to go through that pain. Thank you.
Boom. And I love that because I wanted to jump on exactly what Lauren said, that some people are sending out those applications just hoping. Like some people are listening to anecdotes. I like to listen to some statistics. 30% of people are just shooting that application cold and somehow getting the job. And then there's a whole 70% who knew somebody was either transferring within the company or networked their way in. It's because the 30%, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to just throw a cold application when I could just send out messages and communicate with real life people, because people are hiring people. You go meet some people, go make some friends, and then your friends will tell you when the jobs are open. It's so much easier when you have that referral or literally a friend who would say that you know what you're talking about. Go ahead, Lawrence, and then we'll go to Cedar.
Okay, this one really will be 30 seconds just to add some more data. In one of the largest meetups that we had here in the Memphis area, Danny invited 5 or 6 of the most popular, like quote unquote, top developers in the area to come to a panel and talk to new developers. One of the questions was the value of networking and how many of us are nerds and introverts. We don't like talking to people. Could any of them speak to that? Did they get any jobs at all through networking? Here's your data point. 100% of the panel said they got at least one of their tech jobs or at least a callback through networking, which is sometimes the hardest thing to do, not just getting the job, just getting somebody to give you the time of day, give you a call back. The data is 100% of this panel, at least one of their jobs, they got a call back or the job itself, just for people they know. And I'll go far. I'm going to land and I'm going to get off because I need to get something done before the workday's over. I would dare say in 2023 and beyond, one of the highest impact actions you can take as a brand new developer to make sure you get eventually hired is meeting people. Refusal to do that is closing a door to employment that you need to have open. Y'all have a blessed and amazing day. Happy New Year. I'm out of here.
See you, Lawrence. Y'all don't know the amount of value. Y'all, they're probably taking notes. They're taking notes, Graham. It's cool. It's cool. I'll let it slide this time. Go ahead, Graham, and then Cedar.
Yes, unfortunately, my time here is done as well. I think I've done a good shift. I've done 4 hours. I think that's enough. But Sean, I know you will carry on the space beautifully. And thank you, YK, for an awesome space. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all of the people who asked amazing questions. And Happy New Year. It'll be the last time I say it, I promise. probably not. I'll probably lie there. But I hope you're all productive and all fired up after hearing all these amazing points, and I'll see you all soon.
I love it. I love it. YK. I pulled some people around, and I'm doing the job. I'm doing it. And I see Kyle is gone, but we have Art here. How are you doing, Art? Before we go to Cedar.
Hey, Sean, y'all are still here. Y'all still on this space. How long has this space been going for? Wow. Well, that's impressive. Thankfully, Elmo Tusk hasn't rubbed you. Yes. I just wanted to join again. I saw Lawrence was still here, but he's down in listener, so he's probably multitasking, working, and keeping a half ear on what's going on here, because I know how he do. Chad, hey Chad, good to see you. How's it going? Let's see who else. Sean, I'm not used to seeing you as a co-host. You're usually like the host, so that's nice seeing you as a co-host this time. What to prioritize after learning to code to get a job? Look, I don't think I can add, because I know Lauren's been on here. What's his name? Danny's been on here. Janake's been on here. Sean's been on here. So I know it's a bunch of other people who, dropped some good gems. If I were to kind of pitch my own sort of counsel in the ring, I would say give yourself time. I think one of the things that I see a lot, I mentor quite a number of women who are making, the transition, particularly to software engineering. And I think something that I see a lot is, just having this conviction that if it doesn't happen in 3 months, or if it doesn't happen in 5 months, then you're doing something wrong. And I think that's a mistake, and it has the potential to make you short circuit a process that would have been successful if you just kept at it, right? Now, I do believe in tweaking your approach, right? So you need to tweak, all right? You're probably not going to get a job running the same type of job search you started with in the beginning, especially if this is your first job, okay? It's different if you've been a couple times around the block, okay? So you will tweak, okay? You may, tweak your resume. You may tweak the way you interview, you're definitely going to make adjustments. But I think try to get out of your mind that if it hasn't happened in a certain amount of time, then it means you're doing something wrong, okay? The reality is job hunting is a numbers game. You have to put your numbers up. I always tell my mentees that the competition for the shallower end of the pool in terms of coding is stiffer, okay? Because everybody and their mother is learning how to code. And so that's a reality that you have to accept, as opposed to try to deny or try to pretend that it's going to be necessarily different for you. I think it's better to accept the reality of the competition and keep working to set yourself apart however you can. And I think, playing the long game and, make sure you do whatever you need to do to keep body and soul together. Another thing that I see that I don't like is people will say things like, oh, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to give myself a year. I'm going to give myself 9 months or whatever. And if it doesn't happen in 9 months, then you're scrambling. You feel like a failure, right? So I think it's okay to do whatever you have to do to eat, do whatever you have to do, to keep body and soul together, and view your transition as a process that is unfolding, as opposed to a race that you need to, get to the finish line by a certain time, right? That time thing, I think, messes people up more than we'd like to admit. It messed me up when I was looking for my first job. I actually quit my job search and went back to freelancing. I actually quit. I quit the whole thing. I told myself I'm not meant to be an engineer. It took me, I had been interviewing for 5.5 months at that time, and I felt like I was a failure. And it was like the beginning of the year. And I felt, okay, this is a brand new year. Let me just go back to freelancing. The only reason I landed a tech job was because one of the recruiters I had dealt with earlier had a new role and she thought of me. Okay, that's it. She thought of me and she called me the January and she was like, I have a role. Are you still interested? Long story short, that's how I got the job. But I actually quit. I quit on myself. I quit on my dreams. I had struggled through boot camp for 6 months nursing an infant. My daughter at the time was an infant, barely crawling, right? I had like a traumatic birth experience. I was nursing full time. Like I suffered, right? And I still quit on myself. Okay, I still quit on myself because of that time thing, because I felt 5 months was too long to be looking for a job, right? And so thankfully, someone out there didn't quit on me, right? This was Claire. I had interviewed like 4 months prior. I didn't get the job, but she remembered me. She remembered me. And when this role came available in her company, I was the only one she called. She was like, I'm calling you first before I call any other person because I remember you came so close and you failed the final round, right? And so thankfully, she didn't quit on me, but I quit on myself, all because I felt 5 months was too long to be looking for a job, okay? So don't be like our developer, okay? Don't be like me. Give your destiny a full chance to manifest. It's not that it's not there, and it's not that you're not cut out for this, and it's not that tech is not for you, but you need to give your destiny a complete chance, okay? Don't short circuit the process because you're comparing yourself to some arbitrary standard out there. Okay, so that's really the main thing I want to drop. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Boom. Thank you, Arit. Thank you for coming. I think we had Cedar, and then we wanted to talk to Adevisayo. Go ahead, Cedar.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what I think, what was his name again? Oh jeez. I keep forgetting his name. Lawrence, yeah, Lawrence said before he left to Curtis. I think he said that you should try to learn from other people that are in Nigeria that got jobs outside the country. And I think that you should also do that a lot. I keep seeing many people from on LinkedIn, go on LinkedIn and try to connect with many people. I keep seeing many Nigerians that keep saying, I got a job, I finally got a job in Microsoft, I finally got a job in Google, finally got a job in all these big tech companies. You can reach out to them and ask them, how did you go about this process to help? You can also join like GitHub community in Nigeria, GitHub community for Nigeria, I guess, GitHub developer community in Nigeria, and the one for Google as well, and network with these people. These people host big events that are supported by these companies, and they have kind of connections with this kind of people. So if you create that connection, it will help you a lot. And coming to what Arit said, I think yeah, it's very valid. Please don't quit on yourself. I mean, it took me like 2 years before I got my first role, and my friend just met someone on a dating app, and he saw that the guy was also a developer, starting a company. So and has raised funds and looking for a developer. So he just referred me, and that was how I got my first role. And currently I'm applying for jobs again, but I hope it won't take like years again. But as I was saying, just don't quit on yourself, and just keep moving, pushing forward, and you will get something out of it. Yeah, that's what I just wanted to add.
All right, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate that. I also want to add some few words that could help others who are also trying to get their first job or trying to switch the current job to another one. I think one of the things we should also try to look at, for those that are looking to land a new role, is we can also try to connect with recruiters that are global recruiters. So I tried to do that a couple of weeks back because I want to improve my profile on LinkedIn and improve my presence on LinkedIn, so that a lot of companies, international companies that are not within my region can also see me, see what I've been doing, see how I've been performing in my current role and other recommendations that I've gotten. So I think that has been helping me a bit to get some roles that are international, especially in the Europe. But I haven't landed one yet. I'm still open. I'm still working, taking the advice from RH developer. It's a very good one. Just keep moving forward. Keep improving your profile. For every time I do an interview, I get rejection, or for every time I get a mail rejecting my application without even interviewing me at all. I try to take a good look at my CV again, look at my profile, GitHub, and everything that I use in applying for job, and I improve them. Try to build new products, new projects, and also try to improve my resume, my LinkedIn profile, get recommendations from my colleagues at work, from my bosses at work, and things like that. And those things have been helping. And I'm only seeing changes, and I think over the time, it's just a matter of time, and need to keep moving forward as it is. And that's one thing again about developers or software engineering as a career. It's all about patience. One has to be patient, keep building stuffs. It's fun building stuff, but at the same time, one need a job. So I think that's one thing that can help us. Patience, keep connecting, like everyone has said. Putting yourself out to the world, reach out to a lot of people, build stuff with friends, and those things will also help really a lot. Yeah, that's it for me.
I'll just go next since Sean didn't say anything. Yeah, I just wanted to point something out. When Kotze said, reach out to developers. I'm sorry, reach out to recruiters. I just got reminded about what just happened like few hours ago. I was reaching out to recruiters. And I reached out to this one, and she said she gave me this advice because based on the message I kind of sent her, she kind of told me that I should look more into like more of the profile of the recruiters I am reaching out to and know if they are a fit for the role I am trying to apply to. And I was very happy that she was kind enough to actually accept my connection to actually reply to me and giving her advice. It was very nice of her. But I want to also put it out there. Please, when you're reaching out to recruiters on LinkedIn, even though they have that technical recruiter on their title, it doesn't necessarily mean they are perfect to help you with the role you want to get. So try to look more into their about me section and some other their posts as well, because recruiters create a lot of posts based on what the kind of role they recruit. Please look into those things, do more in-depth research into their profile before you message them. Most of them have like this message button on their this thing, and you can actually message them, like create a long form message for them, right? But you are not connected to them though. So just try to read into what they have on their profile and their posts, so you know what is a good fit for the role you're trying to get, and hopefully you not make the same mistake I made. Yeah. Time. Yeah, if I told you like 3 years now, even and I still have like 2 projects on my portfolio, it doesn't make sense. That I thought is reasonable to actually add there. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, that is what it is. Because when I look back, I'm looking more of creating something more something better than most of these basic projects, you understand? So try as much as possible to look into reasonable projects. Don't waste your time. I think when I started out, this was something I did. I wasted a lot of time on some of these projects that were just too generic, you understand? So try to build something more. And yeah, I need to go now because I've been writing code since morning and I'm currently exhausted. So have a nice day, all of you, and hopefully next YK space I'll be there.
See you later, Cedar. All right, we have Adefisayo here. You around, Adefisayo?
Hi, everyone. It's been a lot of values in and out here, and I really appreciate that. Okay, so I would basically like to share something on my part that goes in form of a question also, and like an advice. So this is it. I've been applying for jobs and I've been getting interviews, and I've been getting to the final stage of the interviews, and I've basically been like been having the feeling of they are going to give me an offer, but all of a sudden I'll just see the message they're having internet issue, or they will hold on to my record, and then when they are fine enough, they will bring me up. So I want to ask if there's anyone on the recruitment part of job, that how do they basically think? Because I felt odd, because some of the stages, the technical test, the stages of being upfront for cultural fit, all these, they are mentally challenging. And apart from the fact that they are mentally challenging, they also take your time to prepare. And I feel odd and I feel bad. And I just want to know the whole picture. Is it like they want to try out candidates, and when they are ready, they will probably reach out to them in their own time? Because or is it like there is, I just want someone to paint the picture to me, because it could actually, it's a frustrating moment in my own part. And if there's any project that I could also work on, I've been trying on open source also to just keep my head busy, but I would just like to work on a freelance just to meet for now. So if there's anyone out there also that could actually as an opportunity for me, I would like to jump on it. So thank you. Am I clear enough? I mean, yes, thank you.
Thank you for that, Edificio. I was checking out your pin link, your resume up there. This is why YK, you still there? I'm just wondering if I'm the only one. We still got Carol too. Because I always say when I give my opinions, I always prefer there to be at least one more person in here to also give their opinion, rather than me just saying stuff and people take it as gospel. I hate that. I need people disagree with me, and YK, the fountain of value, will definitely tell me if what I just said was less than valuable. A couple things. I would love it if I just got to the resume. It does have everything at the top. Does it have a link? It does even have the LinkedIn. Boom. So let's see about that, because everything is looking great. Boom. Yeah, the LinkedIn is... Yes, please put your link to your LinkedIn on your Twitter, because I love it, and we need to slim down your resume. That's it. I love it. I love everything about it. What specific problem are we having with the interview process? And y'all, if you have questions, some people like to give general, because there's 180 people. I want to help Edificio, so I'm going to give her very specific things. If you want your advice, please get up here, ask your question. Make sure your resume is well. Make sure your LinkedIn is nice like Edificio's, and put your applications out there. But yeah, what specific problem were you saying you were having during those interviews?
Okay, can I come in?
Okay.
Give me 1 second, Curtis.
Let me just explain. It's not as if I'm not getting interviews. I had a lot of interviews. What I'm saying that, interviews also have stages. You have the technical stage as a software engineer, because I write code. Apart from that, you also have another cultural fit stage. You have another stage that they're like long just for you to get the job. Apart from the fact that some actually take the long route, some actually take the short route, what my concentration actually is that, why is it like after the interview, like I got an email like telling me that, oh, congratulations, we are going to send our offer soon. And all of a sudden, boom, out of the cloud, they're having an internal issues. They quite explain that they're having an internal issues and they will reach out to me later. If I'm just saying that I've been facing a lot of disappointment from recruiters, and I'm just wondering, what is that thin line of employing? Is it like they've not really considered it well, or anybody can just face disappointment? Because it's not one, it's not twice. I think I have 3 already. What is that thin line between decision, like your final offer? Because all my previous employment, I don't think I've faced this more like I've faced it now. So I'm just like, is it like the economy right now is not really smiling, or is it like recruiters don't really consider the time the applicants take, and they just want to keep your record, and when they are ready, they will reach out to you?
Boom, I got
I
something for you.
more clear.
Hopefully YK will add
Thank
something to it too. Yeah,
Okay,
so
I have a point that can drop.
boom. Okay then, perfect. And then we'll have Curtis as well. I know YK loves for people to put their hands up, so I would love it if y'all could also put your hands up so that it could help me co-host. All right. So y'all, until there's like until you have a contract, like all of the time, like interviews and all of that, it is all like the thing you do before money is involved. Until the money is involved, they don't owe you anything. They should and do act like they do not owe you anything. They could cancel on a dime. Like, until you get like a piece of paper with your name on it with some money and you sign, like, that's when all the stuff happens. So like, I understand there's going to be lots of interactions where it goes south, and it might have gone south like literally right when you were about to get that offer and get the wonderful position. But realize that at the beginning, I told you this was going to be hard. You were going to fail lots of times, lots of interviews. I don't know about you, but I failed lots of interviews. My some interviews that I'm embarrassed to even tell. Like, I hate telling the story, but that is fine. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna have those. Like, it's gonna go bad. But if you keep going, practice, learn from those, eventually you are going to get so good that you're going to get so many yeses that you'll just have to pick one. If I'm telling you, people are getting jobs. I know people keep telling me, oh, it is the economy. There might be less jobs, but somebody's getting the jobs, y'all. Somebody is getting those jobs. I understand that it might be harder. I didn't sign up for easy. This was not, nobody came in telling me this was going to be easy. It's going to be hard. And hopefully you're going to get a community and we're going to do it together. Because y'all, this is not a sprint. There's no easy way to it. If you want to build your network, if you want to learn how to code, if you want to change careers, none of this just happens. Unless you have like a rich friend or like a rich family member that could just make it happen for you, then do you. Matter of fact, give me their number. I would love to know your rich family member. But other than that, it's all work. All work. You either got to put in your time or you got to put in some money, y'all. That's the only way out. So it's going to be hard. We're going to go through lots of interviews. Some of them are going to cancel on us literally right when they say they were going to send that contract. They're going to cancel. I've had that happen literally 2 distinct times. But right after that, I eventually got one. Hopefully we're gonna keep going, and you'll get one too. We'll love it if YK or Curtis could add to that before we go on to the next question. Or not. That's cool too. Go ahead, YK.
Sorry, what was the question? Can you? I was away for a little bit.
Boom. So we're on these interviews. We just got a rejection literally minutes before I was told that I was supposed to get an offer. I'm trying to keep on going and wondering what is happening. Like, is this the environment? Is it because of the economy? Like, what is going on? YK, any comments, anything you could give?
Yeah, it's probably because of the economy. You know, like all signs point to it not doing well. On the tech job market, it's not doing well, especially on the sort of big tech side. But I think in general, it's just not doing well. Not a lot of companies are hiring. Companies are still hiring, but you might need to apply for more jobs than usual. If you need to apply for like X amount of jobs, you might need to apply for like 3x, instead of just X this time around. So it's just how it is, really.
Boom. I sent about like 100 emails when I started. Literally the night I started, I sent 100 emails. Just literally sending out emails to people that I've met. Go ahead, Curtis. What do you want to add to that?
All right. That was a good one from you, John. Another thing I want to add is there is this thing I usually do most times when I tried applying to companies. One of the first thing is I do a lot of research on the company itself. I also do some research on their staffs, like those that are having the role I'm trying to get a job with, let's say a front-end engineer or a back-end engineer. I connect to them on LinkedIn. I reach out to them, like I apply to this company, ask them a lot of questions, how they can help me, probably get a referral, and ask questions as regards the way the company operates. So I do most of these things. Might be like, okay, you are spying on the company, but no, it's just that you're trying to see how well you are going to prosper, or to see how well you are going to get a job or an offer from the company after passing all the interviews. Like the situation or the scenario that Adevisayo mentioned, it shows that one needs to do a lot of research on the company. That's the reason why some companies usually ask this question in their interview or in their application form, that why should we hire you, or how do you think you're going to grow in our company? All those questions that regards that makes you do a research on the company itself. So when you do your proper research on the company and try to see what they've achieved over the years and how they are going to help you grow in your career, so you tend to know whether it's going to be a chance for you to get a job there or not. So I think doing research on the company and trying to reach out to some of the engineers or their recruiters, like we said earlier, will be a help to let you know the chances you have with that company, so that you won't please your own mind or your own believe that, oh, you're actually getting the job. Because it's going to be really painful. Like she said, you've been told that you get the offer, and then the following day or Monday morning you receive a rejection letter from them. It's gonna be hard, painful, extremely painful. So what I do most times again is I don't place my entire faith on a company that, oh, I passed the interviews, I reach the last stage, and I'm gonna get this job. I'm certain. So I wake up the following morning, I try to push in some other applications again, having it in mind that I may not get a job. And hopefully, if this is mine, I will surely get it. So I think these are the two things one can also do to avoid that kind of feeling, that awful feeling, that painful feeling that you get after rejections. So it's one way to cope with rejections from companies.
I love it, Curtis. We're gonna head. I think John was next. I think you brought up John YK, right? I don't know. I think John's next. How you doing, John?
Yep, thank you very much for bringing me up. Really appreciate the chance to get. I would just like to point out, as I was listening to you guys, there were some stuff that were resonating with me, which happened to me last year. For example, with the case of Adefisayo, where she applied to, with her unfortunate interview situation and stuff like that. So I just wanted to share a bit of my experience and what has happened to me in the last kind of like last year, 2022, and how things look out now. Maybe in a couple of weeks or so. So I don't in a space of 2 months, I applied to about 103 jobs. Of course, loads and loads of rejections, and then eventually I got an offer. Of course, my experience at this time counted, and the patience too, and also I got my desired tech stack. And another thing regarding rejection is that rejections are good because you don't want to be in a place that you're not wanted. Like after I got laid off, or at least after kind of like people knew that I'll be leaving and there's no point in helping me out with stocks or anything like that. The kind of like attitude I got, the energy, the vibes I got was quite different than when I was than before than compared to when before I got the news. So it is very important to know that while you're being rejected, you definitely don't want to be in a place where you're not wanted, where you probably not be assisted, where you get negative energy, where you'll not be able to grow, where people will see you, where you feel yourself more like as a burden than somebody that is positive or useful to the company. And of course, like I said, I eventually get an offer, and that also means that you should also see that the offer basically also means that other applicants were rejected and then you were taken. So the whole point of all this is just to like have a general picture of the whole thing and try to have a big picture of the whole thing and not just a one-sided view, because it can be weird quite often with interviews, and also things can really go funny. I would like to say, for example, I got after an interview, the first round of an interview, I got a task to build a full stack application, basically a simple blog with the code functionality, React on the front end and Node.js on the back end. So I did the whole thing. I met the basic requirements of the task, and then I still got rejected. So I don't know. I've never felt so disappointed with regarding an application because of the effort I put into the app in just a small space of time, and because I had to do the back end from scratch and also of course the front end. So it's very important to have the general picture of the whole thing. And at the end of the day, one thing I would like to say is that through this process of learning and trying to build ourselves professionally to be useful eventually to ourselves and to our families and of course to companies, you just have to be really strong, because you have to be able to ride some tough moments, some crazy moments, you probably have to do some any jobs at some point to just keep the bills going, to keep paying the bills and stuff like that. Yes, so as everybody was telling their stories, these are just the points I noted, and just to compare with what I have been through in the recent times, and to share my specific scenario. And I hope somebody remains motivated in applying for jobs, that you guys don't give up, that the jobs are there and you are wanted, and you definitely find a place where you work in a healthy environment, where you not feel unwanted, where you not get laid off fully, and where you be able to grow professionally. So that's kind of like my 2 cents there. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Thank you, John. All right, y'all. Yeah, I loved it. I think we still got Carol. I think we still got YK. And boom, we got Tresha. Hi, Tresha. How are you?
Hi, hello everybody. Hi Sean, hi YK. It's been a while since I joined your spaces. Hello everybody. I hope you're enjoying this space. I see that we are discussing a very important topic today of what we should prioritize after learning how to code. to get a job. And honestly, this is something that's going to apply to me this year because I'll be looking for a front end developer role myself. And so I am here to learn. And thank you so much, Sean, for inviting me over on the speaker section. Hope everybody's doing okay and enjoy the space. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, y'all. What I want you to prioritize after learning the code is shooting as many shots as you can, like Tresha just did. I need y'all to be able to, in 30 seconds or less, say, hey, this is what you can offer. This is what I'm looking for. And I would love to talk to you at your earliest convenience. Like, I need some urgency. Boom. Oh my God. This is why I invited you up, Tresha. I love it. I love it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, like, I actually didn't know, like, you invited me and I responded, and so, I just got so nervous. So anyway, thank you so much, and yes, everybody enjoy your space, and yeah, I'll be listening.
Boom. So, y'all, I like to say that I don't like to use the word networking. People tune out. Like, we just lost 10 people right there. I always say networking is just showing up. You just show up to the party. You just show up in the Twitter space, and then you just show up in the speaker section like Tresha did. And then boom, you're doing it. You're networking. You don't have to be the coolest kid at the party. YK is at this party. It's gonna be hard to be the coolest kid, but you can still hang out with the cool kids. You can still come over here, network, talk, literally sit down, have a conversation, and then all of a sudden, in a room full of 100 people, you're getting that front end position. Why is Tresha getting that position? They're gonna say, "Oh, she's it's the economy. She's clearly more qualified." And I'm gonna tell you, no, Tresha just took her shot in a room of almost 200 people, and you're gonna tell me that the reason is because she's more qualified. It probably is more qualified. Tresha, tell them. It's because you're more qualified, or it's because you just. I try not to say the word YK until we get until this says, like, at the top, I don't know, sponsored by, like, I don't know, ChatGPT or something crazy. I can't be saying the trademark for free anymore. Apparently it's just the fountain of value. But yeah, we're gonna keep it going. I'm gonna stop monologuing since now we have a hand up. What's up, Carol?
Hi. Let me have my shot right now. I need to practice something in the spaces, in tech Twitter spaces, because I think this is what's left after I was in the army for a few years. I'm really having questions about stuff, but I can't chill. I don't know how to do it exactly. So this is what I need to learn as well in those spaces. Make some jokes, talk about some other stuff, sometimes about different topics. So would you have any advice for that?
Well, I'm hoping y'all heard the whole question, because for some reason my network cut out in the middle of it. If you could repeat, or anybody could repeat the question, that'd be great.
How to chill in the spaces, because I think I don't know how to do it.
How to chill in the spaces.
I think it meant how to sound like. I think it's just like Trisha sounded like. I think you want something along those lines. I don't know if I understand that right. That's how to be you show up and then show up cool, that you stand out and people notice you, that kind of thing. I'm sure maybe I might get it wrong anyway.
I'm gonna let Trisha and then Chad go. I feel like my answer is gonna be spicy.
Well, I hope I don't disappoint, but how I actually used to be so afraid of joining spaces, to be honest. I don't know who you can ask. I think you can ask Pratham. She knows, like, she has been inviting me to spaces. I think, like, ever since I joined Tech Twitter, I would always say no, I don't want to do it, I'm afraid. And then I started developing this habit of joining spaces that has familiar people. I don't know if I'm making sense. Like, when you join a space and then you see those same people over and over again, then you familiarize yourself with those people, and then you get the sense of, you're familiar with these people, you know who these people are, you know how they sound, you know what they talk about, what their interests are about. And once you get comfortable with those kind of people, then you wouldn't feel so afraid of joining spaces if you see that one person in the audience section or in the speaker section, because you know that you're in a safe space when that person is present. So I guess it's like, like getting used to being in spaces with familiar faces. And then once you're comfortable with that, then joining any other space is going to help you to be at ease, because you know that these are people, regular people behind these profiles. I'm a person, I'm not a bot, people. So, like, you start by joining spaces with familiar people and be familiar with them, form networking relationships. And then once you're done with that stage, then joining other spaces will not be as hard as like in the beginning. And then you're going to be comfortable, because I hopped on the space. I got a request to be a speaker. I did not expect it at all, but it's surprising because I never got scared. I was like, oh, okay, he's inviting me to speak, and I accepted and I spoke my part. And I didn't feel scared at all. And so that's how you get used to it. I hope that answer is valuable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trisha. Go ahead, Chad.
Hey, thanks for bringing me up. I actually had a question, but I guess I'll comment on this as well. I would also, to add to Trisha's point, I would also try to join maybe potentially smaller spaces and try to speak in smaller spaces. To be quite honest, like I've hosted a few Twitter spaces on my own, on myself, and I've been a part of other Twitter spaces with lots of people, and it can be intimidating. Like the best way I can think about this is really, much like it's really exposure therapy. It's just kind of exposing yourself and trying to go out and, do the thing. And, you want to kind of allow yourself to feel all the things that you're going to feel, being intimidated and stuff, so on and so forth. And then you kind of look back and, to be fair, like the primary thing is like, yes, I was scared, but it wasn't all that bad. That's kind of the general feeling that you probably will end up getting. But what went well, what didn't go well. But I think a lot of it is really just exposure therapy. A lot of it is really just kind of putting yourself in that place and putting yourself in that place in this, I guess, in the safest way possible, which is why I had mentioned joining smaller spaces before, which, ironically sometimes can be a little hard. Like it seems like we have a lot of these huge spaces, those are the ones that are advertised. And maybe even hosting your own space would help as well. But it's just really, in my opinion, it's really exposure therapy. It's really just kind of, just doing the thing, despite how you feel, and getting those reps in, because it's like over time, you just feel better, just being a part of spaces, and you feel better being a part of spaces, and then you'll just be more comfortable, you know. So I would say that's the primary thing. And then like as you kind of get better at it, you know, you can like think about, oh, you know, this is what I wanted to talk about, this is how I wanted to feel, you know. But definitely exposure therapy is a good start in my opinion.
Boom. Thank you for that, Chad. Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know people definitely if it's what was I gonna say? I think I may have lost it. Chad.
Oh, sorry about that.
It was something about shooting your shot no matter how many people are in the room. I need you to dance like there's nobody watching. Like, do your thing, shoot your shot. Like, if shooting your shot gets you kicked out of the room, that's not a room you wanted to be in. Like, that's not the. I was gonna go off on a tangent about how many rooms I done walked in and got kicked out of, and now I'm blocked on many platforms. Like that's listen, I'm not telling you to live that life. I'm just telling you that you definitely should be shooting those shots. Go ahead, Chad, and then hopefully we'll bring somebody else up for a question.
Yeah, no problem. I guess it's kind of funny that we were talking about like, you know, getting used to doing something somewhat scary. So, you know, this is it's job hunting season. I mean, not to say that every season is a job hunting season, but you know, people are getting ready to do to do the job hunting thing again. And you know, like job hunting is scary, you know. And so I wanted to ask everybody's advice on like, say you're getting ready to do the job hunting thing again, but to be quite honest, the job hunt is intimidating, you know, for whatever reason. Like, how do you kind of, I don't want to say necessarily get over that negative feeling of, you know, anxiety over attempting the job hunt again?
Boom. I feel you. So I would love it if some other people gave their opinions. Boom. Lawrence comes to the rescue. Because I hate giving my opinion and then people feeling like it's the answer because nobody else gave their opinions. Because personally, I am like, I do a couple things. Like, for instance, the night before, I'm going to write down the things that I need to not only get done, but like the easiest thing that I could do to start getting it done. Like, I need like 5 to at tops 20 minutes. I think 20 minutes is actually too long. I need 5 to 15 minutes just to get my foot in the door and start doing the thing. So that usually clears up, hey, the actual like starting energy that it takes to like actually go from laying in bed to actually doing the thing. Like I need those steps laid out so like in writing that there's no reason why I haven't gone down it besides I didn't want to do it. That's kind of how I've gotten over the anxiety, because once it's like I didn't want to do it, like there's nothing else I can say. I'm not anxious anymore. Like I just didn't want to do it. But not knowing how I'm going to do it, that makes me anxious. Not knowing how I'm gonna get the things that I need to get done today done so that I could do it again tomorrow, that makes me anxious. So getting over that anxiety means I've already planned what I have to do, those steps, and I've written them down somewhere so that if I don't get where I need to go, it's because I didn't run down those steps. And if I didn't run down those steps, it won't make me anxious. I have some bigger problems I now have to deal with, but anxiety wouldn't be one of them. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Hey, I ran back in bounds for just a second to catch this alley-oop. But I love the question and the whole fear of applying. That is a real thing. I have heard it on spaces. I've heard it from people's voices. I've heard the trembling in their voices talking about applying. I know this is a real thing. I am a huge advocate, and generally speaking, one of the greatest offenses you have against fear is familiarity. And so I'm a huge advocate when it comes to the whole learning to code and job applying process. Much like I mentioned with networking earlier, I don't like it to be, taught in a sequential manner, like, hey, step one, learn to code, then go meet people. Like meet people the whole time. In a similar vein rather, I encourage people to apply the whole time they're learning to code. Literally, pick some companies that you don't really want to work at and just get used to rejections. Just get them out the way because they're coming regardless. And it's one thing to, hey, I'm going to do a 6-month boot camp, I'm going to do these projects, and then I'm going to start applying. And you get all these rejections and it feels really bad. Just flip the script. Do it completely different. The first day of boot camp, I'll go apply to a job. Just go apply. This is some company you would never work at, somewhere you would never get. Just apply. Get some rejection letters. Get some ghosting. Get that in you happening frequently enough where it doesn't phase you anymore. See, most people, they get those rejections and it hurts them and it's painful. It hits us personally. It's like I've been rejected as an individual. Like I, Lawrence, have been rejected by this company that I love. And, how can I go forward? And the fact is, these rejections are coming regardless of how good you are. They're coming. So my suggestion is go get them. Like put the ball in your court. Go get some rejections way before you feel qualified. Just apply to places. Just start applying. Well, isn't that no, it's not wasting. It's not wasting anything because number one, you're not going for your target companies that you already have on your nice list. You're going for places you don't want to really work at, but you need to get that out of your system. The idea that a rejection is going to cause you to not go forward. Go ahead and get a bunch of rejections. While you're learning to code, while you're growing, while you're building projects and going to hackathons and doing all the things that we tell people to do, get those rejections out of the way such that when you're at the time that you feel actually ready and you happen to get a rejection, which will still happen, it doesn't sting as much. You don't have like this thing like, man, screw all this. I'm going back to being a teacher. I'm going back to being a banker because, they rejected me. The rejections are coming. You fear it because it doesn't feel good. And so the solution is familiarity. Go grab some rejections ASAP and make it a normal part of your life. Every single rejection is a step toward the first yes. Every single rejection is a step, like steps in a staircase, is a step toward the first yes. Don't believe me? Ask Thomas Edison. Every failure was a step toward the first light bulb working accurately under his command. And the same will be true for your job applying process. And so if you get those early quote unquote losses, they won't feel as bad when it matters. Thanks.
Thanks so much, man. I really appreciated that. Like, thanks so much. Like that. I don't know. I'm almost not even almost. I'm probably just gonna get off the space and go apply for jobs right now. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming, Chad. Thank you for the question. Because y'all, oh my God, this isn't the hunt. This isn't my space. But why can't I be feeling it every single time? Because it'd be taking courage to come up here and talk in front of 100+ people. But even though some of us still, we still feel it. We still feel it when we see the numbers. Like you said, we would prefer maybe we go to a smaller space. I know it took courage. You still came up here. Every single one of y'all, everybody who's still up here, putting their hands up. We see you. We're gonna rotate people in and get you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. I've been trying so hard not to say it. I've been saying, "Ooh, it's been a transition." But yeah, we're gonna get some more people up here. Thank you for coming, Chad. Israel. But yeah, yeah. Let's get some more questions up here, because when there's no questions, I end up just talking to my friends, and I think YK would prefer questions. Let's get him out of here. Ooh. Perfect. All right.
Lawrence, what do you think? Without portfolio, can I already follow the step and start applying to get rejections, or do you think they will not even look at me without portfolio?
Yeah, so I want to answer this quickly and thoroughly. Every action you take should be under the umbrella of a specific objective. So my response to Chad was for the objective of getting losses or rejections out of your system where it doesn't hurt so bad. My advice to Chad was not actually how to get the job. It was about how to get that rejection fear, the fear of applying, how to get that out of your system. That is completely different from applying to actually get hired. That's a different objective. So if your objective is, yes, I also have this fear. You might not have this fear, right? Chad had the fear, or maybe he was speaking for someone who had the fear. So anyone else who has that fear, that answer applies to them. If a person does not have that fear, that answer doesn't apply to you. Sending out 100 applications and hearing from 2 people in 3 months. That stuff sucks, but it's real. And so my advice to him was just about how to get that out of your system so it doesn't hurt so much.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to add something quickly before I go, because like it's like 10 p.m. It's time to sleep now. I just wanted to say this. My previous, should I say like my manager, but like he was someone who actually gave me my first freelance gig, and he's based in the US. Daniel Hampton, that's his name. And the advice that he gave me as we parted ways, because a contract actually came to an end, was that when I'm starting to apply to jobs, I should apply to companies that I don't want to work for. And once I'm used to, like getting the experience of being in a job interview and knowing how the job interview goes, like getting the experience of being in tech interviews, then only I can apply to the company that I want to work for. And I think that is an amazing advice, because I wouldn't have thought of it, So once you know which company you want to work for, then you have all the experience that you have got with other previous tech interviews, and then you can proceed to apply to the company that you want to work for. Yeah, it might not work, but at least you have the experience of knowing how to conduct and what to expect at a tech interview. And I think that's an advice that I wanted to share with everybody. And yeah, I think it's an amazing advice. I'm always grateful for Daniel. And yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Love everything Trisha just said. Let me just share one level up to that hack, and then I'm going to literally log off. I've been on here too long. I guess I just missed you, Sean and YK. Missed y'all so much. I can't log off, but I'm going to literally log off after this answer. If you see me come back, kick me off. So here's the level up, because she mentioned applying to places you wouldn't want to work for. Here's a nice hack, right? When you learn enough and you can demonstrate enough to just get the interview, do the same thing and kill the interview, and you reject them. Now, hear me closely. Hear me closely. Don't groan me. Don't thumbs down me. I'm talking about you are out there to advocate for yourself. for the best opportunity that you can land. Just like if you were to buy a vehicle, you want the best vehicle for the least money, right? You want the best job for the most money. A hack or a level up to what Trisha shared is to apply to somewhere that you could almost definitely get, but you're not really interested in it, just for the purpose of practicing the interview, for nailing those questions that you flub up on so much, you get so nervous about. Apply to somewhere that you're going to nail, that you can practice. You might even want to try some different techniques for different jobs. At the end, you're going to reject them anyway, which makes you feel really, really boss-like if you ever had an opportunity to tell a job, thank you so much for the opportunity. I've loved learning about your team and your company. These don't really feel like it's a good fit, blah, 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 blah. All the stuff you say. But you took the interview to get the practice. Practice makes prepared. And you need that practice as early as possible. So yes, apply to places you don't want to go to, but also apply to some that you don't want to work at, but you could probably get it. So you can get that interview and you can get good in that interview arena. It's like a sports arena. There's competitors and they enter, and there's a certain way you dress and a certain way you talk, and things happen, and then it ends, and then your performance is compared against other performances. It's like Gladiator, right? And so make you some little mini arenas, some little mom and pop shops that you don't really want to work at. You could probably totally nail the interview, but you need that practice because you're a beginner and you're just doing free code camp, or you're just doing some cert, or you're just doing a community college or whatever. And you have no idea about the corporate world or the interviewing world or any of that. Bring those experiences into your life and use them as a means to prepare yourself and make yourself a stronger candidate for the jobs you're actually interested in. That's it. I'm done. Y'all are the best. I'm out of here.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Love it. But yeah, oh my God, yo, I'm having too much of a good time. Too much of a good time. Hopefully you are too, YK. YK getting some work done. What you should prioritize after learning the code is getting some more work done, building some more stuff like YK is. But yeah, yo, no hands. I guess I'm gonna have to cycle some people out. Let's get Vinny up here. Kashmir. But yeah, YK, did you want to do a refresh? I love how he did it. Boom. Go ahead, Carol, and then Vinny.
I just wanted to summarize a little bit what I've learned here and what will be my next steps in my journey. Maybe you can fix some of my thoughts if you think it's needed. So at the moment, I'm at the stage of learning full stack. I have learned. I would say I'm on the basic levels of React, Node.js, Express, of course, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Mongo database, and right now I'm on this stage where I'm building my portfolio. I'm building small apps. However, I don't think they are good enough to put on the portfolio to showcase them. And what I've learned here right now, I'm going to build, find the good projects to build. I'm going to build them, and then I will come to the people, speak with people, network more, try to showcase what I have built. And as well, I will be following the advice from Lawrence and Trisha right now. And I will be already applying, trying to get experience here. Yeah, so that's, I think, what I have learned here, and I'm going to follow. What do you think about that?
Boom, I loved it. I didn't hear That little ending, I thought it was cute because I only heard the "what about that" part. Um, but yeah, y'all, Trisha, YK, Carol, can you help me with what I'm supposed to be telling? What about Twitter Spaces sometimes gets me. Um, but I assume it was great since YK and Trisha are in meetings now. All right. We have Man Like Vinny. Did you have a question? You wanted to add something?
Oh, good day.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Cashmere.
thank you to you guys for accepting my invitation. Not invitation, quite right. Thank you for accepting me to speak here. This is the first time actually entering a space, so I'm kind of nervous, you know. But we just between meet people and to socialize to actually be a better developer. So about jobs, I've trying to apply some jobs, but I think I have low self-esteem. So each time I want to apply a job, I just feel that I have not actually reached this milestone. So I have to come down and like start again and start doing things. But with this, what I've heard here, I think you have actually motivated me. More like I think it's John or Corey stuff that he was actually saying about that he did hundreds applied for 100 jobs and got rejected. So I was like, whoa, like how can someone like this apply for jobs and me that is actually coming up I'm not actually I'm actually so down. So I actually it hyped my gave me high spirits and I felt it. You understand? Um Secondly is about Lawrence. Lawrence said earlier before now he was actually studying about referrals about meeting people. So I've not actually got to that stage of meeting people. Like I think what I've been doing basically, because I'm still an intern, more like okay, I'm a junior developer, an intern junior developer. So I'm actually just watching YouTube and practicing, doing some projects and doing some projects kind of, and trying to build the resume. And I'm actually okay, I've actually built the resume and build the portfolio, but I think I'll just build it and I outside like this site is not like how I wanted it, and I just leave it and start another project. So so you were talking about referrals. So how can I actually socialize with developers? Like, is it any platform I can actually go and meet developers? Like, someone can actually share my idea, look what I've done, and like, they can actually see it on something. You understand? That's what my question is.
Boom. How can he socialize with developers, y'all? YK, is there a place that you know of where he can go and talk to developers? I don't.
Can I go? Okay, can I go?
I was hoping YK was gonna go, but yeah, John, go.
Okay, I think. Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you. Anyway, so I think it's very important to like, just like I think Graham said before he left, like your local market, your local area is very important in trying to get a job, and also when it comes to the community too is also important. Of course, we are here to Twitter on Twitter. This is also a community, but also the on-site, like the physical community is also very important. I think that might even be more important because you get to meet people, people know you. Somebody in the tech community can even say, okay, that's my guy. I know him, he has been here a few times or something like that. So I don't know, you might want to look up if there's any Google developer community in your area for something like that, or if there are meetups or tech meetups or meetings that are usually organized in your area. I don't know, your area also plays a big role basically in this building your connection or your connections or in building your network. And also when it comes to the job aspect of things, like okay, you've been working on projects, you've been doing some stuff, and now you don't know when to apply or whether you should apply or something along that line. I think Okay, you said you already have your portfolio and stuff like that. I think I think we all here know that the first job is probably the most difficult in London. Like you are trying to like convince somebody that convince a recruiter or a company that despite your experience, you are going to add value to them, and that's a big thing. So it's usually like that. That the first job is usually the big job. So the thing is that you just have to keep at it, like really, really keep at it, and explore all opportunities, both online and offline. And think online, like in these spaces, or also offline with your local tech community, network with people, and while you're doing that, keep building your portfolio along the line, keep building your project along the line, build specific projects. Don't build generics or projects, or you can even build generic projects, maybe like a to-do list, and make it have, I don't know, maybe make it have maybe a notification when somebody enters a list or an item, or maybe deletes an item, you get a pop-up, boop, boop, something like that. So just try to make yourself stand out. That's just the goal, because it's going to be very, very difficult at the start in landing your first role, but it's something that can be done. Don't let it scare you off that you can actually anybody or anything scare you off. It's doable, but it's just gonna be difficult. And you have to. It's going to actually test a lot of your soft skill, the soft side of things. But you definitely get it, and I hope you will. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Boom. Thank you, John. And sorry for those who thought there was a dip in the energy. I need to make. I was trying to make me a sandwich. I'm hungry. Yeah, we gotta eat, y'all. But yeah, thank you, John, for adding that value. Yeah, I was on lunch. Sorry about that. But yeah, hopefully YK was gonna add where communities where you can network with developers. You know, we're already here on Twitter. I don't know if you clicked on YK's face. There probably was gonna be a link for a Discord channel. There's so many places that you can network. I always tell people it doesn't matter which room you're in. I need you to start shooting your shots where you are with what you have right now. Like, start today. I don't care if you go to LinkedIn, Twitter, YK's Discord. Start asking some questions. You're already here. You're doing it. You're taking that first step. Now act on those questions. Come back, ask some more questions. Look at some more faces. Talk to some more people. And then one day you'll turn around and maybe you're running the Discord. Maybe you're running the Twitter space. Maybe you're giving out the position. But it all starts with, I keep trying not to say the 3 words YK. It's really...
No, you can say any words you want, but just wanted to check up on you, Sean. Are you doing okay? You know, do you feel tired?
Boom, I need like 15 minutes to get something to eat because I'm sitting here trying to multitask.
Yeah, I mean, if you need to go, no worries.
Boom.
To be honest, when you're back, this space might be over, but I feel fine. You know, I was just taking a break from my actual work. I was doing it while I was multitasking as well, and I'm taking break from work, and now I'm just chilling here.
Boom, that's what I like to see. I be trying to just chill here too, but then they don't be raising their hand. Now I gotta bring Patrick up and shift people out. Yeah, they be trying to make me work YK. But yeah, thank you for being back. And it might also be because I laid down. Like before, I was like up pacing and walking around, like YK says, to stand up. Yeah, I'm not standing up anymore, but I should go stand up. I need to go. Um, Boom. Sandwich, I think, is done. Perfect. We got Patrick in the house. You got a question or something you wanted to add? Or not? That's cool. Back to you, YK.
All right. Yeah, I guess I can feel the silence too. So yeah, I feel like I've been online for a while now. I was kind of back and forth between focusing on the space and focusing on my work. Yeah, and I feel like we've covered a lot. Like if you have questions, you can probably go back to this recording of it and get your answers. And I feel like this could be like a really good database somehow. Like, we could even feed this into GTP3 and then like have your questions answered by AI. That's something I could do. I mean that wouldn't be my first project, but if you're looking for an interesting project to work on, that could be one of the options. So I just wanted to throw it out there.
I love it. Yeah, we definitely need to do that. I think I brought somebody up. Didn't I bring somebody up? I think it was. I think they got kicked back down. Okay. I'll bring Shaw up here. No. But yeah, yo, they don't be using their opportunities. Oh my God, this is why I made the hunt, YK. If I don't tell people to grab the mic, they literally will sit there and let their opportunities just go to somebody else, and I hate to see it every single time, and I know I'm gonna see it, and I plan for seeing it, and I'm like, why didn't you plan for seeing it? Did you know that in each of these Twitter spaces there was gonna be that lull, that brief opportunity that was literally had your name on it, and you need to grab the mic? You didn't take that opportunity, and now I'm sitting here talking to a room full of people when that was your opportunity. That was it right there. That's the thing that you were supposed to be prioritizing after learning to code to get a job in tech. Like right there. I need you to practice. You knew that this was coming. You clicked on these spaces knowing that you could press a button and be talking to the, oh my God. Missed opportunities. It gets me so amped, YK. That's what I wasn't seeing. There was because, oh God, they just get me so amped, YK. And every time I say it, that's when the hands start going up. And it's like, why couldn't you have just did that before? Like before I had to literally tell the whole room that, yo, you missed an opportunity. It's gone. You can't re-get the opportunity. Like, it's gone. Like, now the whole room knows. Now when I bring you up, they're ready for it. But hopefully you won't miss the next one. But I already know you missed it because Yair is up here because they stole your opportunity. Don't keep letting it happen. Go ahead. Xenomorph? Am I?
Hi, yeah, Xenomorph. Thank you, Sean. I felt like you were talking to me in that moment. I've been tuning in for a little while now, and there's been such great advice, and I really felt like you were speaking to me in that moment, and I felt like I just got to do it. I got to grab the mic. I've heard of something that really resonated with me was the advice to set yourself up for interviews for companies that you have no interest in. And I wanted to get some opinions about whether that versus mock interviews with friends and other people you know. And, I feel like somehow the stakes aren't as high with mock interviews with people you know versus setting yourself up to do interviews with companies with people you don't know. So I would like to know what are some pros and cons to both those scenarios. If you have anything you'd like to share, I would appreciate it.
Boom. Both the scenarios of asking your friends and family for mock interviews, and what was the second? What's the second alternative?
The second
I missed
was
that part.
setting yourself up for interviews at companies without the intentions of being hired or working there.
Both of them have their merits. If your like family member is a recruiter, hiring managers, like somebody in tech that you know could give you an accurate interview, that's completely fine. If you don't have that type of person, I would suggest you go find those people in those companies. You don't necessarily, even though we do suggest just applying and getting that practice, you can in fact ask recruiters, ask literally the people, the employees at the company as you network for mock interviews. I have literally asked recruiters for mock interviews and have asked the managers. I knew I wasn't going to get that job, but I would love to get that job one day, and I'm going to network with this person who's giving the job and ask them, hopefully in this mock interview, what I could do to one day get this job, and just to network my way in. Now I know this person. So it's completely fine for you to do all of your mock interviews with friends and family. I'm just pointing out that you're missing the opportunity to use your practice as also a form of networking and building in public, rather than just practicing with select people. I know it's going to be embarrassing, my first mock interview, and I knew it was a fake interview, and I'm still so embarrassed. Like, oh my God, it was really bad. It's going to be bad, and that's fine. That person reached out to me like literally a couple months ago for another opportunity, and I'm still so embarrassed. It's so cringe. Like, it's really something. Just practice. It's just one human being knows how terrible I was all those years ago. You just gotta get over it. You just gotta keep practicing, whether it's with your friends, family, or actual hiring managers and recruiters. But yeah, hopefully
Thank
somebody
you.
else has some
Thank
stuff.
you so much for sharing that. That was really something. I feel that fear of embarrassment and having those cringe moments, but that was what I needed to hear. I appreciate that.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for asking the question. I was gonna say thank you for grabbing the mic. Listen, y'all, it's that I'm changing my answer. What I want you to prioritize after learning to code to get a job is grabbing the mic. Like, there's so many opportunities in life where you could have made that your party. Like, there's absolutely no reason why you're not on stage, why those other people are sitting on stage, why those people are getting the job, why your application is still sitting in the bin. Like, there's a reason. Oh my God, I'm getting amped up. See, they don't want to see me with energy. I need to. It's too much for them, YK. It's too much. We're gonna go to Carol, and now we have some hands up. Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, so I'm taking the mic to give you some break, because I can see you really trying to convince the people to take the mic. So I will take the responsibility now to convince them, and I will do it by example. I'm an example. I've started joining spaces around 1 week or 2 weeks ago, and literally that is the best thing I've done on Twitter. I've met so many good people. I've spoke with many developers. I have asked many questions, which helped me to create my and adjust my roadmap. So as well, I don't have like a lot of experience. I don't think I'm a great speaker. And if you people have questions, if you have something to add, yes, take the mic. You like one time, in one of my first spaces, Graham Dev, he was here before. He told me, after I asked a question, he told me that asking good questions is providing a lot of value to the space as well. So you don't have to answer the questions. You can ask right questions and drive the conversation to interesting topics. So yes, take the mic, guys. Give Sean some time to breathe because he's really trying to give you a valuable advice here. And me as well, as a beginner in tech, as someone who is learning, I would like to hear from other people who are on the same journey, and maybe you can share our experiences. Maybe we can adjust accordingly, and we don't have to think about ourselves. Yeah, I'm learning, you're learning. We might apply to the same jobs or think about the same jobs, but we can think about ourselves as a team, not as a competitors, I would say. Yeah, so I'm giving this speech right now, or I'm talking right now as well, to practice. As you see, probably I'm saying a lot of yeah. Yes, that's my practice as well, and you should do practice.
I love it, Carol. Thank you so much. And yeah, I be yelling at them. Y'all already know I'm always yelling at them. They aren't listening. Hopefully, it's always, I would say, like, it takes them like 2 to 3 times somebody hearing it. You know, I'm just some stranger on the internet, but they hear it from another stranger on the internet. Then they go Google it. They see it from another stranger on the internet. Now they might do it. Now they might put themselves out there. You know, so how many ever it takes, you know, as long as we're helping the community, that's all that matters. What's good, Anthony? We're gonna go over to Suhi. How are you doing, Suhi?
I'm great. Hope everyone's doing well. It's so good to be back on Twitter Spaces. I feel like I've taken a bit of a break from them because I was in a hunt space a while back where Lawrence was speaking and he was like, you know, some of you just need to get off here and start coding and practicing your code and your learning. And so I felt that. I felt like I'd reached like a stagnant spot of learning, and so I wanted to get off and just be focused on coding. And in that time, I've been fortunate through some coaching from some other people who were in the hunt spaces to land my first and my second client. And I'm just continuing to do that work on the back end and continue my back end learning journey. But my question to come up here is, are there any folks in the room who are in the climate or agri-tech space who would be willing to have a coffee chat with me? I want to take the time to shoot my shot. That's kind of why I started to code. I wanted to get into more of the agricultural tech space and more of the like indoor farming space. And so just wanted to see if there are people in the room who might be able to either enlighten me into what their work is like in that space, or if they have connections in the climate tech space, I'd love to connect. But thank you.
I love it. And since you're already been on the hunt, you already know what I'm gonna say when you shoot your shot. Please make it a 3-pointer by putting it in the chat where other people can see it. because literally somebody right now, their connection wobbled out and they didn't hear a word you just said, but they might check it in the chat. So being able to or they might check the recording because it's recorded. But yeah, definitely also put it in the chat if you're feeling like you want that extra point. Go ahead, Anthony. Did you want to jump on that question?
Oh no,
I
I'm just
think
happy to be here.
answered it.
Good to see y'all. Welcome to 2023.
You already know it, Anthony. Happy 2023, everybody. But yeah, we just up here chatting. Would love to get your perspective on the things that they should be prioritizing after learning to code to get a job. We've been giving out lots of advice, answering questions, but I love to get people's basically their perspective, not coming through the filter of having heard us speak for hours. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, I love this, and I've been in a helpful mood for some reason this morning, so I just keep finding new ways to help people. Here's the thing that I'll say. I know that given that it's a new year, we often think about goals and things of that nature, and I think that it's good to spend time doing that and being very realistic. I was going through this process because I decided that this year I want to do 10,000 push-ups for no reason at all. Well, no, not for no reason. I want to be healthier, but I also want something that's realistic. So I figured, 10,000 push-ups. I would need to do, what was it? I wanted to do like 1,000 a month, which isn't too crazy. And I think I'll start with 30 a day and then build up from there. And I had this larger goal of like, I want 10,000 push-ups, but what does that look like on a day-to-day level? Like, does that mean that I'm going to maybe start with 15 right now because I know that I can't do that many, like maybe, 2 sets of 15 in the morning, then a set of 15 in the evening, then build up to 2 sets in the evening, then build up to, 20 per each set, right? And so I started with this number in my head of like, what do I think I can do in the year? And then got down to here's what I want to do every day. And if I miss a day, that's fine because I built that in, right? Like I want to achieve my goal in like 10 months because I'm probably going to spend 2 months of like skipping days and taking breaks and all this other stuff. And so I just kind of think about it abstractly that way. And I know myself, right? I know that I'm not going to do push-ups every day. That's not a realistic goal for me. I'm going to skip a lot of days. And given my habits, I want to make sure that, if I spend a month not doing it, that I pick up the pace and get to it. And if I don't hit 10,000, like that's okay. If I start doing this, like I've already done, more push-ups than I did last year. I'm using this as an example or as an illustration because what I want you to do this year is to make sure that you set goals for yourself that are going to be realistic. You know how to code now, and you want to go get your job. That's great. You need to start breaking down, okay, the high level goals to get a job, but what are the things you need to do to be on that journey. YK just mentioned in the tweet several things that you want to do around personal projects, open source. Those are great. Those are your high level goals. You need to break that down. So what am I going to do every day to march toward that, right? So let's say that you decide that you want to do open source. That's great. You should find 2 or 3 candidate projects that are interesting to you, that align with your skills and goals and things that you like to do. I did data visualization and analysis for Google for 8 years, or sorry, not 8 years. Yeah, for 8 years. So if I were looking for an open source project, one of the first things I'd be looking at is where are some data visualization and analysis tools that I might be able to dive into. Why am I going to pick that? Because that's what I did at Google for 8 years on front-end technologies. That's going to be the easiest thing for me to kind of jump in and ramp up on. I'm not going to pick a machine learning project because I don't know much about machine learning. Right. So I'm going for something that's realistic and something that I could dive into. I like budgeting apps and stuff like that. And so, and I've built budgeting apps in the past. I might look for something that way. So once I find 2 or 3 projects, then it's about, okay, well, what skills can I dive into? Do I want to stick to front end? All right, great. Why would I pick front end? Because that's what I've been doing so far. Or that's what I've learned. Then after that, it's like, okay, well, where do you go after that? Well, now I need to understand what the project is about and the system. So I'm going to read through documentation, as much of it as I possibly can, look at recently fixed issues, all that stuff. And then once I have a decent idea of what the tool is, and I've read all the documentation, I know who's who, then I'm going to try to find 1 or 2 or 3 issues that I can just dive in on. I'm going to pick 2 or 3 because maybe the first one that I pick isn't a great one for me to get started on. I know a lot of repos have a first issue tag that are great for beginners to get started on. So, find that. But in the absence of that, do some homework. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to spend maybe an hour a day doing something for this open source project. And I'm going to pick an hour because I've got a full-time job or I've got other things I need to do. I just want to make sure that I block out that. And then for 1 hour a day, I'm going to contribute on this open source project or contribute on my own project or whatever. And so I'm just kind of speaking out loud here, not really having thought about the prompt before, but I'm just kind of giving you all some thoughts around like how I would take a goal like getting a job in tech and break that down to smaller components that I can execute on every day, so that I can then begin doing the action of making progress. And it's okay if your plan changes. Like maybe you start doing this for a couple of weeks and you realize, you know what, I can do more than 1 hour a day, and I can tackle more than a couple of issues. So I'm going to start doing that. Fine, adjust your plan. But you should also, in a couple of weeks, ask yourself, how am I doing? Did I pick the right project? Is this the right kind of work? Do I need to pick a different open source project or make my own thing? So you need to have the feedback loop as well. And so you best believe that, one of the first things I did on my push-ups journey is install an app that just lets me count the number of push-ups that I do every day. That's it. Just count it. In a couple of weeks, I'm going to ask myself, okay, how well did I do on my push-ups? Did I pick the right number? Can I do more? How do my muscles feel? This and that and the other. And then keep adjusting the process. And, hopefully a month from now, I will then have a habit. That's the other thing that you want to develop is a habit. You want to do something consistently for about 30 days, unchanging and unflinching. If you can survive the first 30 days and after that, it gets to be pretty easy, you can just keep doing that thing. So if you want to work on your personal project, work on your personal project for 30 days uninterrupted. If you want to work on open source, work on doing open source related things for 30 days uninterrupted. After that, it will become a habit and it'll be easier for you to stick with it. So yeah, those are my tips off the dome piece. Hopefully that helps somebody. Thanks.
Boom. Love it. Thank you, Anthony. Go ahead, YK.
Yeah, I was gonna jump in here because I blinked and then Anthony's here. I'm like, what happened? This is amazing, because I was like, okay, this is slowing down. We had like 260 people, almost 300 people at some point, and now we were down to almost 100 people. So I was like, okay, time to close probably. And then you came here. We have more people here, so I'm like, all right, if this is what you guys want, I'll keep it open for a little bit more.
That's how they be getting me, and then I'll be here for hours. It's not, they roping you in, YK. You just got to kick them out at one point.
Honestly, the most
See now you can't even do it. Heather is here, so now you can't kick anybody out.
Oh no, Heather is here. What?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, can't close the bar yet.
I know, I was here earlier and that was really fun. And then I've been working and did some meetings and went into another space and now I'm back here. Hi, everyone. I don't even know what we've been talking about. I know that, go ahead, Sean, sorry.
Oh, Sean, actually, I'm not sure if you're gonna react to Heather, but there's something I wanted to share. And so actually, go ahead and I'll be ready after you finish, Sean.
No, I wasn't saying anything, y'all. Go ahead, YK.
Okay. So I know we've been talking about this this thing about getting jobs, right? Oh, by the way, I just tweeted something. It's kind of unrelated, but I'll just pin it at the top. I don't tweet this kind of thing usually, but sometimes it's fun. I might even delete it because it's it's too silly. But as you can see at the top, follow me and you'll have 2.2% fewer bugs. That's a benefit of following me.
I would like to go down as a data point for that. I have actually seen in the data that after I followed YK, I literally got 2.2% fewer bugs. It's like unbelievable.
I should say
Well, that's because you spent less time writing code. Spending all the time with YK, that's why. You're a bug factory, Sean.
They got to get that. We charge for the analysis. I give them the stats. If they want analysis now, that costs money. I could tell them why, but I think they just care about the fewer bugs. I don't know. Just come with the value. That I don't think they care why. But anyway.
All right. Actually,
thank you for coming, Heather.
Yeah, since Heather is back here, how's everything with you? I feel like it's been a while since we last spoke. How's your plan for Europe move, right?
Yeah, let's see here. So, I mean, I haven't really been super public about planning to move abroad, but yes, I'm planning to move to Barcelona in 2023 at some point. I got accepted to a master's program in CS, and I'm just like waiting to hear what the scholarship amount is for me to determine whether or not it's worth it, because there's opportunity cost there because I'm working full time. And so to like work, and probably working more than full time, I like quit dating so that I can put all my energy into working and like becoming some sort of expert in full stack development in DevRel. So how is that plan going? I talked to my bank today about possibly getting a loan so that I can buy a flat in Barcelona, and started to think about like renting out my house. I just renovated it, and I'm probably going to do a little more work on it so that it's just nicer for whoever rents the house out, and thinking about, like selling all my things. Really, really excited by the idea of selling my car and just like walking and using trains for the, next chunk of my life. That's really exciting. And I'm trying to think of the, all the different pieces that I need to cover, including like getting my pets passports to move them with me. I have 2 dogs and a cat, and I'm not about to abandon any of them. I might get like a friend to watch one of them because I don't know if I can bring them all at the same time, but that's what I'm doing. And what else? Starting to use a Windows machine today again, and getting back into C#, which was like the language that I learned 6 years ago. So that's really fun and kind of a throwback. Like I grew up using Windows, but I'm totally a Mac gal. So trying to be good at both. And yeah, just like thinking of like really fun project ideas. I think I'm going to start streaming like on Wednesdays and Thursdays, both with contributing to open source and writing blog posts and learning and deepening my own knowledge about GraphQL. And what else? Really thinking a lot about like different abstract ideas I can come up with for applying to talks. And I see Denny in the audience. I just told everyone that I'm moving to Barcelona this year, so I saw him maybe a month ago when I was there, and yeah, I don't know, a lot of things planned for 2023. And if it doesn't all work out as planned, that's fine, because like even last year I journal pretty regularly, and looking at the past 2 years, like this has been in my plan. Like I've always wanted to move to Europe, to buy property in Europe, and like Nashville is my home, and I will always like return to the city, which is why I'm not selling my house. But like all my family is here, and my little brother is about to have a baby, so I don't know. I'm also like torn. I'm starting to like feel nostalgic about my city as I'm getting ready to like pack up my life and sell everything and go. But that's gonna happen more Q2, Q3. So right now I'm just like hunkering down and spending all my time working. And the three things that I'm trying to keep up every day is writing 2 pages in my diary and walking my dogs for, 3 to 5 miles a day and doing hot yoga every day. So those are the things that I've done so far every day. I'm about to go walk my dogs and I'll probably take Spaces with me. So yeah, that's a big overview of my life. Like every little detail, I'm just oversharing. Over to you, Anthony.
Yo, number one, congratulations. This all sounds amazing. And hey, Danny, what's going on? I see you. Heather, I had a question for you. When you decided that you wanted to go to Barcelona, what was the absolute first thing that you did to kick that in motion? Like, if you can remember that far back, what was the first thing that started you on the path to moving to Barcelona?
That is such a great question. And I think that when I went to Europe for the first time 4 years ago, I was in the south of France and I just like freaking fell in love with the culture and lifestyle, the architecture, being able to walk everywhere. And so I decided then that I wanted to move to that area. And it's a little harder to move to France than it is to move to Spain as far as like visas go. And so when I went to Barcelona a few months ago, it was totally for fun. It was my friend just like, hey, do you want to go for Thanksgiving? I was like, okay. And then I booked a little bit longer of a trip and was just like working and living there and like had a really good time and made a lot of friends and just like connected with people who are also studying in Barcelona. So I think when it really became real was when I applied to a program for a master's, which is another thing that I've always wanted to do, but it doesn't really make sense within my career to pursue it unless like it's mostly paid for by someone else, scholarships. So I don't know, like those two desires, I've always really had them like in my adult life within like throughout my 20s. And I think even earlier, because my mom is an immigrant, she moved to America on this whim, married my dad, didn't really speak English. And, I just like, I think there's a part of me really deep down that wants to experience that, to move to a different culture and be completely immersed and like learn the language and, just like live life in a different country completely. So what moment was it? I think there are a lot of different things, and then there's like a lot of serendipitous moments in Barcelona that just like really affirmed my intuition. And I'm very driven by intuition, so I can't really say that there's like a logical like, oh, this XYZ, this makes sense for me to do, but like applying to that master's program, I think really propelled me into that direction. And even like reading my journal, I was just like, because it feels very like impulsive to like just be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna move abroad. I've never lived outside of Tennessee, and now I'm just gonna move to a different country entirely in a different continent. And I don't know, but like it's been in like, it's something I've been thinking about for years and years and years. So it just feels right, because the thing that was keeping me back was like my house needed renovation before renting it out. So now that it's done, I'm just like, I really don't have any excuses, and I don't really have like a big reason to stay other than like I'm scared to go anywhere, which is, I mean, it's definitely scary, but like it's still, why not now?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. And I think the reason why I just had to interrupt, well, not interrupt, but why I had to ask that question is because I think about like the experience that you have of going to Barcelona reminds me of the experience of me deciding to leave Google and start my own, and run my own consultancy full time. Is that there wasn't exactly a specific decision where it's just like, here was the thing, I did it, and then all of a sudden I was on the path. It was more like a combination of different things that, come together. And so I guess one of the reasons that connecting to the topic of the room about prioritizing what to learn after coding is, a lot of times you have to create this condition where you have all things moving in the right direction. And the way that you make that condition is by doing all the little things that nudge you in the way that you need to go. And so, ultimately there isn't maybe one thing, it's writing it down. Like for a lot of people who are in the room, you need to write down the things that you want to do. Just get out a piece of paper right now. I definitely recommend pen and paper, but if you want to use a computer, that's fine. Document it. Like the one concrete thing you can do is just document it. Then the second thing that you might do is have a coffee chat with someone who's in a position that you want to be in and just have a discussion. And maybe for others of you, you need to book a ticket and travel somewhere, or you need to go and apply for a thing, and that's your next concrete thing. But, you know, if you start building up maybe 10 concrete things towards your goal that, you know, they're small, they don't have to be big things. I'm not saying you need to go and move right now, but, you know, contacting the bank to figure out, hey, would I be able to qualify for a loan for a thing that I'm trying to do? You know, once you get like 10 of those actionable steps down, you'll find yourself already on your way to doing whatever it is that you want to do before you even get to the hard stuff. So just another piece of advice that I'm gleaning from your experience, Heather.
I totally support the whole pen and paper thing too. Like, even recently and also like I want to hear a little more about like leaving Google and doing consultancy, because that kind of resonates with me, in that like part of going to school is wanting to start my own thing, start a business, start a startup, I don't know, like in the next 2 or 3 years. And even right now I'm doing like freelance work, and that's like, I'm like horrified of like what kind of taxes I'm not understanding by doing that. But to go back to the pen and paper thing, something that I've been really struggling with lately is like solidifying the knowledge that I learn as I go through, you know, different languages or different apps. And I realized that like in grade school, I always took really detailed handwritten notes in my notebooks, and that really helped me learn things. And that's something that I've been missing within software development. Like, sure, I can write notes on the computer and notes, like I can, you know, work on things, but like having the pen and paper in hand and just like knowing that it's only for myself, and knowing that like I'm writing this for me and I'm not doing it for external validation, is like one of the most like sacred things I've ever done. And having a journal and even like the exercises of just like, where do you want to, you know, what would you know, pretend that you're dying. I mean, I guess we all are always dying a little bit all the time, but you know, at the end of your life, like what kind of things will you want to have accomplished? What kind of things will you regret not doing? And kind of move backwards, or even just like in 15, 20 years, like what do you want your life to look like? And then work backwards from there. And then that's how you create your day-to-day plan. And I think that's something I did 5 years ago. And it was kind of a meditative exercise through yoga to think of like 15, 20 years out, and then how that looks in 5 years, how that looks in 2 years, how that looks in 1 year, how that looks tomorrow, and go from there. And it's just like, it's really like centering and grounding to do that kind of exercise. Over to you, Graham.
I'm not going to add anything other than, Heather, you said a magic word, which is your taxes bother you. Someone like me, self-employed for 15 years, I hope you're going to listen carefully. Pay the damn money for a good accountant. Do not try and take any of that crap on your own. And I'm in the UK. Our tax system is like half understandable. You Americans with your weird ass tax systems, and you're paying tax when you're at the stores, I like, don't even get involved. You know, spend the time on something more productive. Just give all your receipts to an accountant, let them sort it out. They will save you if they are worth the money you're paying, and if they're a good accountant, they'll save you more in tax than you will pay them. So just top tip there. And secondly, Heather, you're the glass half full person, not the glass half empty. We're not always dying, we're all living. Well, that was the wrong attitude. No, I'm not having that from you. You're meant to be the happy, smiley one. I'm the miserable one. So no, we're always living. We're increasing our life. We're not getting closer to death. And that's all I had to have. It wasn't anything important.
If you don't mind me asking, how much do you think is like fair for an accountant, like per year? Because I was like talking to someone about a program for them to do my taxes, and they're like, oh, we'll save you 10,000, but the services will cost 3,000. And I'm just like, should I learn this on my own and just become a nerd about taxes, or should I like go with this service? I mean, I found it on like, it was an Instagram ad, so I'm like not completely like sold on it being the thing that I should do, but I'm just like, well, I don't know, maybe if it saves me all this time and and headache, then maybe I should do it. Not to get too much into taxes and death, the two most important and least interesting things.
So
I don't know. Actually, I think death is extremely interesting, and we are dying from the moment that we're birthed. The telomeres are shortening as we go, and I think it's kind of like a really beautiful thing to know that we won't live forever, because it makes every moment even more precious. So how is that for your half
there we go. There's that
full
silver
glass?
lining on the dark thoughts. Right, Heather, I don't want to turn this into a space all about tax and stuff, but if I wouldn't just go straight for an ad because they're going to like big themselves up. I'd ask around, see if anyone knows a good accountant in your area. But the short answer is, if what they say is true, if they want $3,000 a year and they say they can save you 10, pay it. You know, I mean, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? I can't really comment on what it would cost in America, but in the UK, I pay the equivalent of about $120 a month. So I would imagine you're probably going to pay double that in America because, like I said, your tax system's way more complicated. I don't know. Maybe I would ask someone in your local area what sort of price they're paying at a similar salary range to you. And similar sort of, it doesn't necessarily have to be a dev, but similar profession. Oh, here we go. YK finally woke up. He's Canadian, but maybe he'll be able to give you half an idea.
No, just a general, like tip. I guess you probably know this already, but it's good to compare prices, shop around. So you say you found it on Instagram ads. I think that's fair. That's okay, but you can just like find a bunch of accountants locally, right? And then email them at the same time, like 5 of them, and then ask them all the same questions and see how they answer.
I did that, and everyone is like, "Oh, it's tax season. We're not taking on new clients." And I'm just like, "Fuck."
Stumped. I loved it, Heather.
Sorry, I did not mean to cuss as we're being recorded. Please forgive me, God.
Oh, no, Heather,
Go ahead,
you
Graham.
missed it. YK swore earlier, so he's already set the groundwork. That's fine.
No, I was there for that. I was driving, and I was listening, and I was just like, yes! I don't even remember the context, but it was very powerful, especially like when Kyle called it out too.
Right. The reason I don't swear usually is when I do, I want it to, I want it to mean something.
It was certainly memorable. But if you don't mind me trying to steer us back to the space, but also do something a bit topical in inverted commas, I want to give a tip for people that of things, which is we talked a lot earlier about networking. And during this space, I've had only about, 20 DMs, and 12 of them say hi, 4 of them say thanks for the info. I think it's important to say to people, look, if you're going to DM people and reach out to them, the way to network is make sure you add something of why you've reached out to them as a bare minimum. Saying just hi is not going to get you a response from most people. And I'm sorry for anyone. I know there's someone who's currently in the audience who's literally just messaged me. What I'd say is send me a second DM and say, hey, why did you want to connect and everything else? Tell me a little about yourself. It's all it takes, but you need to give people a reason to want to press that accept button, because I can't imagine what it's like for YK. But I already get enough DMs as it is. So, like, if I'm struggling, someone like YK is he doesn't have his DMs open because he's like that. But, someone at that level with their DMs open, you're not going to get a response unless you're very, very to the point and you tell them exactly why you want to connect and even a reason why they should, respond, basically. So I wanted to sort of start the conversation on that because I think that's an important skill for people to learn, because we talked a lot about building your network and how powerful that can be for finding a job earlier. Or we don't talk about it, whatever.
I totally agree, and I do not mean to speak ahead of you, Suhi, which I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, but I get so many hi and hello DMs, and even like I remember why I don't post pictures of myself on Twitter, because I got so many like weird DMs too, and it's just like it's it's always, I always like am protecting my safety when I don't respond. And it's like, if I don't know that the intent is there, that is like professional and tech related, then I don't respond. And a lot of it is often just like they need help getting a job, and I really do not have the capacity to get anyone hired unless, yeah, I just don't have that capacity. It's not really my expertise. So giving context, and I even messaged someone like a few days ago and gave like a really long detailed like thing, and I got ignored too. So it's just like, I don't know. I'm taking it a little bit personally, but you know, I'm sure he's having a hard day.
There's one thing I'll add in there very quickly, and then sorry if no one else wants to talk on that. Sorry, Suhi, for jumping in front of you. And yet again, apologies if I'm not saying your name correctly. But that is, no one owes you a response. I think that's another thing that I think is really important to put out there. You know, if you send someone a message and they don't respond, don't think, oh, they're an ignorant so-and-so. They may be busy. They might not see it, because yet again, like, loads of my message requests disappear off into the someone requested a message thing, and for some reason I don't get a notification on that, so I have to click into it deliberately. There's 101 reasons they might not respond, so don't be upset. Just, you know, message them, and then if you really want to connect and you have a good reason to connect, message them again a week later. And if they still don't respond, then no, you know, water under the bridge. There's 7 billion other people in the world. Don't worry about it. So yeah, I just wanted to. Nobody else seems to care about DMs, so I'm not going to say any more on that, whatever. But, you know, just a couple of tips that I thought I'd throw in.
I love it, y'all. Go ahead, Suhi.
Thanks so much. And everyone pronounced my name correctly. Thank you all. Also, Heather, thank you for sharing your story with us. It was so exciting to hear about this big journey and life change you're going on. I know change can be hard for a lot of us, and taking that first step to do the change is probably the hardest part, but super excited for you and what's to come with your journey to moving. My question is, you know, out of all of the gems that you all hear in this space and have heard on your own personal journeys to getting into tech and becoming software engineers, what's the one that you wish you had listened to immediately versus kind of holding off for a longer period of time? Like, I know for me, I wish I'd started to be more consistent about my green squares on GitHub back in May when I first opened my GitHub account, but really didn't get into it until September after going to one of the hunt spaces. And I'm proud to say that my GitHub is like green squared filled since that space and Sean dropping that gem. Also, Suhi is not my actual name. It's like my nickname for interweb safety and whatnot. My name is Jewel, which is just like the gems that are dropped from the space. But thank you all. I'm looking forward to hearing what you all have to share.
Go ahead, Graham.
Oh, and basically, I think you hit the nail on the head. Consistency is probably the biggest one that I'm like, I really wish I'd done that. The second one, though, and I think it's a really important one nowadays, but I am a little biased, is build in public and connect with people online. Your network is your net worth is an old saying, but it's so true. I mean, everything that comes my way tends to be through my network. I'm at the point in my life where I'm applying for jobs, or at least I will be in a couple of weeks. I'm taking a bit of time to just sort of gear up for my new path in life. And I've realized that everything that I'm applying for, I'm asking around, does anybody know the person there, the CEO there? Because I know full well that warm introduction is worth 100 times of me having like 50 projects and everything else. That warm introduction, that person advocating for you is so, so powerful. So that's the big tip that I wish I'd done earlier. I wish I'd discovered tech Twitter earlier, because I find it quite life-changing building a network online versus in person and in real life.
Go ahead, Heather.
Graham, you're gonna leave daily.dev? Sad face.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, thanks. In a space like this, sorry you didn't know, I got fired, Heather, in 9th of December. I've been on garden leave ever since. Long story. But essentially, we never quite lined up on what marketing should look like at Daily Dev. That's the simplest explanation I could look at. So I was doing busy work rather than productive work. And so, you know, it was a mutual... I got fired. It was their decision, but it was quite mutual at that point because I was getting pretty bored as well, not knowing what to do. So, yeah, absolutely love the team still. There's no hard feelings. They've looked after me. They're amazing still. So, no boycotting Daily Dev or anything like that, everybody. If anything, definitely sign up and use it if you haven't. If you're a developer, it's amazing.
No, boycott daily.dev.
No chance. No, use it, everybody. It's awesome. I really do believe in the product and the people there. And yeah, like I said, I'm excited because I'm going to try and do what you're doing, Heather. I'm going to try and move towards DevRel, you and Denny's side of the fence. So, but I need to gear up a bit because I'm a front end guy and most DevRel is back end. So yeah.
This message is sponsored by Daily.dev.
Yeah, I'm hoping they throw an extra couple of £100 in my severance package for that.
Well, you're gonna find the most perfect thing, I'm sure. And also the thing that you said about the warm introductions is like entirely 100% how I've gotten every opportunity, even ones that like I wasn't ready for. People love to take chances on me and offer me things because I know someone that they really trust and care about. So it's totally about, at least for me, it was absolutely 100%. Everyone is based on, well, I guess there's one job that I got because I applied and they liked me and I was good at, I had a good like background, but that's only 1 out of 6 where everything else was like from someone that I knew, either a classmate or networking. Twitter got me my last job, so this is, I don't know, it really is like networking from the very beginning is super important. Second, like I think it's as important as showing that you have skills and like demonstrating that you're competent, or that you can learn quickly. I think they go hand in hand. You can't really just do one.
Boom, I 100% agree. I love it. Thank you for coming, Heather. Thank you all speakers. Y'all, if you haven't connected with the speakers, if you haven't connected with the host, if you haven't literally looked to your left and your right and looked at the people in the room, what are you doing? They're not prioritizing the literal thing that we keep telling them to prioritize. They come to these spaces and then they don't listen to the advice. This is the problem I have, Heather. They tell them, oh, you need to talk to people. You need to go meet people. And then we sit in a room of 100, used to be 260 people, and you didn't talk to nobody? Oh, my God. They wrote it all in their notebook. Oh, my God, Graham.
Up the mic.
I be trying not to say it, Heather. I be having, I don't know what I got to do, like to get paid every single time I say it. I don't know what I got, like a trademark it, what I got to do, because some people get paid for that. But yeah, go ahead, Graham.
First of all, I agree, grab the mic. And I just want to very quickly say, look, if you're very nervous and you sat in the audience and you're like, oh, no, I'm scared of public speaking. Probably February last year was my first ever space and I hated the sound of my own voice. I just couldn't stand it. And now look at me, I won't shut up. I'm everywhere. People are like, Jesus, will this Graham guy just stop talking? We've had enough of what he has to say. It becomes addictive. So get involved, do it, because my favorite saying that someone said, and I really wish I could credit them, is you will be scared whether you do it or whether you don't. You might as well do it. And I think that's so damn true. And secondly, Sean, people are listening in this space. I've had 2 DMs since I said about how to DM better. And both of them got a response from me because they were well thought out. They said what they wanted. So I'll be having a coffee chat. I'll be checking out someone's YouTube channel because they wanted to see what I thought. I don't know why they're asking me when YK's on stage, probably because his DMs are shut, but And yeah, it's good to know that people do actually listen to what people are saying, even if we feel like they're not sometimes.
Boom, I'm happy you're saying that because I actually looked into my DMs and realized that a lot of the DMs are in the section where, it does the filter. And this is what I be telling y'all. Listen, so a lot of us get so many DMs that unless you're like sitting right in front of me or you said, hey, I sent you a DM, I literally looked in there was like 10 DMs, Graham. And I was like, yo, they don't send me a notification. By the time I see these, like, it's late and I gotta go to. If you're in this room and you had a microphone and it's not crazy where you're at, instead of writing me 2 paragraphs, you could have took 5 seconds. Press the button, had a conversation with me. I would have spent 5 to 10 minutes of my life answering your questions. But if you just send a DM, now you are hoping that I have the time to go through these DMs and answer every single one. I do not. I unfortunately do not. Like, realize when YK sends me a message, it goes straight. Like, I get a notification. It does all of these things because I talk to YK at, like, oh my God, y'all. This is why I say they don't be listening, Graham. Only some people be listening. Grab the mic. Get in somebody's face. Tell them this is why you need to listen to me. Because even though I saw your paragraph and I love y'all so much, I just don't have the time to now read 10 pages, which I now have to do because I'm telling people. I'm going to read the 10 messages that I just got, but realize that most of the time I don't even see them. Please grab them.
I just wanted to hop on and say thank you to Graham and Heather for your great advice in terms of what to be consistent about, in terms of reaching out to folks, in terms of those GitHub squares, and those really warm messages for outreaching to people. So thank you for that. Always working on all those areas.
All right. So just wanted to say, Danny, what's going on? I feel like you haven't spoken that much yet.
Bro, this iced tea slaps. I don't know about you, but damn. And these nuts and these dried fruits, healthy AF. Nothing, I'm just getting stuff around in my flat. And that's it, just listening to everyone talk. So don't mind me. I know usually I'm the loudest, funniest, most handsome, intelligent person in the room, but you know, since the god Skrillex Graham is here, I lowered myself humbly before him. So yeah, I bow down and I listen and I shut up so he doesn't banish me eternally.
You know, I keep telling people if Heather has the same amount of confidence as Danny, imagine how far she can go.
But so you see, that's the thing, no one has it. That's why I keep telling everyone, no one has it. I get far in life because of the people be arrogant. Just go for it. Don't listen to YK, don't be humble. YK has 2 million subscribers. He has no need to be arrogant. He's already far beyond that. He has to, if I have 2 million subscribers, bro, I don't care. I'm humble as fuck. Like, I'm chill. I'll help you out. I have 0 subscribers. I need to be arrogant. I need to get out there.
So, 2 things. First of all, 1, YK, well done, bud. I'm glad that I'm rubbing off on you. You managed to insult both of them at the same time because you basically said, Heather, you've got no confidence. And you said to Denny, look, Heather's so much smarter than you. And, you know, all that's carrying you is your confidence. So well done, YK. Epic troll. I loved it.
Bro, I have spent time with Heather. I think I am the only one in here qualified enough to be able to say how awesome and much farther in life Heather will be than I am right now. All I do is talk, yell loud, people pay attention. That's why I get shit done. And that's why I tell everyone, excuse the chewing, I'm very hungry. Everyone in the space, what Sean says is real. What Graham says is real. What YK says is real. Network, come up the stage and open your goddamn mouth because you never know what will happen when you talk to people. Trust me, it worked for me in literally 6 months. My life changed. I promise you, you can do the same.
Cool.
I just want to say that I used to be, I think I'm pretty confident now compared to where I used to be, but I used to be arrogant in my 20s. And anytime I showed up with arrogance, people would take that as a challenge and want to just like cut me down as much as possible. So that's part of why I come off really in a very soft way, in a very like LOL kind of way, because I am tired of people trying to cut me down and prove me wrong. And respond with like, you know, defensive, well, actually kind of comments. It's so, it just, I cannot stand it. But I'm loving all this like backhanded compliments. It's really boosting my ego, but my ego can get really inflated really quickly.
Well,
So
No,
when me and
Heather, no. You're not arrogant enough. That's the trick. You're not arrogant enough. You need to even more arrogance. If they hit you with the actually, say, "Shut up, nerd. I don't care. I'm awesome. You're not."
You're talking to
what?
you're talking to the most arrogant guy on tech Twitter, which is I think maybe if you try to be a little bit more like Denny, you'll find the right balance.
Well, when I move to Barcelona, you can teach me how to be arrogant, and then we'll be the most like insufferable pair on tech Twitter.
Bro, I'm carrying tech Twitter. Tech Twitter without me would be like tech Twitter back in 2015. All them boring. Spice in here, yeah.
I'm ready for these Denny Heather spaces. What's good with y'all? Like what? Like
Once I get my microphone fixed, me and YK and all of you, like YK did a trick on me. He this man, don't mistake his humbleness for like he's sneaky AF. Hey Danny, why don't you host 100 consecutive days of spaces? He knows my arrogant ass would not down for a challenge, and my man just literally almost burned me out. YK, I'm onto you, you little shit.
Yeah, you know, I'm just too good at reading people. Graham, go ahead.
So
Say what?
yeah, so no, I'm not going to save you. I'm just going to like switch away and like let it fizzle out because you know there's been enough beef between you two, and people are going to start talking. But yes, I was going to say, speaking of 100 spaces, Denny burnt out after like 32 days, but Jax and Arvi, for people who don't know them, they're amazing. Go look them up. It's 44 Jax 44, and I think it's Arvi Dev are their handles. They have done 99 consecutive days of spaces, both of them. Like, so they've actually done, because they're in each other's spaces, 198 consecutive days. That's like 2 spaces a day for 99 days. Tomorrow is the big celebration. So if YK doesn't mind, I'm going to try and find that tweet, pin it to the top, because you should all be there to congratulate him, because that is one hell of a feat. And secondly, just to quickly back Denny up, they didn't burn out because they did short spaces. Denny did like 4 or 5 hour spaces for like 31 days. So he did his due. That's how Denny definitely blew up at the beginning. But I'm waiting for them to come back.
So what happened was, sorry, Graham. Thank you first of all. I'm just gonna slightly correct things. I didn't actually burn out, but Graham and everyone made me realize something. I'm in Barcelona. I'm spending my goddamn summer talking to nerds online like myself over a phone while I hear people yelling and screaming and enjoying their nights out in a warm, sunny evening. So I told myself, hell no. Bye-bye, everyone. I'm gonna enjoy my life. That's what I did. So yeah, 3 times a week a space is plenty for everyone. Trust me. Do not be like me, not smart. 5 to 6 hours a night is a no. Trust me. Also, shout out to Avi and Jax.
So you're saying you're a quitter?
No, I'm saying I overachieved results in a shorter amount of time. Boom, what's up? Bro, you can't, you guys, you're not on my level. Do not try to verb like, no, it's not gonna work, comrade. You can try your best. The only person here is Waiki because he does it in a humble, weird way. Like, oh, then you try 200 days of space, maybe.
Yeah, I just like to do that, mess with you, you know.
Yeah, I know. Also, Mike, it's been ages. I am so happy to hear you again. And for all my friends in here, Laura, Chad, Nate, I see everyone. Thank you for being here. Mike, it's been ages. It's so nice to hear your voice. I'm very, very serious about this. Talk to us.
Thanks for the welcome back, Danny. I've been off Twitter for like 9 months, I think. I think I dropped a sub tweet in August. I've just been really burnt out. I'm glad to be back.
Well, if that wasn't the most anti-climactic.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't have a better story than I'm burnt out.
I thought you were conquering countries.
Mike, how did you burn out? Because like I don't see myself burning out on Twitter,
Oh, it wasn't burnout on Twitter. Like,
Oh,
honestly, I'm not very good at Twitter. Like, I would say that the reason that I keep coming back to Twitter is because I think it helps combat like the worst instincts in me in terms of just like self-centering myself, censoring myself in terms of like just feeling like my thoughts aren't worth sharing and no one wants to hear this. I really like how casual people are just about like getting their thoughts out there. That's one thing I really liked about Twitter. It just like takes a lot out of me to get there. Like I think it just it takes a lot of energy, and I'm not saying it's a bad use of energy. It's just just takes up a lot of lot of headspace. When I'm like browsing, like I spent like I haven't tweeted anything. It's been like I said about 9 months since I last tweeted anything. I spent like 2 hours this morning just like scrolling the feed and being like, how do I do this again? So it's gonna take a while to get back into it.
Okay. I'm still trying to get it because like people burn out from work. I get that because they're like, oh, I need to work, right? I need to make money. I need to pay the bills, and then they burn out. Or like, I need to get a house or whatever they have. But with Twitter, it's like just Twitter, Did you feel like I need to get followers? I need to tweet something like that.
I think it's I think Twitter and a lot of different platforms reward you for being consistent. It's just like, show up every day and I guess if you're really not thinking about like any goals, then you could just tweet and it's fine. I think I have this goal of like, still it's reaching people, but it's not it's not necessarily like I haven't charged any money for anything that I've done on Twitter for the past like couple of years. And I think like the plan is to keep it that way for a while. I don't really, I think when it comes to like tweeting, it feels like I have a sense of purpose in terms of like, I want people to read what I'm saying. Like I want to teach as many people as possible, and so in order to do that, I kind of need to tweet as consistently as possible. And I'm really bad at that. So I think that's what that's what I'm like. I think a lot of people are just better at it and not really worrying about that kind of thing. And I am not. That's just not my personality.
Right. Yeah, I get that now. Yeah, I feel like the story I'm getting, like if I get it correctly, is you're sort of an overachiever in a way. You're like, I want to get like a lot of impressions or likes or whatever. I guess I'm not like that, so that's that's helpful for Twitter at least, because I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, I just tweet.
YK, I'm unsubscribing from a YouTube channel right now, and I need an apology video with tears and elite code perfection right now.
I'm with you, Danny, on this
What
one.
am
You
I
sat there.
apologizing?
No, YK, no. You sat there going,
Bro,
just
there's
Twitter. Who cares about
Graham
likes? I
basically
only got like
telling.
100,000 followers without, it's easy. Like you're all weak. What's wrong with you? Wow. Like I've only got 2 million subscribers on YouTube, and then I don't even bother with it. I built the thing up, and now I'm like, throw it away. It's all easy. You're all weak. That's what YK's saying to us
By
all.
the way.
That's a reflection of what. Okay, that's.
I also heard that. That was also what I heard.
So YK is basically telling us, I'm not arrogant. He is. You're peasant, disgusting, pathetic, beneath me, 0 subscribe ass, brokies.
Okay. Well.
I'm just kidding around, YK. I don't know you that well, but hopefully you know that I'm joking.
Yeah.
I know it's not. Yeah, like I think it's just like there's a mindset shift that I want to have, which is hit that like fucking publish button. I really want that, and that's something I really want to have going into the new year. I'm having a lot of trouble right now doing it. Maybe I'll tweet something right now. I'm not going to do that.
Do it.
I'm
My
too scared.
tweet.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. If y'all don't know, I am not a bully until you're asking me to bully you into being a better version of yourself. A version who would have done it. Post it. Do it now.
We want a public commitment from you. We want you to literally send a tweet now, Mike, saying, I am just going to post what's on my mind like every other idiot on Twitter. Let's go. Because that's basically what everyone does. They just have a thought in their head. They share it with the world. They don't care because tweets last for like 15 minutes unless you're lucky. So it doesn't matter. But being serious and offering an actual thing, because I'm the same mentality, set yourself a time limit on whatever you're doing. So like if you're writing a tweet, because I've spent sometimes 10 minutes trying to write the perfect tweet. You can't spend 10 minutes on a tweet. Like that's where you burn yourself out. So I say, I've got 2 minutes to write this and then it goes. Like, and it works. And, you know, I've slowly ramping up the Twitter this year because I spend loads of time in spaces, hardly tweet. I'm going to reverse that a little bit as time goes on, where I'll be sending more tweets. And you need a tool like that if you're a perfectionist. It's really important skill to have in your toolbox, even for just something as stupid as Twitter, because it is stupid, let's face it.
Just post pictures of your foods and your outfits, easy GG.
I don't know, Mike. I don't know how I feel about this tweet.
I think I nailed it.
I mean,
think I nailed it.
capital S and question mark. I don't know.
I'm retweeting right now.
I will write something in a tweet and then put it in my drafts for at least like 6 to 12 hours. And then at that point, if I still feel like it resonates with me, I will probably wait like 2 more days before I tweet it. So that's kind of my method. And I should definitely be more like YK and just ruthlessly tweet nonstop. But I don't know. I feel like YK, like I knew about him as CS Dojo on YouTube before ever like seeing him on Twitter. And then when he showed up on Twitter, I was like, oh my God, can you believe it? And Mike, I always think of you as like one of the OG Twitter Spaces spam, because it was like you and you know, that whole gang.
It was like Shashi and Tech Rally and
Yeah.
Bro, I miss those
The good old
spaces
days.
so much.
Those are the best spaces.
I still have that DM from Mike where he goes, "Why are your spaces so fucking huge? I need to plaster it on my wall. I'm so proud of it." I had like 500 followers when he said that. Good times.
So I'm just going to jump in to try and turn this into something valuable. Sorry to everyone who's been listening. We've offered probably 5. Well, I jumped out for an hour and a half, but this space has been going for 6 hours. So the value is gone now for a little bit. It's into chaos mode. But switching to what Heather said about YK, I think you got that very wrong, and I'd love to hear from YK. But YK doesn't just tweet his mind. YK is quite calculated with what he puts out there. He puts a lot of thought into it. But at the same time, I imagine you have some mechanism, YK, for making sure that shit does go out the door. So I'd love to hear sort of your thought on that. It seems how we've sort of gone away from what to prioritize after learning to code. Let's say that the thing you should prioritize is growing on Twitter, people. There we go. Now I can tie everything together.
Yeah, so first of all, just in general, for people who are just getting started, or you know, like even for people with, you know, a mid-sized account, let's say, replying to people is super important. You know, I guess with a large account too, replying to people is how you make friends and how you make connections. So focus on that. It's like it should be like 100 replies and then 1 of your own tweets. That's just my opinion. And you know, beyond that, like for my own kind of workflow, it's very intuitive. I just think about like what, you know, what I might want to tweet about, what people might want to learn about, and then I think about like how to phrase things so it resonates. Like if I learn about a specific tech, and if I know that most of my followers are not interested in a specific tech, I try to think of, you know, like generalizing like a lesson I learned in a way that resonates with more people. So that's kind of how I do it. And I you know, I look at how people react to it. I look at how, you know, it spreads, like the number of likes, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah, that's about it.
Go ahead, Danny.
I wanted to ask something, but I forgot. But I thought people just tweet. I literally just wake up and tweet. I do tweet in the morning, lunch, and evening because those
tend to be my best times for tweet, and usually those go viral. Like literally almost 8 out of 10 last tweets have a lot of, well, okay, they're kind of, hype, but still, I don't use any, I don't use Tweet Hunter or Black Magic or Hype Fury or anything else. I just get online and tweet, I guess. So am I doing this wrong? Because if yes, please tell me.
Sounds like you're saying it's easy.
It's easy, GG, bro. I can't hear you from the top of the leaderboard, mate. What do you mean?
But for those who are having trouble, realized you could use those tools. Denny wants to play on hard mode. When I told him there's this tool right here that'll schedule out your tweets so that you don't have to be up on what day is it? See, I don't even know what day it is. That's how deep in the work it is. You don't have to be up on some random day on a Twitter space or tweeting, because you schedule it out on Sunday for all your tweets to go out. Or you could go on Black Magic and see the people who are engaging with you. What'd you say, Denny?
I said it loses. Like, imagine I wake up tomorrow, yeah, and I have a tweet scheduled. Good morning, tech Twitter, blah blah shit I don't care about, but I have to act like I care about, right? But instead of actually not okay, so no one understood this was a joke. Okay, never mind. Instead of scheduling a tweet, I wake up and my breakfast slaps. I got slapped in the face. It slaps, and I post a picture and I say, "Guess my programming language based on my breakfast." Boom, viral. I keep getting spammed all night. Hey, do you have laptop? You know what I mean?
I'm just saying the trick is that we don't actually know that is your breakfast this morning. And theoretically, you could have had breakfast on Sunday and posted your picture and the beach and then posted them all on different days.
Yo, Sean, you have, oh my lord, my photo app is full of them beach. Bro, I'm about to be a developer on the beach yet again. Thank you, Sean. Donation link right now in my DM. Right now.
I thought that's what you were doing the whole time. Well, listen, this man lives on the beach, y'all. Like every single day I'm at the beach. I'm like, yo, is your apartment literally called the beach? Or what are you doing? Because I don't believe you. I have not been to the beach in so long. I need to go. I need to change that.
Yes, but I live 20 minutes from the beach. In any case, not to get too far off from the conversation again, I actually jumped on to ask YK, is he still on a space? Haven't you guys started like 20,000 hours ago? You see, this is the dedication. That's why YK has 100k followers, also because it's humble, annoying, but it takes work. I think a lot of people, before I leave, because I need to sleep and watch a movie and do shit, a lot of people actually do underestimate the amount of work it takes to grow a social following and an audience and interact with people and reply to the DMs and make sure your tweets are actually nice and engaging and memey and this and that, and the list goes on and on and on. Because I did have, well, they're still friends, but I used to have people in Belgium when I started on Twitter laugh about the whole thing. Like, I don't care, not laugh, but like make jokes. Oh, you're gonna be Twitter famous. Oh, fuck yeah, I am. Watch me go, bro. No one thought I would get to 12k. No one thought I would be getting a job, moving to Barcelona. But I always told everyone I'm gonna start being more active. I'm gonna build a community. I'm great at building, like gathering people around me. I'm gonna grow, and you will not be laughing when I'm on the beach working from a laptop. 6 months later, I moved to Barcelona. I tell no one I book a plane in 2 days, and I'm gone. And now I have like a whole list of people who want to visit me. Oh, Denny, teach me how to tweet. Like. So do not underestimate the power of social media if used correctly. Not to share your breakfast meals like I do. Yeah, sure, those are memes. But like Graham and YK and Sean and everyone else here is saying, to make those connections, like Graham said, your network is your net worth. That's such an understated sentence saying. It's insane. It takes so much less work to make friends and be nice to people and connect, and then you never know, oh hey, I know Graham, Oh, we have a job opening in our company. Yeah, let's get Graham. Oh, you know Graham? Is he cool? Yeah, he's cool. Oh, fine. Hey, Graham. Oh, you know what? Fuck the interview. We're just gonna talk and chill, see if you like the same football teams I like. Oh, you like Barcelona? Cool, great. You're hired. You start tomorrow. Boom. Versus, oh, I need to press apply. Oh, my LinkedIn. Oh, my resume. Oh, my CV. Oh, this. Oh, that. Oh, on us laptops, please keep weird DMs away from the girls as well. They're getting bombarded already. And please interact with everyone and make sure you don't waste your time on useless shit. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone. I'm gonna enjoy my evening on the beach. I'm just joking. I'm alone in my bedroom in my mom's basement. Bye. Love you. Also unsubscribe from YK's channel.
Oh, Danny. Love it. Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, so I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I want to back up one thing that Denny said there with real life experience, and that is, did I say it the last time I was up? Have I said it this time? Am I boring everyone? I can't remember. Let's find out. I got my last job because of someone that I knew. And the thing was, I had no CV because I'd been self-employed for 15 years. I had no references because you can't use your clients as references. And yet I got that job. Now, can you imagine me trying to apply for a job if someone wasn't advocating for me and getting through with that? There's no chance. So 100% build those connections. One person advocating for you inside a company is worth 50% of the work, you know. So, you know, it's
Okay.
so important. And YK, before you interrupt me, sorry, I'm going to actually for once say something nice about you. The other thing that's really important where I said about building your network is I named someone that I was like, I want to get in touch with this person. They had a job going. It was a bit earlier than I was expecting, but I wanted to actually get in touch with them. And I wanted the warm introduction. And YK, because I've spent the time building that relationship, offered to reach out. In the end, it didn't work out. It didn't like pan out the way that we'd hoped. But having someone like YK, like Sean, like Denny, like Heather, like Mike, actually say, hey, that you should have a conversation with this person carries a lot of weight. So build your network, connect with people. It's 100% worth it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, thanks for all that, Graham. But, you know, this is something, Graham, you say yourself. Like, what was it? Do as I say, but not as I do. Or yeah, that's what you say. Like, you know, Graham, look at Heather. You know, she's like putting herself out there. When she lost her previous job, she was like, "I lost my job, but you know, I want a job in DevRel." So we knew what to do. It was like pretty clear. But we don't know what to do with you. I don't think you explained that clearly, Graham.
So there's a reason I've not explained it clearly, and you keep doing this to me, YK, and that is I have my little plan. I know exactly what I want to do. I want to put myself in a position where I'm strong, not weak, when I'm negotiating my salary. At the moment, although a few people think I'm a DevRel, I'm not a DevRel, and I need to skill up a little bit, especially on the back end, and I need to throw a load of content out there because I used to be a content machine. I've not done a lot of content for ages except for work, so I need to skill that back up so that when I start making the ask, I've got the shit to back it up. So there's a reason I'm not making the ask yet, but don't worry, it is coming. And I think there's an important point there that YK is making, which is not only build that network, know how to tell people what you're after and give them a good trigger point. And here's a really good tip for anyone that I've learned from networking for years, which is find a name and ask for that name. You will be amazed how many times someone knows that person. And it's so easy for them. But if you don't give them that trigger, they don't know how to help you. So if you really want to work at a particular company, find out who you need to be talking to there, build your network, and then ask your network, say, I want an introduction to Nimrod Kramer at Daily Dev because I want to work there. And someone like me will go, oh, I used to work there. Nimrod's amazing. I'll make the introduction. It's that easy if I trust you and I believe that you'll be good at the job. That's the thing that you've got to put the work in on.
I mean, you know, like all that advice is totally legit, but I keep coming back to this. I'm like, okay, so I understand that you're gonna build up content, but where? You know, you got an audience of 100 people right here, and 100 people don't know where to find your content when you start publishing it.
Oh, are you going to call me out on people not going to be able to find my content, Mr. Hey, I've got a Discord server, but it's buried 27 links deep in my website? No, YK. Don't worry. I got this. I've just bought graham.dev. I'm in the middle of setting up a personal website around that. I'm also I'm about to sort of release a couple of things next week, probably, doing a load of stuff on GitHub. I'll be everywhere. Don't you worry. I'm going to be a fucking monster this year. You're going to be sick of my face if you aren't already. I'll be everywhere, and you'll know exactly where to find my shit. So don't worry. I'm on it. I've got it. It's only the third day of the year. I'm building up to it.
Exactly. Don't worry about where my client is in his journey. We're working on it. If y'all didn't know, make those steps in public. I wish my client would set up a next meeting so we could talk about those exact steps and update this bio. What, the monster with morals? What are we doing? I don't know. But we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out, y'all. And all I have to say is you could be figuring it out too. I'm gonna start yelling at them again. So we're gonna go back to talking to Heather. How are you doing, Heather? While I bring somebody up.
Hey, I just need some toast. Graham, I mean, where's the link to your website? I think I missed that one. JK, I know it's not ready yet. But I almost feel like it was a slight because was I desperate for a job a little bit? It's funny because when I got the offer, I asked someone what they thought of the company, and then it turns out that person was really against the idea of back ends as a service. And I was like, well, cool. I'm still gonna try anyway because I really love the team and it's gonna be fun to learn and grow within the company, and that's kind of where I went with it. So now I'm in the spot where I was just in a DevRel space, and we were talking about the transition from software engineering to DevRel and how the strength is in knowing how to write code, and then also with DevRel a lot of the first 2 months is experimenting to see what sticks. And so this month I'm really just letting go of all my inhibitions around streaming. So you can follow me on Twitch, and I think I have 3 people subscribed to my YouTube channel, which is funny because I only have a 17-second video of me walking to a really cold lake. And I don't know, I guess those are the 2 places that I'm trying to grow outside of Twitter and stay consistent here. I feel like I need to fill the air. And Graham, is your hair really that long on one side? I can't really tell. Okay. I remember back when I think we were first meeting in spaces, and you had a not real photo of you, and we all just gave you crap about that, and then you finally put a real photo of yourself up, and you just have the most buttery voice. And whenever I talk to anyone that's British, I think of you, and that actually happens a lot these days. I keep running into British people at the clubs. So what to prioritize after learning to code to get a job? Yeah, it's the people. It's 100% the people.
I'm going to steal. Oh, damn. I was going to steal your line and say, boom.
Listen, you got to be real early to grab the mic before me. But yeah, thank you for that, Heather. I was gonna say something, and then where'd he go? Oh, my father knocked on the door and then disappeared. Give me 5 seconds to figure out if my house is haunted. Go ahead, Graham.
So while you're off ghost hunting, YK, seems how you've pushed, I think it might actually be hopefully useful without being sort of self-serving to give people an idea of what I'm thinking and why I'm going about things the way I am, and why I'm perhaps not putting everything out there straight away. But let me tell you the plan. So 2 things. First of all, to be a DevRel, 90% of the jobs are back-end based, and I am a front-end developer who specializes in accessibility. So I'm skilling up a little bit. That's step one. So I'm going to do that publicly, though. I'm going to do like an AWS course and share my learnings, because I'm a firm believer in building public, because that way people can see what you're doing. They can see your writing styles, your skills, which are all very important for DevRel. The second thing I'm doing is I've bought a website domain name, which is a11y.express, said AliExpress. It's all about accessibility, my speciality, because there's a gap there. And so I am going to double down very hard on writing about accessibility, but with some very deliberate actions. And that is, I'm not only going to write articles, I'm going to be doing short videos about it. I'm going to be doing infographics about it, several other things. And the reason I'm doing those things is they all align with skills I need to be able to demonstrate if I want to be a DevRel, leaning towards the content creation side of things. So everything I'm doing deliberately. And I'd say that to anyone in the audience who's like, right, what do I do? What do you prioritize after learning to code to get a job? You prioritize being able to showcase the skills that aren't just coding. So you need to be able to show that you can do all the things that are going to show up on the job description. The other thing I mentioned was I've got a couple of silly open source things going on, but I'm going to do some proper stuff soon and get really heavily involved in open source on a brand new profile, because I don't want to cheat. I want to show that you can build from nothing very quickly and get a good reputation for open source software that way. And there's a reason I'm doing that, and that is I can showcase my communication skills, I can showcase my ability to work in a team, I can showcase my coding. So I can showcase all of these things with open source. So I think that's the one thing I take away from this if I were you in the audience. Heather has mentioned the people, 100% tip number one, connect with people. Tip number two, think of ways that you can show people what a monster you are, why you're perfect for the job, why you are the person that should be hired. Because let me tell you, 50 of the people who are sat around you aren't going to be putting that effort in, and you only need to go maybe 5% above everyone else, and you'll stand out 100 times over them. It just takes that little bit of extra effort and being able to show, not tell, that you are good and you are right for the job. And I think that's my top tip for if you're looking for a job right now. You happy now, YK? I've literally spilled the beans on 50% of what I'm up to, and I've killed the space. So all good, yeah?
Here's a question. When do you feel like it's like, and this is for anyone, when do you feel like it's necessary to start like niching down? Because I hear that a lot. Like if I'm going to create content, I need to like find my audience and know exactly what I'm going to be talking about. But I don't know. I feel like I'm more of a generalist, and I want to just talk about everything. And I know that like if you're on Twitch, that it's okay. You can really talk about anything. But if you're on YouTube, like your channels need to be like very specific. And I'm like maybe 5 years in, it's like, well, I don't really have an expertise, but I guess with my jobs now, I'm kind of leaning towards GraphQL and C#, and it's just like, is that what I want to be known for? Do I want to be known for one thing, or do I just want to be a brand that is my face? I'm not sure.
Fire away, Mike. You can go first.
Thanks, Graham. I mean, I don't think I have a ton to say in terms of, like, I don't think I've quite figured this out yet. I think, you know, I kind of started out as wanting to be one of the break into tech people. I think what I realized is that I don't, like, just, you know, speaking on a personal level, I don't really even know what it takes to break into tech in 2023. I almost said 2022. Still getting used to that. I don't really know what it takes to break into tech now. I broke into tech like a decade ago, and my advice is kind of irrelevant. And I think it would be very like demagogy to pretend that I do, because I think there's just a lot of people who are like really hungering for that advice. So, you know, I'm still figuring it out. I would say, like, you know, you alluded to the fact that like you're still niching down in your career. And I think you should wait until you do that and really get comfortable before you start creating content that's really specialized. I think if you don't want to do that yet, then definitely don't niche down your content, because otherwise you might wind up writing about something you like that will eventually like surpass your expertise. So I would just, you know, like if you're still going broad in your career, I would keep going broad in your career. And when you do decide to specialize, that's when I would, consider doing that for your content as well.
I love that advice. I'm going to give a variation on what Mike just said. Heather, if you found something that you are passionate about, then niche down onto it. But you need to have that passion, because we've heard burnout several times here. Content creators burn out all the time. The main reason is they start doing it for the wrong reasons. They're doing it because they want those follower numbers, they want all those things. It's the wrong reason to do it. You need to have a passion for teaching people about something that you are passionate about. I think that's what it boils down to. So if there's something that is like the real heart and soul of you, and you feel comfortable about talking about it publicly, then niche down on it. The thing I'd probably say is you're at the stage where you've done enough content creation. For anyone in the audience who's never done content creation before, don't start in a niche. I would probably say just explore, get good at writing, get good at creating video, whatever content you're creating. Don't panic about niching down initially. Once you've got the core skills down, then start doing it. But there's no point me, Mike, Sean, etc. saying it. We've got Mr. 2 million subscribers up here on stage being quiet, and I'm just going to call him out and say, YK, when did you niche down? When do you think we should niche down? Because you're good at building followings. So tell the people how.
I think at the beginning, niching down is helpful. I mean, if you're talking about building an audience. So, because, if you niche down, you need to basically compete with fewer people, and that's much easier. But over time, when you have like stronger brand and more reach and everything, then if you want, you can generalize a little bit more, try different things. And I think in terms of just personalities and careers and stuff like that, people have different personalities. I think some people like to niche down and just focus on one thing. That's just their personality. And other people like to, generalize more. And my theory is that, if you like to niche down, you might want to work at like a bigger company, focus on a specific thing. If you like to generalize more, startups might be better, smaller companies, and basically, eventually owning your own business.
I love that. There's one thing I'll say as well, and this is an observation, as on most of the things I'm saying here, so please bear that in mind, everyone. I am by no means the expert or the leading authority on how to be a big content creator, but I've hung around with enough of them, and I would say Francesco's model is the one that I like the most, which is he niches down on a subject for a period of time, and then when he feels like he's explored it enough, he will then focus his energy on another thing. So Francesco was originally originally he was the meme master, but then he became the Docker guy, and then he became the one who's known for Web3 stuff, and now he's moving into Rust. And I like that because it gives you the freedom to explore different things, but people who follow you have a good reason and know why to follow you, and often their interests will evolve anyway over time. So you get that people who come back and will share your stuff over and over because it resonates with them and you've built an audience on a subject, but then you can switch to a new subject and you'll maintain most of that audience because they've grown to like you as the person. And that, I think, is one of the key things. I think that's why we take the piss out of YK, but I think that's why he's successful, because he's very likable, he offers good advice, he's very careful with what he says 90% of the time, other than with me, in which case he just insults me non-stop, but it's fine. And yeah, I think that's the key to it, really. It's have a message that people know what you're known for, who you are. So if I say Danny Thompson, everyone goes to the guy who helps people get jobs, or expert at LinkedIn. If we say Sean, the Hunt, helping people find jobs, yet again, seems to be a recurring theme here. And YK, now I'm not so sure, I'd just say general computer science, but you were definitely the Python guy. You know what I mean? So I think having that niche really strengthens you on personal branding level. So go on, YK. Fire away, I'm just waffling.
Yeah, no, I just to quickly comment on that. So people knew me as like a Python. The interesting thing is, like, every time someone tells me that they watched my videos, they say different things. Some people say Python, some people say data structures and algorithms. Some people say like all these other things. So, but it's just me. I like to just generalize. That's just my personality. And on Twitter, it's, to me, it's actually more focused. I was doing general, like tech content. That's kind of what I was trying to do. And then people started to tell me like my account is like motivation tweets. So I was like, okay, I guess these are motivational tweets. Yeah, so sometimes like people tell you like what your brand is too.
I
Oh, what
love
is
that
great?
part. Go ahead, Heather.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean, Nate, whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just loved that part. People will tell you, like people told me about Grab the Mic. I didn't actually like decide that was a thing until people started telling me that was a thing. Go ahead, Nate.
So I finally got the toddler to go to sleep, so I'm able to grab the mic, like Sean's been frequently encouraging me to do. Pending, of course, my toddler's finicky sleep schedule, I'm able to hop up for a minute. I love the topic of niching down, and this is something this is advice I've given to several junior engineers that I've mentored, to people breaking into tech that I've mentored. And I think the interesting part about this, to echo one of YK's points and just a general point in tech, and that is the answer is always, it depends. So it's tough because I think that first off, it really depends on your goals and objectives, like as well as your motivation. So not only what are you trying to do, whether it's your content development, whether it's your learning path as you're kind of getting into coding, what is your objective? What are you trying to do with this? And then also, what's the motivation? And I think to the points that have been made, for some people, branching out is really good. Some people like generalizing. Some people haven't quite found their niche yet. And generalizing and exploring different things can help you with just exploring different stuff. But then when it comes to things like building an audience or growing a YouTube channel or landing a specific job, the advice to niche down is really helpful because that is probably going to give you a lot of benefit. And I've heard that advice and I've given that advice in situations where the advice is coming from people who have done that, right? When people like YK tell you to niche down as working on a YouTube channel, you know that that's not just an opinion that's invalidated, but that's coming from people who have achieved the goal you're looking to achieve and probably have some good knowledge about the best path there. Similarly, with learning how to code, I often mentor people like, don't learn every single backend language. Learn one backend language, learn one database thing to go with it, and work with those until you've built really valuable things and you feel you have your handle. You want to pivot to another language when you've learned enough in the first language that you're pretty competent at building a thing. And sometimes branching out before you hit that point can really hinder your learning process and your growth process. So I think that it's tricky advice because niche out isn't always the best advice. And also, if you're just having a blast, it might be exactly the wrong advice. If you find you love making a video about yoga one week and then about motivation the next week and then about GraphQL the next week, and that just works for you and you're able to do that, that could work really well. And I'm kind of struggling through this myself with I love learning different technologies. I've been working in development for 15 years professionally, and I really do like learning new things. So as I look at creating content or streaming and different things I'm kind of dabbling with, I've discovered that it's helpful for me to branch out. When I tried to lock in on one thing, it actually hurt some of my creativity because I got stuck in the mindset of not being the topmost expert on a thing or not knowing enough, or somebody else made that video I was thinking about making. And in my situation, I think generalizing has been really helpful, and I've loved branching out and learning a lot more about different things that my day job doesn't give me the opportunity to learn about. So in short, it depends. It's an unsatisfying answer, but in technology, it's almost always a true answer.
First of all, I always love when you join the spaces, Nate. Like you talk sense. I don't like it. I'm used to you talking nonsense, but like when it's a serious space, you show that how damn smart you are, and I'm like, damn it! I was expecting some trolling, and he came out with value. Damn it! But there's one question that because I gave the advice, and Nate's 100% right. I gave the advice, based on an assumption, and it was a mistake. I was assuming that the question was weighted towards how do you have the most impact for growth. That's why I'm saying niching. But Nate's 100% right. Like, if you're doing it because you enjoy creating content, you want to explore, and it's just something that you want to do in your spare time, you'll still grow and you'll still do it, but you're probably going to have way more fun. And we said about burnout earlier, you're far less likely to burn out on the content creation because you can just jump to things that interest you all the time and you can do things that motivate you. So I think the question we should always ask at the beginning, and we often forget to ask, is what's your goal? What are you trying to achieve? Because then the advice changes massively depending on what you want to get out of content creation. So thank you, Nate, for pointing out the obvious flaw in me offering advice without actually clarifying anything, as always.
And in the meantime, I brought two people up, probably for questions. Maybe they had something to add. Collect, and then Miss Doe, who I think just got kicked off the stage. Yeah. Go ahead, Nate, and then Collect.
I didn't have anything. We can go straight to Collect, but I will give him a shout out for grabbing the mic. Great work, guys, following instructions and showing us how it's done.
If only bottom left hand button, y'all. Collect, come back if your mic's broken. Yeah, y'all, I deal with this a lot. Broken mics, they tried to grab it. It just didn't work out. Go ahead, YK.
Yeah. So, just like Sean was saying earlier, I like to sometimes push people to be better or push people to do positive things. So Nate, when are you gonna start taking your Twitter seriously?
Oh man, that's a good challenge. I don't know. For me, Twitter, I feel like has fallen to the backlog because right now I'm kind of on a grind to prove myself with video creation. So the last month or two, I've really been focused in on Premiere and just kind of learning and honing some of those skills, as well as just drafting a bunch and trying to think of creative things to do. But yeah, my Twitter is 90% trolling at this point. I think I've been curating two collections in the backlog. One is a series of topics that I'm working on either a blog post or a video for. And the second is really advanced expert opinions from kind of the like cutting edge of web dev, where I'm literally cataloging tweets from people that I really respect and follow on Twitter. And in that latter category, I feel like I might have more to contribute to Twitter. So that's something I've been playing with, is like, what would it look like to do either a temporal or topical recap of kind of the best, thoughts and thought leaders in tech. So like some people do This Week in JavaScript, or there's a podcast This Week in JavaScript, and there's some really good summaries out there that I really love. And I've been thinking what that might look like. And that's something I think Twitter threads might be a really good candidate for, is just have a thread where I can kind of quote tweet, a bunch of different opinions on the same topic or around a similar idea, because that's the value I really love out of Twitter, honestly. Like there's certain individuals and there's certain people where a lot of them don't even tweet that much, but like when they do tweet, and especially on certain topics, they have so much wisdom. And I should count them. I'm like I said, I'm working on cataloging them, but I have so many bookmarked tweets that are like sometimes 10 or 15 comments deep in reply threads, but the people in these threads are just so freaking smart. And that's one of my favorite parts of tech Twitter, like watching framework creators go back and forth in the replies about topics that none of them have figured out yet, even, right? Like some of the stuff there, all the framework authors are kind of working together, and they're like, honestly, like the web hasn't figured out the perfect way to do X. So yeah, I think I might start building those into Twitter threads. It feels a little cheap because I'm kind of ripping other people's content out. I'm taking a lot of their value, but I think yeah, I've seen a lot of value just in aggregating even across time. Like I'm going back and digging up Dan Abramov tweets from last year because they kind of stuck so well. You know, it was such a good thing, and I'll have to dig through my bookmarks a bit to find it. But chaining together some of those thoughts and seeing the trend of the industry, I think, is something that's really exciting to me.
Boom. If there's no hands, I'm just going to say good artist copy, great artist steal. Just cite your sources. That's all I need to see.
Well, and that's why I love Twitter, because the platform itself gives the opportunity to platform the others, right? By using quote tweets, you're just directly funneling people off to those creators. So yeah, ideally it would be something that I think would drive a lot of traffic to those individuals that I find so much value in personally.
So something I did earlier is Danny was here, Danny Thompson, and he said something like really interesting. He said, be a problem solver, not just a syntax writer. I thought it was super catchy, and I made it into a tweet. I quoted him, like literally, not quote tweet, but quoted him. And then I put it up there, and he retweeted it. So I'm like, cool. You know, he was okay with it.
Yeah, I absolutely love that advice. My advice to everyone instead is don't be part of the problem. Be the whole problem. No, sorry, I just had to say that.
We got Collect up here. The connection and the mic look to be working. Go ahead, Collect.
Yes, thank you guys for the opportunity again for me to come and speak and ask another question. I really enjoy the conversation that's going on. It might be off topic, but my last question when I was up here last was regarding social media, right? And it was regarding just LinkedIn, AngelList, GitHub, and Twitter. So my name, as you guys can see on my Twitter profile, is Collect. Do you guys recommend, and I don't use this for documentation as far as my social media presence, but would you guys recommend having your fully doxed name or branding yourself, or would you guys also, or do you guys also view kind of just like a name like Collect? For branding, how would you guys go about that? Would you prefer your doxed name in full?
So I think it depends on the niche. In Web3, it might be okay to have that cartoon character and the name Collect. In every other niche, pretty much, it's better to have your real picture. You know, people react better to it. I mean, either way, it works. You know, the cartoon character works, but people will be more likely to trust you and more likely to follow you and all of that. So you'll have more benefits, you know, with a real picture.
Yes, and kind of to add on to that as well, like more so just Web 2. And I feel like having that, my docs name, right, whatever it is, having that as like my presence, because I know there's some people working in Web 2 and in like Web 3, and they're using like a name that's similar to like, let's just say Collect, something that's not a common name or not their biological name.
I think this is it's a tough question because it doesn't just pertain to industry stuff, but I would say it's really kind of a question of privacy online as well. And I created my Twitter in 2008, and I created it primarily for industry purposes. I was in web development at the time, and I saw a bunch of authors and people that I liked on Twitter, and so I got in. And the trend then was use your real name. And this was also a time where Facebook existed, but for some reason, a lot of people thought that they could use the internet and have privacy. I kind of understood as a technologist once Facebook came around, all privacy I had online was pretty much gone because I was signing it away. So I feel like from early on, I was very conscious about that. And within like 4 or 5 years after that, it really got to the mainstream conversation, seeing targeted advertising and, you know, how Gmail was crawling things. So I feel like I'm glad it got to the conversation, but for me, it was a conscious decision of kind of giving up that privacy. And it depends on not just the industry and how it's perceived. So I think that's a great point. Like if you're in Web3, having a non-docs name is much more standard, and I think having your NFTs and stuff is going to give some legitimacy and lend some credence to the projects that you are interacting with. But it does have to come down to, I think, a personal decision at some point of how do I, protect my identity online? How do I think about that? I've done a lot of speaking at conferences and networking. So for me, it's kind of like, hey, my real name's going to be out there a bunch. I'm talking to people in real life and getting Twitter handles from them. But a couple years back, I had a foray in kind of more MMO and RPG gaming stuff. And a lot of my gamer handles and a lot of my Discord identity, I did not use my real name. And so in that perspective, it was kind of just looking at the communities that I was interacting with even and how I wanted to protect my identity in different contexts. So if you're looking to push for self-promotion, if you're looking to push as an industry user of social media where you're using this for a lot of networking, and again, specifically outside of Web3, then I think there's a lot of benefit to having your docs name. And you can kind of balance this too, right? You can do your first name, but maybe not use your full surname or last name. So there's ways to approach the full legal name and all of that, but having at least the real identity of your picture is your real face, your name is at least somewhat related to your name in real life or what somebody would refer to you in real life. That's something that will be perceived probably with a lot more, validity and legitimacy by people that are looking to set up interviews with you or people that are looking to collaborate with you or contract with you or whatever it is. So as you lean towards the professional usage of social media, that's where I would say you're probably going to see more benefits and see more positive responses to having full name and having real identity linked up with those platforms.
Go ahead, Graham, because I had a spicy take that, I don't even know if I'm gonna say it. Go ahead, Graham.
No. We're at the stage. This space has gone long enough, so you're going to have to give us your spicy take in a second. Nate covered one of the points I was going to make beautifully there, but yet again, it's circle back to the lesson that Nate taught me earlier, which is what are you trying to get out of social media and who are you trying to reach dictates whether it's important or not. Like, I was a symbol when I joined Twitter. I was trying to protect my privacy. I still kind of protect my privacy a little bit. Like, people have to dig to find out my surname. I just go by Graham the Dev everywhere. But like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not interested enough. That's the thing that I've learned. Like, nobody cares really, and put it like this, YK, that isn't his full name, but everybody knows him as YK. So as long as you're consistent with it, I think that's what's important. And yes, in terms of the face thing, YK was spot on. Like, if you're in the Web3 space and that's where you want to be and that's the people you want to connect with, by all means, be a funny symbol of whatever you want to be. But everywhere else, a face, we're programmed to find faces either trustworthy or non-trustworthy. So get a good screenshot of your face or a good headshot even, or whatever, because that's what people judge you on, and it's one of the few things we can judge you on. And there's a certain thing about, if you're a picture, people don't know, are you being truthful? Are you who you say you are, etc., etc. Whereas if you put a face up there, there's a 50% chance that's actually you. And so people are more likely to trust you. And if you appear on video and put your face on a video, then you're 90% more likely to have people trust you, because that's so much harder to fake. Not saying it's impossible, but it's all about genuine connection. And I think that the best advice I ever got, Heather was saying earlier about me being bullied into putting my face out there. I put my face out there and it made a massive difference. That's all I can say. I got a much better follow rate to people visiting my profile, and at the end of the day, it took no effort. And now look at me. I look like Skrillex. And by the way, just to sort of balance that off, Collect, this is half AI generated, half my face, so it still does look like me, but I don't have the long hair, so you can still have a bit of fun with it. And I don't think people are going to be like, "Oh, you're deceiving people," blah blah blah. Although there's probably some people in the audience who are now shocked, going, "Oh my god, your hair doesn't look like that! Wow."
Boom. So that's what I was gonna hint at. In a world where I could press a button and get a face, You're telling me, can I do it without it? And I'm like, yo, get with the times. They want a face. They want to see a face. Go press a button, get a face. He just said there's a program where you can make one that looks like you. I didn't say you had to make one that looks like you, but apparently Graham wanted one that looks like him. Maybe you wanted to look like a seal. I'm just pointing out that they want one that looks like a face.
Go
And
ahead,
there's
Collect.
programs that make the face talk too. Oh my god, y'all. Come on. I didn't say it had to be your face. How you know my name's Sean? Because I put Sean up there and oh my god. They're not following me. Go ahead, Nate, and then Collect.
Well, I guess to just quickly loop it back to a previous point on it depends and kind of what are you going for. To summarize what I was saying before, the spectrum here might be anonymity to authenticity. And there are some places and niches where anonymity is something that you want, right? One example, a niche within tech I can think of is if you're in cybersecurity. If you go to DEF CON as a conference, which is one of the biggest cybersecurity conferences, anonymity will be valued very highly. People bring burner devices. Everybody tries to hack everybody. Nobody's using their real name unless you're a Fed. And like, that's kind of part of the space. That's part of the niche. So there you would find individuals who may conceal and not use their docs names because they want that anonymity. However, there's a lot of places where that authenticity helps you. And that's what a lot of us are touching on. So I would kind of summarize in that scale. You know, you can go for anonymity, you can go for authenticity, you can go somewhere in the middle. But again, just intentionally think through your niche, your area, the people you're interacting with, and kind of the norms there to gauge where you think you want to land. And then you can, you know, kind of pick what's right for your goals.
Boom. And I was just saying, you know, once you make that fake face, make another fake face to hide. Oh my god, you're only thinking one step through it. You gotta think 3 steps, because once you're there, I'm already 2 steps ahead of you. Go ahead, Collect. What's up?
Yeah, I honestly appreciate all the feedback because when I created this account, right, in Web3, I wasn't looking at it like as far as like connections. I was looking more so like getting into crypto, like looking into like Web3 projects, whether that's Timepieces, which is owned by Time Magazine and stuff, or just Sappy Seals. But this is the first programming space I've joined in this space, and I absolutely love this. And I mean, that's why creating that transition from like, I don't think with this Web3 account I'd ever dox my account that I have with my personal identity because I want to keep that absolutely separate. But I was just wondering like how you guys would bridge the gap, because the only reason why I have a PFP and I've never doxed myself in Web3 was because of that security thing. And that would be the main reason why. But going into Twitter, right, with my biological name, that's something that I am looking at, or I kind of created, right, and just kind of building that up. And I kind of just seeing all the connections that I'm making just here and the connection that I have made, it's really awesome.
Boom. I just want to help somebody in the back because maybe they missed it. I've worked with some particular brands in which, because they can press a button and generate a face, they were able to sell their writing. It's the same exact writing. But because their name was now Mike, they got the sale. I'm pointing out with the press of a button. Oh my god, they're missing it. Literally have doubled their salary. She said triple. I thought that was outrageous. But anyway, y'all, they're not hearing me.
Wait,
Let's let somebody else know. What's up,
someone
Evan?
changed their name to be a man and got triple the salary?
Yes.
Holy shit, I'm gonna do that.
Oh my god, it's absolutely terrible. Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, I can add into this. There was a study done with a load of law firms in the UK, and they presented the exact same resumes, but on one they had a very British sounding name like John Smith, and another one they had a very, in quotation marks, foreign name, from another country, more complex, etc. The way that the solicitors rated the CVs was something like 25% difference on whether they would hire that person or not. So although it's a very sad thing to consider, it is something that you have to be aware of. Unfortunately, we're not quite as evolved as we all think we are. People have biases. So yeah, if you, I can't believe I'm not going to give the advice of that, but maybe consider if you are applying to a country like Great Britain, shall we say, who may be a little bit behind where we hope people would be in the world, you might want to come up with a shorter or a more friendly version of your name. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but you'd be surprised that might actually make the difference between you getting the interview and not. So yeah, sad that I have to say it, but I think it's a valid point. I hope I phrased that carefully enough without offending anybody. Go ahead, Sean.
No, it's a very valid point. Like, I'm telling y'all, gave them the step by step. Like, no longer meet with people. Tell them that only your assistant meets with the people. You're your assistant. You go as the assistant and meet with them.
I didn't know whether to put the laughing emoji or the crying emoji then, Sean. It's like funny and sad all at the same time.
I'm telling you. Actually, matter of fact, you don't even have to go hire an assistant. They meet with them now. Oh my god, yo. They're not seeing what I'm putting down. Go ahead, YK.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to what Graham said. So the name thing, that's unfortunate, but that's just the reality. People have prejudices and biases. A lot of people do. I try my best not to, but a lot of people are just like that. And I guess I might have considered it for a second, like changing my name, on my resume. Like when I used to apply for jobs out of college, I was like, oh, should I change my name to a friendly English sounding name? But then I was like, nah. And then I might have been at a disadvantage, but I still got into Google. I'm still doing fine. So what I would say is, yeah, if you want to use a more friendly sounding name, I think that's totally reasonable. That's within your rights, right? Even if that's not your legal name, you can totally use that in your resume, in my opinion. But at the same time, if you want to stick with your name, do that. And if there's like a 25% disadvantage, I would say become 100% better. Then you'll have 75% advantage over other people. That's been my approach.
Boom. Go ahead, Sophia. How you been?
Hi, Sean. I'm doing well, thank you. Hi, Graham. Hi, everyone. Hi, YK. I have a question. I'm not sure if this was already covered. My question was, hi, Heather. Hi, Nate. Hi, Maze. I'm so sorry. Okay, now I'm back. My question was, did you guys already speak on I'm not sure about other countries, but like in America, when we fill out a job application, at the end of it, there's a volunteer form, which we don't think is volunteer because we still fill it out, majority of us, where it asks for race and gender. Was that already spoken on?
No, continue. Go on.
Okay, because that is something else that I noticed. Like, there's a TikTok video that went viral. Thanks to TikTok, we know all these fun things. But when we fill out that form, it is volunteer form. But like when people are checking, I'm considered Black / African American, so that's the box that I check. and there's other 4 boxes, which a lot of people actually don't have an option besides if you fall under one of those categories. And she checked, she kept checking her ethnicity on that box, and she wouldn't even get an interview, even though it's a volunteer box. And then she decided the next week to apply to the same jobs again, but she checked the right box that they wanted supposedly. And then she got interviews back to back from these companies that previously did not even consider calling her. So I just wanted to say, it is a volunteer box. Please do not feel like it is something that you should fill out, because it's not. It tells you right there on there is voluntarily. You know what I mean? Just you not filling it out does not mean you're not going to get a call. Actually, it's a higher chance that you're going to get that call in that interview.
I'm happy you ended with the spice, because I was gonna tell people. I was gonna hope Heather came back and was gonna tell people. Somebody needed to tell somebody. Oh, and Jen's coming up here too. Because some people advocate for checking those boxes, y'all. Some people say, why should it matter? You're right. Why should it matter? I'm just saying that apparently it matters.
For real, like that. Also, the one that's like, do you have a disability? That one, I just tried for a little bit to be honest and be like, oh yeah, I've had depression before. I'm gonna check this box and see what happens. Didn't get any, like, I got rejected from every single one where I was like, where I disclosed that, and then I just stopped doing it because it's like I'm pretty functional. I'm a high functioning, depressive person. Like, I think my depression actually makes me more functional and productive. So I'm just gonna keep not checking that box and say that I don't have a disability, because I know that it's like being held against me in a lot of ways.
Boom. Everything you say will be held against you. My lawyer, if y'all don't know, be on these spaces telling me to say less. So yeah, that's what we're doing in 2023. Go ahead, Jen, and then Sophia. How you doing, Jen?
Hey guys. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I've literally never filled that box out once. It hasn't stopped me from getting anything, but I think even if you're a white man, I would probably say to not check it off, because you're just helping them to use that then, because they're like, oh, these are the people we're gonna pull, or we have this data, and because these are the people who tend to fill this out, we can pull them in for more interviews and have this false sense of reinforcing these pattern matching biases, because again, the people who are going to be less likely to click it are going to be the ones who know that it's going to be used against them. And so altogether, like, if we could collectively, fight back against that, I think it actually helps everybody overall.
I agree with everything Heather and Jen just said. I just want to, it is 100% a fact, because these companies, I'm just speaking from like my experience as a recruiter previously, because these companies look for something that's, I think we all know, they meet a quota every year, you know what I mean, for government reasons, for company reasons. So even if you're a white man or a white woman or a black woman, whatever you are, if they reach that limit of how many people of that like community or that thing they were hiring for is, then they're not even going to give you a chance to the next time they need you. So another thing when they say fill out these things is, I go to therapy, so like okay, so I'm not going to discuss why, but like my therapist himself was like, hey, you don't have to say what disability you have, because unless you're collecting Social Security, which is another reason why you have to tell them, because they're like, hey, now we got to report to Social Security that you got a job, so you should not be getting those benefits unless you're on that. Just something that you're going through personally, or a diagnosis that you've had personally where you're not collecting government benefits, do not check that box. And another thing is, when they state, what did I want to say? Culture. That's what they go by, company culture. So when you state your disability or your race, they're saying, are you a fit for that company culture? And who can say if you are or not until you're face to face with that person? So don't close that door for yourself, because when you meet with that hiring manager, or when you meet with the team, or when you meet with that recruiter, then they personally can decide rather than already closing the door before you meet with them. But when you meet with them, whoever you are, at that point they can be like, oh my God, yes, Sophie, I actually want to bring you onto the team. Oh my God, Heather, I love your personality. You know, they can make a human decision right there rather than you filling out that form and they don't even have that chance to make that human decision. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
I love it, Sophia. Spot on. Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, so I was trying to just gather my thoughts on how best to say this, but Sophia, you're 100% right. There is I spent probably 3 hours discussing with a group of people with disabilities when is the right time to tell your employer that you have a disability, and there's 2 schools of thought on it, and still nobody knows the exact answer. It's difficult. 100% you're right. You do not need to tell them during the interview process, unless, of course, you need some sort of solution or accommodation, to use the American word that I hate because it sounds horrible, in order to do the interview. So you will have to disclose at that point. But if it's a non-visible disability, then you don't need to disclose up until the point, even when they've employed you, you don't need to disclose unless, like you said, you're getting some form of benefits and something needs to change, but you should already be in the job at that point. You don't need to tell them before you've got it. They've signed the papers, then you can tell them they can sort all that stuff out. But if there is again, it's hard to phrase this, and I'm always conscious of saying the wrong words on stuff. If your disability means that there are parts of a job role that you are unable to perform, or would be very difficult or stressful or disturbing for you, whatever that may be, then you do need to disclose that before you have your contract, because otherwise they can just dismiss you because you've been misleading, and just say, hey, you're unable to perform the role, and they're well within their right to do that. So bear that in mind. So if you have, for example, an anxiety disorder, yet again, I hate using that word, but if you have anxiety and it does affect your working life, then you need to be disclosing that right at the end of the interview process and say, look, I can still do this, this, and this. I will struggle to do that unless you do this for me. And that's the key last point, is that people get wrong when they have a disability. They don't tell their employer how they can help them. And that makes employers nervous and they panic, and it's ignorance, same as many things in life that means that people are excluded. If you say, hey, I need this, and yet again, I'm going to use the word accommodation. I hate it, but hey ho. I need this accommodation in order to be able to perform the job. This is how you sort it out. This is what I need from you. And you basically tell them how to make sure that you're able to perform your best. You are very unlikely to have any problems. And I don't know if it's the same in America, but it's worth looking into. In the UK, we have a scheme where you can get up to £60,000 a year to pay for any adjustments to your workspace or working environment, especially if you work in an office, in order for you to be able to perform that job. So if there's something similar in America, it is well worth looking into, because yet again, that's the big sticking point with a lot of employers is, well, I can't afford to buy you that special mat because you struggle to stand for extended periods of time, or I can't afford to put grab rails in, or what have you. That £60,000 in the UK goes a long way. And if there's a similar thing in America, then, take advantage of it, because yet again, you can cut off any problems that your employer is likely to throw at you and get rid of those objections immediately. So that's just the little bits I want to add. I hope I phrased that well and it was clear.
I'm just going to jump in. I don't know if maybe things have changed and that exists now. I've been out of corporate space for about 8 years, but I also have 3 autoimmune disorders, and I had early stage cancer when I was working at the last hospital. And my doctor was like, I can write you a letter, but they're going to probably fire you anyway. He's like, I've seen it happen so many times, because they'll say that the accommodations you need, they can't accommodate. And that was because I was a supervisor and I had to work 24 hours a day if I had to. I had to cover my shift, the next supervisor shift if they called out, and any people underneath me if they called out. So I was working every single hour and it didn't matter. And they're like, and we were short staffed and they weren't filling positions. And that had been going on for over a year, and they kept saying they were going to, but they didn't. And this is a very large hospital organization that has over 300 hospitals in the United States. So it doesn't matter, like even the large companies that could do better don't. And this other doctor was working on a hospital system that I had worked at previously, which was better, but also had its own issues. But so he was part of a larger hospital organization as well, and had seen it happen, like I said, so many times. So just it's terrible. It's terrible. I actually ended up quitting because I was like, I'm not making that choice between my health and then having them push me out. I felt like it was more dignified to leave on my own than to get put into that situation. But it's really messy in the United States, and there is this rule without accommodations that the employer could say that they can't, like, they cannot accommodate certain accommodations based on whatever those specific job requirements are. So if you do have a provider that you're able to speak openly to, have that conversation with them. I didn't know I was going to have that conversation with my provider. I didn't even know it was an issue, but, see like ask them, have you had certain accommodations that other patients have asked for before that have been rejected, or like which ones are more common? Like, is there like a middle ground? Is there something maybe that you can get that would be better received by your employer, and then you can still stay there? That's a terrible choice, again, to have to make. But we also have really bad, healthcare fallback if you don't have a job in the United States. And so quitting is not always an option for people. I got stuck paying like over $500 a month for Cobra when I left. So I knew that making that choice, but it's not an easy one to make. So I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of rules for every specific country too. But like Graham, if you have that, like, if you know what that law is called, maybe other people can look it up and then be able to more specifically find out if their country has a similar law. That would be fantastic if they did, but I don't know of one personally that we have in the United States.
So sorry, Wacky, I'll just jump in and answer that. In the UK, it's not a law, it's a government scheme. It's called the Access for Work scheme. In the US, I am aware of an organization called AskJan.org. So if you have a disability and you want some advice, I've basically been screen scraping their whole damn website because they've got a load of information on there that's designed for employers as well as employees. I would imagine they will have the answers, so they will be able to do it. And yeah, as for the what Jen was saying, unfortunately, yes, there is a stupid thing. We have it in the UK as well, where a business can say, "Oh, I can't make that adjustment to my premises to remove a barrier or what have you because it would be cost prohibitive." And you know what? Most of them are excuses because 99% of the solutions that people need cost like $1,000 at the most, and considering what you spend on everything else for an employee, if that person's going to work for you, it's an investment. And there's one last thing, sorry, YK, that I want to say to anyone who's an employer in the audience and worried about employing people with disabilities, and that is, there's an advantage here, and it's a horrible thing to say, but sometimes you've got to frame it in the selfish ways, which is because it's harder for people with disabilities to get a job in the first place, they are by default more loyal to your company. It's a horrible thing to have to say, but that's the benefit. Like, if you get someone and you treat them right, they will stay with you and they will tell their friends, and that you will get the best employees you could possibly hope for. So I know that's a horrible thing to have to say, but hey, if it helps people get jobs, I don't care. Let's frame things in a selfish way, which is what I'm good at doing. Sorry, YK, go on.
All right, just wanted to give you guys a heads up. I'll need to close this space in about 20 minutes. I think I'll need to go out, so I'll take a shower and stuff. I'll be on and off, mostly on, listening at least. Sorry for such short notice. Yeah, but I appreciate you being here.
How dare you only give us 20 minutes notice on a 10-hour space?
How dare you say 20 minutes and not 22 minutes and 12 seconds like you normally do? Where's the precision, YK?
I don't know. I lost my edge.
Is this what you were talking about, burning out from Twitter? Is that what you were saying?
Oh no, I'm burning out. This is a symptom. I used to be more dedicated.
I love it. I love it. Love it.
I have a question. This is off topic.
How do you stay in a Twitter space for 10 hours? Like, what do people do for work that they can do that?
So, no, I'm
I
going first here, YK. No, I'm going first. So, Mike, I'm unemployed, so that really helps. But secondly, you do other things while you're in a space. Like, if I'm in a space and Danny's there, the best thing about Danny being in a space is I know that when he picks up the mic, I can clean the whole flat and not have to worry about having to jump into the conversation. So that's one thing. And then, like, while I've been on here, I've been like researching things. I've been doing a couple of bits on my open source projects. Everything. You get nice gaps in the middle. So if you can not multitask, because that's a myth, but if you can jump onto small tasks, you can get a load of stuff done while still being in the space and sounding like you're being attentive when actually I'm just listening for the last 5 words someone says, and then I pretend I know what's going on in the conversation. It's a learned skill.
Yes, I would say I was pretty productive. I mean, for someone who was in the space. So, just doing small things, messaging people, stuff like that, eating sometimes. It's, doable. Sean knows.
boom, this is my radio, y'all. You just have to come in with the deep question, get people riled up, put in the title like what to prioritize after learning the code to get a job, and then you throw it out there, and then the masses come because they want to know, and then you don't tell them.
Yeah, but I gotta say a huge shout out to the co-hosts, because without the co-hosts, I couldn't do it. I could only do like 2 hours, 4 hours max. I mean, even that would be too much, right? Because I have other things to do too. But because of the co-host, I can do this.
Boom, and then you delegate actually answering the question to somebody. Oh my god, that's how you do it, y'all. You're wondering how you get that job in tech. Eventually, you get somebody else to do that job in tech. That's how you do it. So y'all, make sure you're writing these notes down. Make sure, if you didn't do all of those things, make sure you're networking today. Make sure you actually took one step to talk to one person, do one thing to get one step closer. All right. I've been talking way too long. Thank y'all for coming. Thank you, YK, Graham. Thank you, Heather. Heather's been here for pretty much the whole time. Shout out to Heather. Give her a follow. Give her a like. But yeah, y'all, I'm getting tired. Whew. I don't know how YK does it. Good job, YK.
I love that we keep calling YK out when he says he needs to go for a shower. I've just got this brilliant one where he's going to have to pick up the mic when he's like, and you just hear all this running water. And I'm laughing, but at the same time, I have done that once. That's how bad it is when you get addicted to spaces, people. I've literally been in the shower and pressed the button on my phone to answer a damn question that was directed at me. So, there is a balance, Mike. You were asking, that's going too far. I learned the lesson that day. I've got a problem. I need to go see somebody about it.
I've done that too, where I got onto the stage of a space where there was a bunch of creators of frameworks and libraries, and I was like, oh my god, I want to talk to some of these creators, but I was also in the shower, so I had to turn off the shower and then talk on my phone, and then I sat there and listened while in the shower, and had the shower just paused for 30 minutes to participate in the space. And I'm just this is a problem. I need better boundaries.
You all should write an ebook on how to participate in Twitter Spaces while not paying attention at all.
Listen, y'all are better than I, because when YK sent me that message saying that I should co-host, I was literally in the shower. But I heard the call, I pressed the button, and then went back into the shower. Did not listen to anything, and figured out that they'll figure it out until I get back in. That a lot better than I. So there's lots of times I'm on these spaces not paying attention.
Okay, so to conclude, to summarize, the way to participate in these spaces for 10 hours is to have very poor boundaries.
It's to not pay attention. It's not be here. That's how you be here for 10 hours. It's not be here. Go do work. Listen, this is the radio. Jump in, add some value, ask a question, get some value, go back to whatever you're doing. YK's doing it right now. He's literally doing work. He said you had 20 minutes. He went to go do something for 20 minutes. That's how it works. Then we're gonna go to Graham, and then he's gonna say 20 minutes is over. Go ahead, Graham.
Now, I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit more because I think a lot of people might find it quite interesting. So, we're also DMing each other. So, for example, earlier, I did get caught unawares, but I had sent the DM, YK hadn't seen it. But, like, I had a food delivery arrived, and so for 15 minutes, I had to go unpack all of that and everything. I just sent a DM and said, hey, I'm not here for 15 minutes. This is the whole point. This is why having co-hosts is important, especially when a space gathers momentum and is this sort of size. If you're in a very small space and you're hosting your own space and you don't have co-hosts, you have to be there. You have to be paying attention. You have to be on the ball. But when there's three of us sharing the load, one of us can go off for 15 minutes and it doesn't matter, and then we can pop back. So this is how we end up being here all day for hours on end, and yet we're basically maybe putting an hour in total, unless the conversation like leans into, like, for example, the second we got onto disability accessibility, I was fully focused. I'm in the space. I drop everything because that's something I really want to talk about, and I have a lot to offer, hopefully, on that area. But yeah, most of the time, like, you'll hear like a silence, and one of us will pick up the mic because the other ones are busy. That's the way you do it. You spread the load. A problem shared is a problem solved.
They don't be listening, Graham. They don't be listening. I can't even tell you what the word is. Like, oh my God. Heather.
Hey.
Listen, y'all. I wanted to tell them to, in the next one, grab the mic, take your opportunities, shoot these shots. Like, the whole point was what you're supposed to be prioritizing after you already got the skills to do the job. Shoot your shot. That's it. Go grab the mic. There's lots of spaces still going on all day in which you can go and talk to people in the tech community, actually working at the companies you want to work. Go shoot your shot. What are you waiting for? They're still waiting here for gems. We told you this place was closing down. Oh my God. This is what I be. This is why I needed that big pause, because that big pause was the opportunity you missed today if you didn't grab the mic. Love y'all. Nate, Sophia, Jen, Mike, Heather, Graham, all the people that came out and had a good time with us. But I'm also gonna go and figure out what I'm making for dinner and, be a human. So thank y'all. Make sure that you put all of this advice into actual steps today. I hate when people say, I'll do it tomorrow. What are you doing right now? That is so important that you just told me you had a problem. And here's the steps to fix it. Oh, tomorrow? Okay, so it's not a problem is what you're telling me.
I'm picking up dog poop. My dogs have gone twice. That's 4 times. So that's totally like multitasking and being present while being distracted at the same time. And I just want to give a shout out to Sasha, Yulia, Marino, Keegan in the audience, Sully, some old friends, and what else? What else is there to say? I think there's been times in spaces where I've like literally fallen asleep while on stage, and then I wake up when someone is calling my name, and I'm just like, oh yeah, totally. I agree 100% with what they just said.
I love it. Yeah, I've fallen asleep as host, It happens. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you for the
I'm
listeners.
sorry, Sean. I'm going to share a brilliant story of that, actually. So, Sean, for those who don't know, I'd be surprised if you don't know in the audience here, but Sean does mega spaces. Like, you think this one is long? This is Sean's warm up. You know, like, he does 20-hour long spaces. And one time I was on stage with Kyle as the co-host. Sean had fallen asleep, like properly, not just like drifted off, fallen fully asleep. Both Kyle and I needed to go. The stage was emptying, and we were like, crap. What do we do? Like, we were just sat there vamping. We literally, the conversation had all run out. Nobody wanted to come up on stage to restart and kickstart the conversation. So we just had to sit there. And then, like, it literally went to the stage where Kyle had to leave. We were DMing Sean. We were like, shit. So in the future, Sean, I think we're going to have to like get like a direct number for you, you know, so that if you fall asleep again, we can ring you, wake you up again, because it was so horrible not being able to end the space.
Not needed. So this is what I keep telling people. My spaces are for opportunity. I fell asleep. That was your opportunity. Did you make use of that opportunity? You had an audience. Did you do the thing? Like, I literally set the whole thing up for you. Like, spent the whole day winding the crowd up. And then I fell asleep. There's 100 people in front of you. Did you do the thing? Because I gave you the opportunity. I gave you the layup. Did you dunk it? Because I'm just telling you what I love to quote our friend Danny. If I was to give you this account, if I was to give you all of these people, if I gave you the audience, what would you do with it?
Would you capture it, or would you let it slip?
He killed it because I was gonna go straight into the M&M bar. But yeah, y'all, make sure you get these opportunities, y'all. And I'm not even gonna say the words that I usually say because I'm still not getting paid. I need ChatGPT to get out here and give us a sponsor. I know you're listening. Yeah, I'm gonna just end it with that.
I feel like YK is probably still in the shower, so I'm really curious what people are asking ChatGPT to do, because I've been getting like ideas for writing. I don't think I'll ever like copy paste directly from ChatGPT to like a post or anything, just because I think the voice is so dry and robotic sounding that it's like not really what I want to sell as myself. But I do want to know what people are asking ChatGPT.
So very quickly, Sean, I'm just going to jump in for 2 secs on that, and then you can answer that question. Klein, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. We see you, but we've got to the stage where the space is A, buggy, and B, closing in 8 minutes. So sorry, bud, you won't be able to come up. We can't accept you as a speaker. But please do request next time. I encourage everyone, do request to come up. Unfortunately, Twitter has screwed you this time. But next time, hopefully, you'll be able to make it. So I just wanted to say that because I knew that we were being patient and wanted to come up. Fire away, Sean. Sorry for the interruption.
Boom. So I have two answers for that. First off, I am doing it to plan and schedule stuff, mostly to organize my thoughts and get a like starting point. And then one of the unfortunate I can't even remember the word. But one of the bad things of having like big mentors is, oh my God, dang it. Did I just lose it? I think I just lost it. This is why you don't do long spaces, y'all. This is why you don't do them. Dang it, Heather.
What were you gonna say about mentors and big?
What was the
people?
question?
What are you asking ChatGPT?
Oh, what am I asking ChatGPT? Okay, I'm getting like schedules and like bare bones what I'm going to be doing. And that's what I was saying. My mentor always told me over there in Fangland, it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be ready. Put it out. If you're telling me that what they were saying was too bland, well, guess what? That's better than nothing, Heather. That's better than nothing, all of you. If you haven't done anything, and I'm telling you that this bot would have pumped something out that might have been mediocre in a second, but you have nothing. For those in the back, start today. You could have pressed a button and had something, even if it was mediocre. Today. Like, that's the brilliance of it. Like, even if it's gonna be mediocre, boom, here's something to start with. This is what I want to do. And it will give you a rough start. You could start today. You could start right now for free, y'all. Oh my God. This is why I need a sponsorship. I know y'all are listening. I need to be an advocate. I need to be telling the people what they could be doing. If you don't feel comfortable, putting out something that you think is subpar, I'm gonna tell you that literally Amazon engineers told me that everything they put out, they're ashamed of. They know that it could be better. They put it out anyway. So I'm doing the same. I'm pressing the button. This shit is garbage. I know. I'm putting it out anyway. We're gonna update it later, but we're posting it even if it's garbage. Blog post tomorrow, next week, newsletter. It's gonna be garbage. I've already prepared for garbage, and it's gonna get better. Go ahead, Jen, and then Graham.
Yeah, I'll be quick. No, this is like the single most important thing people have to understand. Like, I am such a perfectionist, and I'm on my 4th business, but all the other ones were like safe. I considered them safe because I was so worried about messing up or like not doing things well that I wasn't putting myself out there. And then the pandemic hit and I was like, well, shit, whole world's going to hell. I might as well like shoot my shot now. And everything I put out, I'm like, this sucks. But it's 80%, get it 80% of the way. And it's like, if I get my B+, that's it. It's done. It's out. You can't do it otherwise. Everybody who's formed a company or built something or put something out there, you're always making it better. I have a long list of things. I'm like, I'll get back to that and I'll fix that later. And I'm like, if I can redo a post, I can always like take another blog post that I've done and fix it up and make it better later. I have like 100 features I have to talk about for our apps. Okay, well, just start with one and then I'll do the next one next week and I'll do a short version and then I can add to it. Like in terms of like the marketing, in terms of the features, it's like, okay, just get one done, then ship it. Then we'll add another one later. It's always that. It's incremental progress. But if you just worry about getting it completely done, then somebody else is going to do it first. They're going to ship the app. They're going to make the money. And you're going to be sitting there feeling real sorry for yourself because you're like, I could have done it and I didn't.
Go ahead, Graham.
So I'm actually going to let Nate go, but Nate, I'm going to say just 60 seconds, bud, because obviously I want to start bringing us to the wrap up so that YK can end on time. So yeah, fire away, bud.
I've just been hearing and talking a lot about resolutions and stuff, and it's been touched on here, but want to nail in on consistency again. And the biggest hack for consistency is lower that bar, set your expectations, something that you can do, but you can do it consistently. And that there is just so much value in that, and actually publishing and actually writing and actually coding, whatever it is, make your goal something where the consistency aspect gets obscenely easy.
Go on, Sean. And I love that, by the way, Nate.
I don't know if I want to. We're trying to close. I didn't want to give spice on the end, so I'm gonna leave it.
Oh no, let's end spicy. Go spice.
Let's end spicy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. You unfortunately used the wrong analogy. they be killing it. They really throwing that metaphor literally every week. I won't even name the company, but they have this metaphor of a bar raiser, that we drop the bar for no one. That it's fine to have that one goal that you do in first at the beginning of the day. I plan that the night before. What's that little thing that I could do to get started? But the bar is set so high that, like Nate said, I can fail consistently, and I will fail every day until I could clear that bar, and then I'll set it higher. So I love it, but realize you can do it. You definitely need to believe that you can do it, and then you need to start doing it, and hopefully you'll be doing it well. Go ahead, Grant.
So, circling back a little bit, I loved all this. I feel like, yet again, I got all amped up at the beginning of this space, and we're amping everyone up at the end of it, giving all this amazing life advice. And, it's awe-inspiring, everyone. But I want to circle back where Sean was saying about, it might be garbage. It's not garbage. It's pretty decent. You know, you might have to fine-tune what comes out of AI. But to answer your question, Heather, I keep asking it what would you write about if you were trying to get into DevRel? And it gives good inspiration. It's not useful on its own, but it gives me good ideas. And from that, it just catapults me forward. So that's one thing. Second thing it's really good at is give me a structure 4X. Or if you feed it a load of headings and say, give me some bullet points, say under this, it's great for that as well. So it can definitely speed up what you need to research, what you need to write about, etc., etc. And then if you're bothered about, like Sean was saying something, and I think it's really, really important. He was saying, I'm going to put it out there. It doesn't matter, sort of thing. I'd rather have it out there in the world. Mike has literally sent a tweet that said sup earlier in the space. That's all it said, sup. He's got 18 likes that he wouldn't have had otherwise, 5 retweets and loads of comments saying, hey, how are you, etc., etc. It's the worst tweet I think I've ever seen. But who cares? Look, there's people interacting with him and welcoming him back to Twitter and everything else. Sorry, Mike, I had to call you out on it. It's too much fun. But if he decided not to put that out, which was going to be your default, Mike, if you don't mind me saying that, you said earlier, I don't think I'm going to do it, and then you sent it, nobody would have interacted. So something is better than nothing. The only time you need to worry about when the quality gets higher is once you've established yourself at a certain quality level. And you just want to slowly improve all the time. The higher the quality, the better. But if it's a choice between putting something out there that's 50%, 70% versus putting nothing out there because you want it to be 100%, pick the 50%. It's better to get it out into the world. Go on, Sean, and then I think I'm going to wrap up because we've overrun. Oh, go on, Mike. Actually, let Mike respond.
I just want to say I think that's a pretty good tweet.
You know what, to be fair, Mike, if you'd been active on Twitter, something as short as that with the one-word trend that you missed, you'd have probably got 5,000 likes and 400 responses. Twitter's weird and wonderful. So, yeah, you missed it. About 3 months ago, that thing would have blown up. But, yeah, Sean, fire away.
No, I respect it. Yeah, couldn't be me, though. But anyway, no, I'm joking, Mike. Yeah, I love it. I was gonna say, did I just lose it again, Heather? You're killing me.
Me? I was just curious what you guys are, prompting ChatGPT with, and now it feels like I'm being lectured for not tweeting enough.
Boom, the prompts. I'm telling it to tell me stories in different different people's voices, as a pirate, give me this, except for the bad guy is AI. Give me this story, except for at the end I want a not so happy ending, because I didn't like your rainbow story before. Have a conversation with it about what type of content you would like, and then it'll throw back ideas at you. That's it. Just organizing the thoughts. Like if I was writing a blog, what would be the first paragraph of that blog? I don't know, ask it. Like you can write a good first paragraph, not having written any of the first paragraph, and still get something that's workable with a couple prompts. So I'm using it as my Google Doc. I no longer I used to live in a Google Doc. Like there's Google Doc and Excel sheets that attach. I was in there, but listen, if that was there, oh my God, conversations. Oh my God, just too much. So I have everything scheduled out now. Go ahead, Graham.
I'm going to give one last play and then turn us into wrap-up mode. Heather, one thing I've been experimenting with, I've not got the wording quite right to get it to give me exactly what I want, but it's close, is I've been sat there and taking quite long articles and saying, hey, summarize this for me. And ChatGPT is very good at that. That is something it can probably do as well as me. It obviously makes a couple of minor mistakes, but most of the time it's awesome. And my intention with that is to then turn them into Twitter threads, essentially. Take the key parts out that it's summarized for me, and then I can say, hey, this article's amazing. Here are the key takeaways. Really easy bit of content, quite valuable for people. So yeah, I think that's another use for it that you could use. Sean, I know you've got about 5,000, but we've got Harvey on stage, and I know YK wants to wrap up. So do your thing, sir, but let's...
Boom. I was just going to say, and then you could ask it to summarize it and then tell me that summary as a pirate. Go ahead, Mike.
Is your rebrand going to be pirate-based, Sean? I want to know now.
Just because it's a coding space, I think one thing that it's really, I actually tell the junior engineers on my team to do this. It's really good at explaining code syntax to you. Try and plug a bunch of curly braces and parens and shit into Google, you'll get garbage. If you plug that same code snippet into ChatGPT and be one topic that kind of the junior engineers struggle with is destructuring, and you plug in a really complex destructuring line into ChatGPT, it'll spit out an exact explanation for what it is. You can say, rewrite this without destructuring, and it'll really help you kind of understand the syntax. So that's one really, really practical thing that I found it to be helpful for.
Boom. Sometimes it's a very good assistant. Go ahead, Sophia.
Damn, now I'm back with a question from Mike Chan. So they so I work for a company now for the next 4 weeks. Starting February 6th, I'll be a Discover Gang. But this company right now inputted a thing where they're like, we know what ChatGPT code looks like. So because a lot of junior developers, they use it to get results for a certain problem, and they banned it. So you can't even go to that website through the company computers and company systems. And they're like, if you do supply that type of code, that sprint is just going to be disqualified. It's not even going to be approved. Is there tips where you can say hey, you can do this, but you shouldn't do that? I know obviously they can't copy and paste the whole thing because it's very dumb to look at, but I just wanted to know. Sorry for the crazy question.
I'd be a little surprised if they're really that good at detecting ChatGPT generated code. I feel like it's still a bit new to be able to do that, and they're probably just saying that to scare you. I think the best way that I can detect ChatGPT code is because it's just wrong sometimes. It just spits out the wrong code very, very confidently. And so I would just I would definitely even if your company can't detect it, I would really caution people who are not super advanced along in their journey to rely on it as a code generation tool for actually committing code to production.
Thank you, because I will be using it in my next job, but I thank you so much for that.
Yeah, there's one last minor thing to add on to that bit, and then I definitely want Arvi to tell everyone about the space tomorrow, etc., and say hello. That is, the more experienced you are as a developer, the better things like Copilot and ChatGPT are for the code generation, because it can take some of the heavy lifting out of the way for you, but you're going to more likely understand the code that is put out there. So I'd say if you're early in your journey as a developer, play with them, use them for other things. Do not use the code that comes out of them, because 99% of the time it's going to be wrong. It's going to have massive security holes in it. You name it, it would be a terrible idea. But as you get more experienced and you know something well enough that you know what looks right and what doesn't look right and how to debug something properly, etc., these tools are life-changing and they are worth learning. So I'd say this is the final bit of advice for junior devs, which is get familiar with AI. Learn how to talk to AI, because it isn't like talking to a human being, despite what they want to tell you. It's not. You have to, there's nuance to the way that you ask questions of it and how you guide it to the answer you want. But learn it, because it's going to be part of the skill set you are going to have to learn as a developer. 100% people are saying, is it coming for our jobs? It's coming to change our jobs. It's coming to make you more productive. That might mean there are fewer of certain roles, but it's just the landscape's changing. It happens all the time. Just get used to it. Play with it. Doesn't matter what you're asking it. Just get good at asking AI questions and learning how to use it properly. Go on, Sean. And then we have to go to Arvi, because Arvi's been sat up here for ages.
No, we could just go to Avi. I was gonna give you a spicy answer, but then you
No.
turned it around.
Give us the damn spicy answer. Go.
You turned it around at the end. Now we're gonna be saying the same thing, except for mine's gonna be spicy, and I don't do the same. No, that's not how it's gonna work. But yeah, I agree with Graham. That's all I gotta say. I'm pointing out that he said the downside was your code is gonna be buggy and probably not work. And I'm like, yo, your code was buggy and didn't work before, so like you lost nothing, so you should use it. Because unlike what you were doing before, you could say, okay, this is the error I got. Can you help me out? Because I don't know what's going on. And it'll actually respond and change the code. Now, that may or may not be right, but I'm pointing out that is better than nothing. Right now, it could give you an accurate changing of the code that actually, in some way, in some semblance, gets you closer to that answer. Just by pasting it in there. That's remarkable, y'all.
I love that. I was just going to say, I think the spicier thing from that wasn't the answer you gave. It was the fact that you were going to agree with me. I mean, that's spicy. Like, nobody wants to agree with me, because I'm often blithering on about rubbish. But yeah, unless you've got anything to add, I'm going to finally introduce Arvi to the stage, because Arvi is the epitome of consistency now. Please do introduce yourself and tell us all about what you've been up to and what's happening tomorrow and how your day's been, etc., etc.
Hi Graham, hi Sean, and hi YK. I know he's not here though. Actually, I lost consciousness while in this space last night, and it's still running here after 6 or 7 hours. I just came back before it ends to make it a little. Thank you, everyone. You guys are awesome here as host and co-hosting. How are you running the space for 7 hours? For goodness sake! So that's all. And yeah, tomorrow we will be having another space like this 100 days that we are doing. 100 days of spaces. It will end actually today, and for today, Francesco gonna host a space for us. It's like 100 days for 100 spaces for 100 consecutive days, and we just ended. So we were having a little celebration for that. So it's like what time is it? Francesco's hosting it. It's like 1 p.m. CET, 5:30 p.m. IST. If you're free, hop in there. And it's too early probably for YK, but we'll all be glad if you'll be there. Good luck on waking up 4 a.m. You can do it. Graham, waiting for you there. And everyone, you're all invited. Just enjoy the moment. We will probably not be hosting space for a while, because they told me to like please stop hosting spaces for a week, pretty please. So I'll try my best not to post, not to actually press the host no, the start space button for a week. I'll try my best for real. So that's all, people. Thank you so much again for hosting the space. I'm glad to be here back again. So yeah.
Don't listen to them. They're haters. Keep posting. I'm missing my Avi. Like who's telling you to stop? Oh my god, y'all, we're losing out. And our friends are telling our other friends to stop hanging out with us. It's crazy. It's crazy in the streets. Go ahead, Graham.
First of all, I agree with Sean. Like, what are these idiots saying? If you want to host the damn things and you're still enjoying them, just host them. Like, don't listen to idiots. But secondly, I want to actually just like emphasize how amazing this is. Her and Jax have managed to do 100 spaces in 100 days. That is the epitome of consistency. We were saying very earlier about, how do I get a job? Consistently creating content is one of the things that we were suggesting as a great way to differentiate yourself. And I can tell you two things. One is, if anyone ever wants like someone who can host spaces confidently, Arvi's got the ammunition to prove that she's damn good at it. Secondly, I can say that I'm going to say this publicly now. I was going to save it for tomorrow, but between Space 1 and Space 100, your public speaking has improved probably 20-fold, Arvi. Your ability to deal with troublesome people like me has completely improved 100-fold. Originally I would stress you out whenever I was being loud and obnoxious, and now you just handle it and it's in your stride. I think it's been an amazing thing. I'm so glad you and Jax managed to do 100 days consecutively. It's really impressive. And I hope everybody is there to celebrate with you, even if they've not been to the 99 other spaces, because I think there's a lot they can learn from the experience and from you. So there you go. That's the only nice thing I'll ever say to you. I'll go back to being horrible and a troll now, but, it had to be said for once.
Boom. I think that's when we finally let YK out of his prison of this space. I think he's supposed to be at work. I think he's literally in a meeting now, because 20 minutes was 20 minutes ago.
Well, he can't end it now, can he? Because Theo's joined us, Marino's here. They all need to come up. YK's got at least another hour he has to go for now. At the end of the day, we're just hijacking his phone, technically. So as long as he doesn't need to make a phone call, he's fine. And even then, he can make a phone call, to be fair. He just can't answer anything in the space. So I don't see the problem. Let's continue until we run out of steam, eh?
Can I ask one question? Is when I kind of dropped 2 a.m. in my morning, it was Sean and Graham talking in spaces back then, and you keep on talking for 5-6 hours. People, how are you doing that?
We already talked about this a little bit, and it's that we are doing other things while we're on the space, because there are certain people who are really chatty, and we know that when those people are talking, we don't have to be paying attention. And I think it was Graham or maybe Sean. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, but you just have to listen to the last 5 words and repeat that and say, I totally agree. And then, you can say whatever you want after that. You can fall asleep. You can take showers. I think Sean was taking a shower earlier when he was asked to co-host. And I don't want to mother you, Sean, but it almost sounds like you might need a snack. So I don't know. There's ways around it.
Thank you so much, Heather.
Sean might need a snack, and it's okay to take showers. I fully agree, Heather.
How's your toddler, Nate?
Toddler's doing great. Babysitter just got here, so we're stoked.
Ooh, is it date night?
No, it's work afternoon, but close.
We don't know each other time zone now. It's yeah.
Hey, I've been in a space for 7 hours. I've lost track of all semblance of time. I've just looked at the clock here. It's 20 past 11 here in the UK. Got another hour in me at least. This is the beauty of being unemployed, is I set my own hours, and I'll stay up till 2 o'clock if this space is still going. Who knows? I would say if we are going to continue, since our YK is going to go quiet, we might want to either change the title or go back to the topic, because there's a load of people in the audience who are probably sat here going, I haven't learned a single thing about how to get a job. And, we don't want to disappoint everybody, even though obviously listening to Sean, Heather, Arvi, Mike, Jen, Sophia, Nate, etc. is highly entertaining. I feel like it's false advertising at this point.
Okay, to summarize, a lot of really good points made recently. One, you don't have to disclose anything on your applications while you're applying. Two, network. Please network. Meet people. Three, grab the mic. And four, I don't know, I forget. But this has definitely been going on for like 7 or 8 hours. But it's only like 3 p.m. in the afternoon for the West Coast, so I feel like Theo might have a lot of hot takes at this point, especially after that crappy comment on his enum video, which is really, I saw that video and I was like, yes, I love this, because a lot of my old coworkers used enums, and it would really frustrate me because they would always correct me and tell me to use an enum instead, and I just didn't know why it felt bad to me to use it, but now it's like conceptualized in Theo words. So watch his videos.
Only came up for the third request because I love you, Heather. Thanks for the shout out.
Oh,
That's
Sean,
crazy.
how insulting is that? Like, we call him out, we're nice about him,
Yeah.
and then he goes and just
You
stabs us
send
in the
him.
back.
It's not about you, it's about me, okay?
Yeah. 50% about Heather, 50% about content. Y'all wanted me to come create content for you. Heather just made content for me by making the introduction about a piece of content and about a specific thing I can talk about. She's making my job easier. Y'all are making me do your jobs for you.
So what you're actually saying there is we just need to blow smoke up your rear end a couple of times and then you'll come up. So we just need to be
Hey,
very
if content
mindful.
comes out
Theo,
of it, then
you're
blow smoke up wherever
amazing.
you want.
Listen, see, this
I
is
could go for
why I
smoke right
didn't
now.
do it
Wow.
publicly. I didn't want to get flamed. I'm like, yo, you just send the invitation. If he wants to come flame somebody, he can. If he doesn't, that's cool too. I just don't want to be on the receiving end. But apparently, I didn't do it the way Heather did it, so I got flamed, y'all. You've heard it. It's in writing on record. Apparently, we should have created content instead of asking people to create content for us. You were gonna add on to that, Graham, because I was gonna.
I just want to say, being serious for a second, thank you for joining us, Theo, because whenever Theo joins a space, I know that it's either going to be mega spicy takes, or it's going to be a load of value, or it's going to be a load of trolling. All three of those things appeal to me, so we're glad you're here.
And it's often all three at once.
Well, exactly, and that's the talent that I'm trying to learn. I only managed to do the trolling and the spicy take bit, not the value bit, but I'm trying, Theo. But yeah, do you have anything you want to add to what to prioritize after learning to code to get a job, or do you just want to start a troll subject because YK's not here and we've just hijacked?
I am interested in the premise because I feel like once you've learned to code is such an arbitrary bar. Like, what is learned to code in this case? Because like, have I learned to code? Because I'm still learning how to code every day.
You can do
Oh my
hello
God,
world.
yes. This was, as long as I was up here, I think we were completely off topic of the title of the space. But if we ever circled around, this is exactly the point I was going to make. What is that bar? What is that? Because I was going to say exactly what Theo said, basically. I'm still learning to code every day. And I've been paid for 15 years to do it.
I have
This is the
something to say
point
about
that
that.
I made. No, sorry. I think it's funny because I said that I think it was like 8 a.m. or whenever this space first started. I was like, what do you mean, like, after learning to code? Like, well, like once you get that job, it accelerates you into learning even more that you don't know shit about coding. Which I think someone else said that too.
Okay, question for you guys. Do you learn to speak still?
Yes, every single time I
Yeah.
listen to
All the
Nate,
time.
I
Yep.
learn a new word. So, you know, that's the thing.
Wow,
Ask
you have to
Theo.
learn to speak. I have not even. But anyway, who was next? I think Nate was trying.
I was just going to say, Theo's made a tier list of what's important for content creation, and asked Theo where public speaking ranks on that. Because I think how to speak is literally like in the top 1, 2, or 3.
Yep. The best thing I ever did for my content was start self-monitoring when I was streaming, where I would actually listen to myself talking as I talked very, very loudly, blasted back in my ears at the time with like 500 milliseconds of latency, so it sucked, but it forced me to be super aware of every word I said, how I said it, whether or not it was pronounced correctly, and whether or not people on the other side actually understood what the fuck I was saying. And then when I started editing the videos after as well, I just built a much stronger appreciation for every word I said, and it made me a better speaker. And that's a huge part of why my content's so good now.
I love that. Very quickly, I'm going to go to Sophia, because Sophia, your hand must be tired. You've had it up for ages. But I want to circle back to that because we want to pick Theo's brain more on all those sorts of things.
I'm here for picking Theo's brain some more because I was in a previous space where he was in YK space and he dropped so many gems. I just wanted to say, for me personally, what it means to be that you learned how to code and you're ready to get a job is when you know the fundamental of the language that you learned. Because whenever you work for a new company, they're like 99.9% of the time they switch you to a stack that they're working with just so you can work with them, but they hire you for what you know. So I would say knowing the fundamentals, and people based in the USA, I would say knowing DSA, so data structure and algorithms, whether it's in JavaScript or Python or whatever else language that you program in, that would be meaning that you know how to code. Because if you just can cover the foundation, then you can get a job and move forward from there. I had a question, but I'm so sorry. I'll mute myself and then pick my hand back up.
Yeah, I feel like I hear this definition of things a lot, but what I find is like when pressed, the definition of the fundamentals tends to be super arbitrary as well, and it's certainly like to the point where like a new developer can't really identify when they know the fundamentals because you don't know when you don't know a fundamental. And that's why I don't necessarily love the premise and the title of what to prioritize after learning to code, because I don't think a new developer can identify correctly whether or not they have learned to code and if they do know the fundamentals and these other things. And I think that it's an unrealistic expectation for us to set that a new developer can understand where they're at in that way.
Right. So don't worry about like the semantics of the title so much. I explained like the intention behind it earlier. So it's sort of like after going through, say, 100 devs, then what do you do? That's the exact question I got. And yeah, that's the intention behind it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and good to see you, Theo. Didn't expect
Good to be
you.
here. Got bullied up by Heather.
Yeah, I'm happy you guys took my intention even without me saying anything. So I appreciate that.
Of course. Yeah, I really wanted to press that, like, I think a lot of these framings for learning to program are almost like set up for failure. And when I talk to the engineers who were like the most successful independently, almost always the thing I see is a motivation that exists outside of wanting to be an engineer. Often the best engineers I know are people who didn't actually want to be an engineer. They ended up there because something else brought them to it. Like Jason Dockton, who wanted to build the website for his charity to help people find therapists. And he couldn't afford the $250,000 to build the website. So he started teaching himself how to code. Now he's one of the best web devs I know because he needed to do that to build the thing he cared a lot about. For me, it was hosting Minecraft servers. For other developers I know, it was adding things to their Twitch streams. For other developers I know, it's they really wanted to make a game or they really wanted to like make a website for their music. But having that external motivation, the thing that is so enticing to you that the code is just a means to that end, I find that consistently is what results in the best return on time invested for developers, because that's what will get you through the hard parts, where more arbitrary goals like wanting to learn JavaScript, when you run into a problem that's hard, like let's say you don't get how DOM manipulation works, or you're really struggling with the array functions, you can just quietly not do that and not even realize you're passing it and ignoring it because you haven't been forced to apply it, because the value of that thing hasn't been realized yet. You haven't applied it until you have a problem that it solves. And in this way, I actually don't care much about DSA as well. I firmly believe any algorithm you need to know will be learnable when you need it on the job for almost all roles other than literally like applied math. And as such, the best thing you can do as a new developer is solve problems that you have with code. And that will consistently deliver the best possible results as you try to grow. And outside of that, networking with others doing the same thing, even if they aren't necessarily engineers, but maybe you're making a website about a game you really like that like has a calculator in it, and you're talking with the community of the game. Maybe a few people there also program, and you can start networking there. But building up shared groups of interest of people who appreciate the work you're doing and who you're excited to get work out for. These are all the motivating factors that I find will push you through the hard parts the best and also show you what does and doesn't matter as an engineer.
Go ahead, Sophia.
I have a question for Theo. First, I want to thank you so much for your amazing input. My question is, well, a majority of the public, like, honestly does not learn how to code because they have a sole purpose of solving something, but like, rather, I think it's a money thing, or like where they want to improve their lifestyle or something. But my question is, you know, like companies like Google, like if somebody who wants to work for FANG companies or big companies, like they do ask for DSA before they can even interview you. You have to pass a DSA to get on board with them. So for those that don't learn the DSA and say, hey, I'm just going to focus on certain things, or just focus on building projects, like what route should they take? Like, would that be a startup route where they just apply to startups, or they just apply to is there like a industry that they should focus on where they would not be asked for DSA questions, so that they don't have to have that anxiety on them or that worry on them? And then my other thing was, shit, I'm so sorry. I will ask the second question in a non-spicy way, so I have to think about it as well. But
I
that's
feel the
my
spicy
first
way. I
question.
love the spice.
No, it's okay. We have King Sean, the man who led
Oh.
me to first get on Spaces. You know, I'm not trying to disappoint, but okay, I'll continue.
Okay. Before Theo goes, I gotta say I'll need to close the space in soon, a few minutes.
YK, nobody believes you. Like, this is the third time you said it. We don't believe you. You're lying.
No, the thing with what happened earlier was I got into like a spontaneous meeting, so that's why this space is going longer than I expected. But I'll need to end it for real. Like someone else host it for us, and we can migrate over there.
So they have a call in half an hour anyway, so I'll be brief. As for the DSA stuff, like, I think DSA, like the greater topic, is not necessary for getting a job at most companies. I think being able to pass like a whiteboard interview is. There's some amount of DSA that helps there, but generally, like, if you could blast through the first 10 days of Advent of Code, you're fine for almost any technical interview. And to an extent, when it comes to getting your first gig, you got to shotgun approach it. You got to just throw your resume and do a shitload of interviews and fail 10 of them. The DSA stuff will give you like a slightly higher chance of passing any given interview, but it's like you're turning a 3% chance into a 5% chance. The best thing you can do is re-roll as many times as possible and put yourself in as many positions to get that. The best thing you can do, though, by far, fucking always, without question, is getting a referral. Referrals put you at the top of the pile, which just 10x's your chance of actually getting a gig. The best way to get referrals is to make friends in the spaces. Like, you don't hit up a bunch of people asking for them to refer you to gigs, but be around, bring value, and make sure it's vaguely known that you're hunting for a job. And you'll be amazed at who end up started taking commissions for it, because I'm getting awesome people placed at awesome spots. And I keep an eye in my community for the people who are in the GitHub issues helping the most, who are answering the questions the best on Discord, who are hanging out in my chat and bringing value consistently. Like, I see the names, I remember the people. And when it comes time for them to get a gig, I help them figure that out. But the best thing you can do is get yourself to the top of as many piles as possible, because you're going to fail most of the fucking interviews if you're a new grad or a recent or convert. Like, if you don't have a year of working in software, getting your first job sucks. And I feel like all the advice I hear is micro optimizations. How can you turn that 3% into a 5%? And that's not the advice I think people need to hear.
So I'm going to quickly jump in and just say, like, Theo, you've joined us after 7 hours in the space, and you've literally said the thing that has kept rising to the top. It's like the cream, which is, it's all about your network. We said it earlier, your network is your net worth. This is the point. Like, you can be an average developer with good connections, and you can outstrip someone who is an absolute genius but has no social skills and no network, because it is about the people you know, and you should be making those connections. It's like, if you don't know anybody, then start reaching out to people. Find people with common interests. Like, you'd be amazed. Most people are starved for friends. It takes a while to build up a network. Most people want to connect. There are very few people who don't want to connect with other people. And you can connect with some amazing people nowadays. Like, if I had social media 15 years ago with the way it is now, Jesus, I'd have been a monster. So take advantage. Like, look at these people up here on stage, and this idiot here is getting to chat with them, ask them questions. There's, what, $1 million a year's worth of salary. There's probably 150 years worth of experience in the industry up here. And I'm up here asking questions for these people. Why are you still down there? That's what I'm asking you. Get up here, get networking. And speaking of people getting up here, Sean, I've got a horrible bug. I can't accept people. Have a little peek at the couple of requests if you could, if you're able to accept, and see if there's anyone to come on stage. Let's try and get a couple more people.
Wait, no, I said I need to close the space soon.
Yeah, what's soon, YK?
I mean, I'm dressed and I just need to do a few things, and I'll go outside.
So that is not a unit of measure. Like, it's really easy. You give people this, there's this thing called minutes. And if you give us minutes, we can all agree and go, oh, okay, I know how long that is. Not, I've got a few things.
He's an engineer. You don't want him to give you a time estimate.
Yeah, well, that's, no, I
5
do,
minutes,
Theo, because then we've got 10
5
times
minutes.
as long.
End of day.
Let's end it now. Let's just end it now, guys. And
No,
gals.
let's pick Theo's brain some more. No.
This is what
I
I'm
still want
saying.
Sophia's spicy question. Let's do that, then we can wrap it up.
Nah. I'm not gonna disappoint Sean. I'm really still readjusting my brain how to ask it properly.
Just do it anyway. Don't
Give us some clues. Give us a like. Is it like a like really abrasive spice, or is it like a flavorful, complex kind of spice? Or are we talking like the way that sugar is also considered a spice?
Sugar is not a spice. How is sugar a spice?
Okay, it because it adds flavor. What do you mean it's not a spice?
It is, YK, it is.
YK's mind is blown. Finally, we taught YK something. It wasn't anything to do with development or getting a job or anything like that. No, you know what a spice is now.
I can't tell if I'm getting trolled or educated.
If only there was this AI called ChatGPT you could ask a question of. Sorry, that's Sean's line. Sorry. Go ahead, Heather.
No, I don't know. I want to hear Sophia's spicy take. Whether or not it's sugar or salt or vinegar. Like,
Y'all have 3 minutes, people.
Right, well, if Sophia's going to be shy and not ask a spicy question, then I'm going to ask a spicy question. I'm going to pretend I know what Sophia was thinking.
No, Grab, no more question. No more question.
Wrap up mode engaged, is that what you want?
I mean, not even wrap up, maybe. I just need to like end the space, click the end button without even saying goodbye.
Peace nerds. I pinned a video about goal setting. It's one of my favorite videos. I made it about a lot of the stuff we talked about today and how I think that most of the goals I hear people setting for themselves, especially early, kind of suck. And I try to help people reframe and make more concrete goals that you can achieve.
Nice. That's how you do it. You know, when things are ending, you do a shout out for yourself, and then it ends.
Perfect. Peace, y'all.
See you, Theo. Thank you, YK. See you on the next one.
Okay, yeah, I can't even do a wrap up this time.